Hey everyone, hope you're all doing great. Welcome back to the Anime Fictions 2.0. Today, we're diving into part 3 of What If Naruto Learned from Itachi and Shisui. The Darkest Legacy Unleashed? If you're enjoying these alternate timelines, make sure to hit that subscribe button, share it with your friends, and check out the other videos on the channel. And of course, drop your thoughts in the comments. I always love hearing your ideas. Alright, enough talk, let's get into the story. Intermission: What Danzo thinks of Kyuubi no Jinchuriki aka Uzumaki Naruto. In summary, a child full of untapped potential. Sane Jinchuriki, bless Konoha, his chosen companions, is questionable, too bright for a shinobi. Conclusion: he hated Uzumaki Naruto, plain and simple. Danzo had never met the Kyuubi Jinchuriki in person, but the irrational parts of his mind believed he would hate the legacy of the Yondaime as much as he coveted the potential the child held. He hadn't hated the initially. His dislike for the child stemmed from all the wasted potential as a product of Hiruzen wanting to give the Uzumaki a childhood. This, in his opinion, was Hiruzen's worst decision ever. The idea of giving a childhood was already ridiculous in the first place, but Hiruzen just had to go and do a shitty job at it too. First, the Sandaime Hokage placed in the care of overworked orphanage staff that hated the boy at first sight. In their defense, no one would actually like to get a baby-shaped bomb on top of the already massive influx of orphans after the Kyuubi attack. He wasn't surprised they kicked the boy out at the young age of 4 with the excuse that the boy could take care of himself now, and had Hiruzen scrambling to get the boy another place to stay. Surprisingly, the boy somehow managed to be self-sufficient, enough for a 4-year-old boy to be left alone in his own apartment for most of the time with a minimum of issues. It seemed that the minimum level of care he had received in the orphanage had taught the boy some level of independence aside from forgetting to take baths, eating his greens, and other menial mishaps that meant Hiruzen could get away with leaving just a monthly allowance for and a squad of ANBU to keep the boy out of trouble. He had hoped that Hiruzen had finally started to see sense and consider giving up on the Uzumaki's childhood after failing so miserably at it. Indeed, if there were anyone in the world he had to applaud, it would be those whose sheer stubbornness prevented him from succumbing to depression in the face of a whole village's hatred. The pranks he did in retaliation, while annoying, were a harmless way to vent and an ingenious application of trap making and stealth. Considering how in other villages vented their anger, the Uzumaki was harmless. Hiruzen continued insisting that he keep his hands off of the or else, and not even Danzo would dare to risk the Hokage's wrath over an untrained. Then one day, due to ANBU's carelessness, the boy disappeared for a few hours, and, one dead nobody from IWA later, this started to change for no apparent reason. He became focused. As if suddenly, there was one goal he pursued with the thirst of a fish in a desert. At the same time, the child became apathetic to the people around him. He seemed to lose his desire for their acknowledgement, and instead, looked at them with a mix of emotions his agent couldn't comprehend. They best described it as pity and resignation. It was not alarming though, because it wasn't difficult to imagine a child giving up on something they had previously held precious. Then all of a sudden, the boy was given the opportunity to graduate early at the age of 7 and apprentice to the sealing division. The boy was an Uzumaki, so that recommendation was expected, but he had hoped Hiruzen wouldn't be foolish enough to send the boy to the tower where the vassal families of Uzumaki resided. The last thing they needed was a pampered. And then, as if Shiomitsu clan's involvement in the attempt on the Jinchuriki's life was not unsettling enough, the boy managed to befriend both Uchiha Itachi and Shisui. While he never managed to wrap mind around that one, the two Uchiha became inseparable from regardless. They followed after him like hounds after their master in that incredibly dignified and respectable manner that characterized the Uchiha, of course. If anything, he was more worried that the two Uchiha would blow up in their face if the village didn't start to treat the better. Ironically, Sed avoided showing up in public with his friends who he was trying to save was still up for debate. However, in the end, what puzzled him the most was not the boy's relationship with the Uchiha cousins but the drastic change of personality over the course of the last 2 years. The boy was as cheerful as ever, unbefitting of a shinobi, but there was something different to him. It was as if the boy had become an old soul like Itachi was, but not quite the same way, either. Then his agent overheard one line from Uchiha Itachi that cemented his hatred for the Kyuubi. Naruto's worst fear is everything that had been taken from him as a sacrifice, his parents, childhood, friends. If all that were for nothing. It was a shocking revelation even for him, that someone like Uzumaki Naruto, who was born and raised in Konoha, never truly loved Konoha. Suddenly it made so much sense. Apparently the boy had somehow found out about his identity and status, which had led to the growing distance and distrust of Hiruzen. It didn't worry him much. After all, the boy had kept it to himself, so at least the boy knew the importance of secrecy. What angered Danzo was the fact that the boy had never held genuine love for Konoha as his village, and his loyalty to Konoha was second-hand. Uzumaki was loyal to Konoha simply because his uchiha friends were loyal, and his parents had died for her. He was loyal to the uchiha, the tower, his parents' memory, but not Konoha herself. What an abhorrent example of heresy from someone who dared to wear Konoha's symbol upon their person, swearing an unbreakable oath as her shinobi. Not to mention, as the greatest, if not most destructive, weapon at their disposal. And as if his second-rate loyalty was not bad enough, Danzo saw an alarming shift of loyalty in Uchiha Itachi and Shisui. They were still loyal to Konoha, but Danzo feared their loyalty to the was going to outweigh it. That child would either be Konoha's greatest asset or their downfall, and that was why Danzo hated Uzumaki Naruto. He despised uncontrollable factors and, more than anything, he loathed shinobi who placed the memory of dead parents and friends above his village. 16th Legacy, Crossroads. You guys are still kids in the end, afraid to upset your elders. However, deep down you also know if you don't change them, one day you would be out of choice. Tokugawa Ieyasu. It was Ieyasu's private office, a moderately sized room, unbefitting of someone of his rank. Then again, Ieyasu was the type that valued practicality above all else, Naruto noted as Ieyasu carefully placed his hand on the wall next to his desk. A design flashed, and Naruto recognized it as a very complex security seal with a positively ancient, identifying chakra scanner. It was initially a small seal the size of an adult hand that, as it was unsealed, expanded to the point that it filled the wall. Ieyasu was unsealing the seal before he withdrew his hand, and the seal shrunk back to the original size before disappearing. On second thought, perhaps you're not ready. Ieyasu mused aloud with a long-suffering sigh before taking a seat in front of him. Once they were all patched up, Ieyasu requested a private meeting between Naruto and himself. Not even his bodyguards were with him. Naruto was partially nervous and partially excited by what Ieyasu wanted to talk about, only to be disappointed with the one line Ieyasu chose to begin and end the conversation with. An image of Ieyasu dangling a priceless scroll in front of his nose with a fishing pole appeared in his mind, and Naruto couldn't stop himself from yelling. "Don't get me worked up for nothing, Ieyasu-sama! Call me Ji-sama," he said in a sage tone. "After all, your grandfather was like a father to me." Now he was screwing with Naruto's head, and on top of that, bringing the family issue to the table. "Don't change the topic, Aji-sama." Naruto let the title roll off of his tongue largely because he suspected if he didn't relent, Ieyasu would insist and they would get nowhere. "You said," Naruto covered his own mouth in shock at what he had just said to himself. Ieyasu said? No, he didn't say anything. That chakra chain of yours, the Uzumaki's signature Kongo Fuza, right? Naruto nodded numbly. May I see it? Naruto exhaled softly, pushing his confusion to the back of his mind. Kongo Fuza was that could only be used by the Uzumaki clan with their unique chakra, making the technique a borderline bloodline limit. The reason no one but Uzumaki could do this was due to their impressive chakra density and its purity of yang nature. The reason the technique was often mistaken by outsiders as their bloodline limit was simply because, unlike other secret clan techniques, it was passed down through a blood seal that was automatically coded to all Uzumaki clansmen from birth. In fact, it was believed their affinity for sealing was also passed down in the same manner. Naruto could feel it in his being, the seal instructing him on how to mold the chain. Imagining the chakra flowing from his abdomen to his desired body parts at first, it was easiest to let the chakra sprout from his back, closest to his chakra core. However, now it was more convenient to direct it to his palm, the body part with the most frequently used. Then, as the chakra flowed to his palm, he imagined the sensation of grasping something solid followed by the image of chains rattling and intertwining in his mind. Clink! Then, in his hand, a golden chain made of chakra glowed softly, the kama-like tip swaying like a pendulum. It seems because your father is a Namikaze, the purity of your Uzumaki chakra is as high as pure-blooded Uzumaki. Then, much to Naruto's confusion, his eyes narrowed at the kama-shaped blade on the end of the chain. That shape I see, just like Mayumi and Minato, you don't have that but still. Naruto stopped himself from asking what's that and stayed very still under Ieyasu's ministration. Have you ever been in great mental distress involving someone close to you? Ieyasu asked suddenly. That was an unexpected query, coming from someone like him. Too often to my liking, Naruto admitted in a somber tone. I am a shinobi after all, and my closest friends are uchiha, he added with a sigh. In short, his friendship with Itachi and Shisui was like a recipe for disaster. Not that he would give it up for anything in the world. And you never felt some sort of burn in your eyes in that situation? Burn? Naruto echoed. Chakra influx you can't control around said area? Ieyasu elaborated. Not that I know of. Naruto tried to recall harder. No, I don't think so. Ieyasu hummed, cupping his chin in a thoughtful pose. So Kagebunshin. Naruto perked up. Am I correct to assume you are using this constantly? He nodded hesitantly. Yes? It's my favorite. More like the most abused technique ever. How often do you use it? And Naruto averted his eyes, as if he were a child caught stealing cookies. His fumbling answered better than he could have with words. He frowned at the. Tatara told me that your proficiency with this technique is abnormal even by Uzumaki standards. Naruto winced inwardly. Your control is so fine you can coordinate with over 10 clones in a taijutsu battle, as if they're extensions of your limbs. He sighed. How many clones can you make and control effectively? Now he was confused. Why was Ieyasu so interested in his Kagebunshin? For daily use such as studying designing seals. He trailed off. I use around 10 at a time and in that number, I can get them to do complicated tasks to the best of my own ability. At around 20, I can do the same but it's extremely taxing on my mind and body. If it's just for simple tasks such as fighting on my command, I have no problem making as many as I need until my reserves run out. How bad is mental exhaustion for you? At first it was a really bad headache when their memories flowed to my head, but now, I barely feel anything. 20 will still give me a bad migraine when it comes to battle. They often don't last long, so I don't really notice a thing. In fact, if not for the constant use of Kagebunshin for his study, he wouldn't notice the memory transfer quirk of this technique. Ieyasu became very quiet, and it unnerved Naruto. At last he spoke again. You do know that normal shinobi would have severe, self-inflicted brain damage if they did what you do, don't you? Naruto blinked owlishly, tapping his temple. I guess it's thanks to my tenant. Our combined healing ability perhaps prevents the worst of it. I also use seals to delay the immediate memory transfer. But his abuse was still pretty dangerous even with the seal. Most people would have suffered from a stroke or other kind of brain damage. I don't remember ever fixing your brain, though that explains a lot of things. Kurama grumbled in his mind. Naruto could imagine Kurama rubbing his muzzle when he was talking. Wait a minute, yep. Aside from idiocy, I think the lump of flesh called brain in your head is pretty healthy. He snickered. The self-preservation function is not really functioning though. And no amount of healing chakra can heal it, but I am sure an Uzumaki can live with it. I am so touched you care, Kurama. Naruto returned in a deadpan tone. I am pretty sure my brain is not damaged. Kurama didn't think so at least. I can see that. Ieyasu snorted. You're as healthy as any Uzumaki, as expected of a descendant from the clan of longevity and vitality. Naruto swallowed and asked a nagging question he couldn't endure any longer. Is that why you took Benetora's mother as your consort? Much to his surprise, Ieyasu didn't look offended and answered. I would be lying if I said I wasn't interested in that. It's a trait desired by anyone in power. I desire strong children. Especially since I used to be a sickly child. He was not lying, that was a surprise. However, Tsubone, Masako, was not just a woman with desirable clan traits. She was also a great woman, gentle and virtuous. So there was a genuine affection involved with his marriage to the woman of his clan. So you loved her. The sadness that passed over his dark eyes for a moment was enough for Naruto to tell. Benetora, who claimed the name as his Uzumaki name. He seems to think otherwise. He grunted. I don't have to explain myself to the immature brat I called my son. Just so you know, Ji-sama, Benetora would be easier to manage. As in, keeping the boy out of trouble. If he gets to know you better instead of you waiting for him to understand. He snorted. Enough about my family, this is about you, Naruto. The tensed. So. Have you heard voices in your head? I am not crazy either. Naruto huffed. Kurama didn't count though but just now. But I heard your voice in my mind. Naruto ran his fingers through his blonde mane. Is that some sort of telepathy ninjutsu of the Yamanaka? Ieyasu looked amused. Of course not, the Yamanaka wouldn't part with their prize even under orders from their king. He exhaled softly. Ah, well, so Kongo Fusa, the brain, and most likely Satori too. Satori? Naruto echoed, confused. When Tatara first spoke to you, your eyes searched through his body language, not an unusual habit for a shinobi, but you seemed to sense something normal shinobi couldn't. Naruto blinked. Now he was even more confused. I did, but it's just ill intent, the perk of being the Kyuubi. He frowned. Ill intention? Not killing intent? He shrugged. Intent is very broad. Any shinobi worth their salt could feel killing intent. Even civilians can, too. In my case, I can tell if someone has ill intentions, negative ones like sadness, anger, fear, but not hearing voices in my head. He stressed the last part. Not yet. Naruto frowned. I hope that's not your way of telling me that I am on my way to insanity. Ieyasu smirked. It's not, however. If you start hearing voices, stay calm and rest assured that you're not crazy. The blonde blinked owlishly. Then go to Hakurei to inform him of the happy occasion, and congratulate yourself for awakening your Namake's Genkai. He said in a false cheer that didn't suit him at all. Kekii Genkai? Naruto sputtered after he processed his father's surname in conjunction. The Namake's clan has a bloodline limit? That's impossible. He tried to argue calmly but failed miserably. I mean, if the Yondaime Hokage had a bloodline limit, everyone in Konoha would have known. I am sure your father didn't have it, he said as if he had checked it himself, and most likely did. Perhaps the Kekii Genkai always skips one generation, or there is a special condition to trigger the awakening, but you're undoubtedly showing signs of early-stage Satori. Naruto sputtered. Wait a minute! If hearing voices is called Satori, is it some sort of fancy term for crazy? I don't know much about my grandfather, but I am sure I have heard his name in line with variations of. Naruto stopped before hesitantly, and shamefully added. Weird. Of course, people of the tower talking about Muramasa was rare, and most of the time Naruto overheard Muramasa being described as kind and eccentric. Ieyasu rolled his eyes. This is why I checked whether you had it, so when inevitably you awaken it completely, you're not going straight to a Yamanaka or psychiatrist. That was not assuring. But enough about you, let's talk business now, he interjected, walking towards his desk and pulling a blank scroll from his drawer. He brought it up, confused the hell out of me, and now he wants to talk business. Naruto clamped his mouth shut though, because as curious as he was with this Satora thing, his priority was an alliance with the Tokugawa clan, the royal family of Hai no Kuni. He couldn't mess this up. For the tower, the Uchiha clan, and Konoha. He would do anything for. His thoughts were interrupted when Ieyasu almost shoved an inkstone, a scroll and a brush on a tray in his face. He blinked owlishly at the stationery set, wondering why Ieyasu handed it over to him. Unrolling the scroll, as expected, the paper was still blank. There is nothing written yet. Yes, because you have not written anything, he said in a tone that suggested Naruto was an idiot. Naruto sputtered something about rules and laws about making someone else do his paperwork. The following argument was the fiercest he had ever experienced, and Naruto lost count of how many times he contemplated throwing Ieyasu's very heavy and expensive kaya-wood desk at him for the whole day. The tyrant was so smug it was sickening. On the second day, for some reason, he had procured a standard handbook for the Konoha military police force from somewhere. Itachi and Shisui were torn between indignation and shock. Someone's shadow ruler of the country, or not, had gotten their hands on said handbook, which was not for the viewing pleasure of the general public. So, now that we have settled the general matters. So my engagement to his daughter is a general matter? Naruto began to feel rather sorry for his fiancée and Benatora, and on that same note, he was sure he had not yet met the girl because Ieyasu wanted to mess with his mind. After all, Ayasu was the one who decided on the political marriage, and he still got the standard talk of father to his daughter's future spouse, including the obligatory death threat. Let us move on to the KMPF and Sealing Division. We can talk about your clans tomorrow, alright? Wait a minute? Since when was the KMPF included in this and why? Judging from the twitches on their faces, Itachi and Shisui were on the same page with him. So first, what's with this recruitment regulation of yours, Uchiha? It's dumb and selling the image of nepotism instead of an elite group. Ayasu droned on as if there was nothing wrong calling a prominent clan dumb in front of their heir. Well, Itachi-kun? Itachi didn't answer right away. People who didn't know him well would think the Uchiha heir felt offended, but Naruto and Shisui knew better. Itachi had no idea how to respond to such a blunt criticism of his clan's policy, and admitting Ayasu was right was self-defeating. Ayasu nodded sagely. Itachi's non-answer was somehow taken as an answer. That's what I thought, so let's change it. Naruto, who had dragged them all into this, felt obligated to interrupt. Stop! Ji-sama, we have no authority to approve any changes in the regulations of the KMPF. Which is why it's your job to get them to agree with the change, he said pointedly, looking nonplussed. Eh? Ayasu pointed at Itachi. You're the heir of the Uchiha clan. Then his finger moved to point at Shisui next. You're the son of Nidame's most trusted Uchiha, Kagami. Then, at last, his finger pointed at Naruto. You're the heir of the Uzumaki clan, and the leader of the Sealing Division. Your group is their partner on duty as Konoha's inner defense. How is that going to justify changing regulations that are supposed to be none of our business? Naruto wondered out loud. Itachi and Shisui weren't even enlisted in the KMPF for Shodai's sake. It should be your business if you want to create a meaningful chance. They were tense. And you three aren't morons, even if I didn't point this out, you know, but you hesitate. We. Afraid to upset your family, I suppose? That sounded like a pathetic excuse, but Naruto knew that it summarized the dozens of reasons they could think of on the top of their head. Ayasu shook his head mirthfully. Ma, you guys are still kids in the end, afraid to upset your elders. However, deep down, you also know that if you don't change them, one day you will be out of choices, and then Naruto felt dread of premonition of things to come if they let everything be. He didn't even want to think what they had to do if they were out of choice. In his mind a memory flashed. Of his father's calloused hand deftly holding a brush, endlessly writing seals on his tri-pronged kunai. Then followed by the memory of passing said kunai to their comrades, and then, in a flash, blood. Mountain of dead bodies. The smell of death. All to end the war. 1 year. Naruto's attention snapped back to reality at Ayasu's voice. 1, he echoed hesitantly. Year? Considering the current situation you face, that's your deadline, the shadow ruler of Hai no Kuni declared. If you change nothing, if you fail, you three will be forced to choose between your village and your clan. Choosing between their family and the village was one thing they didn't even want to dream would ever happen to them, but deep down, they knew it would come to that soon. That is one cruel dilemma I don't even want to wish upon my worst enemy. His tone was light-hearted, almost mocking, but there was no mirth. Despite that, you three have to know one thing, no matter what cost, Konoha shall not fall, even if you had to sacrifice everything else. Are you guys still up to this? He asked, expecting nothing but one answer. 3 pairs of determined eyes looked up at him. Yes, we shall not fail. That was a promise, and they weren't going to back down from it. On the way to Konoha, from Na no Kuni. If Naruto had thought the Prince of Hai no Kuni was exaggerating about Ayasu's penchant for pulling people's legs before, those doubts were now gone, and he was a firm believer that the Tanuki should get a dose of ironic karma. He didn't hate Ayasu, and nope, it was not a love-hate familial relationship either. Much to Benetora's horror, Naruto openly admits he was getting fond of Ayasu. He was like that crazy uncle everyone loved once they saw that he was all soft underneath that stony and cold exterior. That admission earned him raised eyebrows from Ayasu, amusement from Tatsuka and Mihiro was murderous. Naruto was used to calling the Hokage, old man, to his face, so what if he called Ayasu, who was an uncle by marriage, as such? As it was, by silent agreement, both Naruto and Ieyasu were determined to milk this new alliance for all it's worth. But before that, "We're going to be so dead," Shisui announced the obvious. The walk from Nanokuni, after escorting Wakabudano back to Konoha, was full of this kind of conversation, much to their exasperation. "Both of us, Itachi and the clan elders, are going to kill us!" he shouted at Naruto and Itachi, who were tree-hopping beside him, as if they couldn't hear him at his normal volume. Sai and Shin were a few feet behind them and opted to stay really quiet, or in Shin's case, stuffing his mouth with fresh fruit he'd filched from the greenhouses they had left behind. Itachi and Naruto gave him an identical sideways look. "What makes you think that Hakurei is just going to bow down to every demand I make?" "He won't." "Ha ha ha." Naruto let out a mirthless laugh. "Hell no! I am his master, but he is still the official leader of Sealing Tower. He has all the rights to call me out on my stupidity." He eyed the 2 scrolls strapped on his waist. "Apparently, Ieyasu-sama never got the memo that we're running a clan, not a monarchy." "What am I going to say to my father?" Itachi wondered out loud, in a rare moment of total confusion and helplessness. "I mean, all proposed, this contract could solve our problem." He coughed, cutting off his sentence. "It's hard to proceed with it in our clan. You know, at a time like this, I always think it would be much simpler if we could just kill Danzo and Uchiha elders." Shisui cackled to himself. "Well, I don't want to kill anyone if I can help it, maybe Danzo." Naruto and Itachi waved their hands in the negative. "Don't even go there," they told him in unison. While Danzo was someone who gave them trouble all the time, and if the problem was not directly from him, Naruto was sure he could somehow find some way to lead it back to Danzo and Madara, regardless. All of them were pacifists, not because they were naive but because they knew the moment they resorted to getting rid of their opposition as their first choice, it would just go down from there. It would bring about a temporary peace like what happened after the Shinobi World Wars, because there weren't enough shinobi left alive to fight. That was not peace, merely a ceasefire dressed in pretty words. Meaningless black on white, no village including Konoha would follow at first sign of weakness. His father, Namikaze Minato, had gone down that path. From what Naruto had seen in the memory, his father never wanted to be such a phenomenal mass killer. The Yandames simply had no choice. The war had started and the choice was down to kill, or be killed. The reason he invented a technique meant to kill an army? That was because that was how a war always ended, forcing your enemy to submission after their forces were depleted. He had seen it through his mother's eyes, the weary glint in those cerulean blues they inherited from Muramasa. The slight slump on his shoulders as if he was carrying the weight of the world. He had also seen his father break down in front of his mother, clinging to her as if she were his lifeline. He had felt the grief, regret and defeat because of that choice. Naruto looked at his friends. Shisui was still whining at Itachi about their ordeal. "I don't want to feel that, but I don't want Itachi and Shisui to feel them even more. He had killed those root children in self-defense, and the obligation to free them from their misery. He didn't let it get to him. He had done everything he could considering the circumstances, but it didn't stop him from wondering. When he was alone in his own mind, he wondered, perhaps if he had tried harder he could have saved them, too." Naruto." His attention snapped back to reality. "Did you say something, Shisui?" Shisui's left eye twitched. "Are you pulling a Hatake on me?" "Shisui, Naruto has never met Kakashi-san." Itachi sighed, clearing his throat before covering his mouth to muffle his cough. "Never mind, Naruto, if you didn't get the reference." Naruto shrugged. He was not interested in whatever reference related to his father's student. "If you say so." Shisui frowned. "You're not interested in Hatake Kakashi? He is your father's last student, ain't he?" Itachi hissed. "Shisui." They had applied a privacy seal, so, outside of a certain range, their conversation couldn't be heard, but Naruto's pedigree was still a sensitive issue. Not to mention, he didn't like to talk about anything that could hurt Naruto's feelings. By rights, Hatake Kakashi was Yandame's protege and surrogate son, and yet Naruto was all alone. Maybe he was ordered to keep his distance, but Itachi didn't even hear a peep on Kakashi trying to know anything about Naruto yet. Heck, he and Shisui had seen Ginma and the rest of Yandame's guards in a tower to learn Fuinjutsu. While the guards didn't specifically look for Naruto, he was pretty sure their eyes were quick to catch a glimpse of Naruto whenever the blonde was passing by. Hatake Kakashi didn't even take that chance to check on his sensei's son. Interest in my father's student? Naruto echoed. I mean, the Shunshin expert flailed. The blonde shrugged again indifferently. Nah, I don't think either of us are interested in each other's whereabouts. He has his own life and I have mine. You're not angry? Naruto rolled his eyes, ignoring the pained expression on Shisui's face as Itachi elbowed his cousin. Nah, like Itachi said, I've never even met the guy. And frankly, it's hard to feel anything about someone you don't even know personally. What Hatake was to his father aside, their current relation was that of fellow Konoha shinobi. And he was, perhaps, Itachi's future captain in ANBU on the next transfer. So his best friend's future captain. What do you expect anyway? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow at Shisui, who sputtered. Never mind, we have bigger concerns here, don't you think? Like our worst enemy. We all know what. Itachi sighed. In the end, our biggest enemy to bring changes is not the clan, or the tower but… Naruto snorted. How ironic, that we ultimately have the same problem on both ends. Goddamned clan pride. At any rate, we can't afford to fail. Naruto drew on. 1 year sounds long but not long enough to topple a century-old tradition. Shisui sighed. Why oh why is it never easy for us? He wondered out loud. And our sponsor is someone like that to boot. He taunted us until the end. Itachi added his own 2 cents. He is very resourceful, though it's a relief that he is on our side, but that research document he promised. Itachi trailed off, rubbing his throat. Itachi? HN? Cough. Naruto and Shisui were looking at him with worry now. It's been weeks, but you are coughing a lot lately, Shisui pointed out. And you get tired quicker than usual, and your appetite. Naruto trailed off unsurely. You should get a checkup soon. Itachi shook his head. It's fine, my stamina has never been the best. Perhaps it is because I didn't sleep well in the palace during the duration of our stay. If you say so. More importantly, about the document Ayasu-sama promised. Naruto frowned. Well, as for the Nidame's research notes that he kept with him. The damned document he stored inside the seal and was reconsidering giving up on. He promised he would give it to us in 6 months, but why is he even bothering to wait that long? Itachi nodded, swallowing nervously. It's just while Nidame was a genius inventor, I doubt a shinobi technique interests someone like Ayasudano enough to keep up with him. It unnerved Naruto just how much the Nidame's document worried Itachi. It always bothered me why someone as fair and just like the Nidame was so worried about our clan. Madara's betrayal aside, his past actions suggested he was not someone who blamed the whole clan over one person. Yeah, he trusted my dad. And Kagami was part of his guard to boot, so he trusted an uchiha to guard his back. Which is why I have come to one conclusion, perhaps his cautious way of dealing with the Uchiha clan, placing the clan in charge of civilians. Itachi trailed off. Perhaps it had nothing to do with Madara's betrayal? But something more based on discernible evidence and acted upon after much thought. Itachi finished. And I have a feeling that the answer is inside that document Ayasudano keeps, and perhaps… Itachi never finished that line of thought. Naruto and Shisui could almost taste the dread emitting from Itachi, for they also thought the same. Senju Tobirama was second only to Senju Hashirama and followed his brother's ideals. But it was his pragmatic approach that mediated and forced a more realistic alternative in order to achieve those idealistic goals. He was not someone who acted on the basis of unfounded suspicion and paranoia. Whatever forced someone like Senju Tobirama to treat the Uchiha clan the way he did, the reason was most likely justified. At least from Nidame's point of view. And whatever justified Nidame's actions, it couldn't be good. Konoha, Hokage's office. You have returned, Naruto-kun, Itachi-kun, Shisui-kun. While their outward expression was controlled to form only slight surprise at the sight of the Hokage and his 3 advisors in the office, Naruto was inwardly narrowing his eyes and frowning. Danzo. He was here. This man was never present to greet his team after a mission, so why now? Perhaps the Warhawk felt threatened by their recent actions. As if while 2 Uchiha following around would raise concern, his friends were explicitly loyal to Konoha. In fact, Danzo had agreed with the Sandame's decision to accept Itachi and Shisui's admittance to ANBU force. We have. Naruto smiled wide and bright at Sandame. "We've returned from Nanokuni, the detailed report on our secret mission is inside," he said as a thin file appeared on his hand after a faint puff of smoke. "Hokage-sama." It looked like a sleight of hand at first glance, but at the same time displayed his skill in using simple storage seals. Danzo eyed him with fake disinterest, but Naruto could sense a momentary beat in his calm chakra at Naruto's little show. This is a vast improvement from the wayward child you let loose to terrorize our village with his pranks and embarrass our ANBU to chase him all over Konoha, Hiruzen." It took all of his self-control not to retort with something witty while ignoring Kurama's suggestion from the depths of his mind. He let his cheeks reddening slightly as a sheepish and embarrassed smile curved his lips. "Give your best natural reaction when reminded of your almost forgotten and embarrassing childhood as a prankster," he told himself. His grin stretched wider. "I used to be a petulant child." He let sheepish laughter escape his lips. "But since I am now a shinobi, of course I have to take my duties seriously." Judging from the impassive look he got, Danzo was not impressed by his standard reply. "Well, Chunin Uzumaki has performed well in his duties so far," Udatain Kohara drawled. "At least, until the latest mission he took upon himself." They were seriously admonishing him for disobedience now? "It's unfortunate that my clan business made me unavailable for a week, so is there something you need from me, Kohara-sama?" Naruto tilted his head to the side as he said it, still polite but not apologetic at all. The sole female elder was definitely unprepared for a query instead of an apology. If an older shinobi had replied with the same line, it would have been rude, but Naruto was only 9 this year, and it sounded more like a sincere query. Then again, Naruto had been selling his image as a young and inexperienced shinobi with a fierce eagerness to please his leaders. "No, but," she cleared her throat awkwardly. "Regardless of your chunin status, it doesn't mean you can just run off for clan business on such short notice." Short notice? Naruto was pretty sure he had notified them of this mission long enough to not be considered as on short notice. "There is also your recklessness in going after 3-level missing Nin on your own," Hamura added in exasperated tone. "Youngsters nowadays, such impulsiveness is unbecoming of a shinobi." He was expecting this kind of admonishment coming sooner or later, but it was still annoying to hear them. Shisui, who was standing beside him, looked very tempted to say something in his defense, though the Shunshin expert thankfully kept his mouth shut. "To be fair, Hamura-sama, I didn't go into the battle without forethought. It's hardly considered impulsive if I decide to go after an opponent with time to plan." He placed his hand above his heart. "After all, the sealing arts are most formidable when one is given enough time to prepare." They had been on this case before, why were they mentioning this again? Were they looking for a way to curb his activities somehow? At last, the Sandaime, who had been very quiet, spoke. His silence had made Naruto more nervous than the elder's litany of complaints. "What's done is done. Whatever we say is not going to change Naruto-kun's mind." The Uzumaki blinked in confusion. "However, the least you could do is bring your team with you next time, but, of course, I'd prefer no next time." Naruto blinked at that. Teammates? He had no team, while there was a small pool of comrades consisting of the Uchiha cousins and Shiomitsu plus the Sanseki siblings. They weren't his official teammates. "You mean?" Sandaime glanced at Itachi and Shisui, then back to Naruto. "Starting from today, the 3 of you are officially a team." Itachi and Shisui glanced at each other for a moment, then at Naruto, who returned it. "An official team now? Like we need to be official." "Obviously there is a catch." "Of course there is." They were openly sharing a speaking look, but they didn't really care that Sandaime and his advisors were watching. "However." "Called it." Sandaime cleared his throat, and the team straightened. "The official assignment as a team aside, I would like to confirm whether my shinobi still belong to Konoha." Naruto blinked at that. "Oh, Hokage-sama is wondering whether I am going to follow Asuma-san's footsteps." So that was why he was using the carrot and stick now. "We're not joining the 12 Guardians, Hokage-sama." "And why is that?" It was Danzo who asked now. Naruto was ticked. It would be fine if Sandaime was the one who asked, but when this cripple did it, it sounded like he was questioning their loyalty. After the incident with the root trainee Danzo had set upon him, Naruto loathed how this man tested him. Who was Danzo to question him? This was the man who claimed to cross moral horizons and beyond for the good of Konoha while forsaking the main teachings of the Shodaime and Nidaime in the same breath. He was very tempted to clamp his mouth shut, but that would destroy his image as a young shinobi who was eager to please for acknowledgement. One shred of his old self he kept so he wouldn't be seen as a flight risk. Why would I want to serve the royal family? Konoha is my home, my family. That was not a lie, it was his honest answer. Naruto mentally kicked himself for using Konoha's will of fire as a stock answer for this question. Sandaime looked him in the eye and Naruto suppressed his urge to bolt out of the room. Then he fished out a scroll with the daimyo's seal on it from his drawer, slamming it on his desk. Why did I receive a notice that one of my shinobi is engaged to our daimyo's niece and was requested to be given time off for 1 week every month for his education as future in-laws of the royal family? There was no killing intent whatsoever, but the anger and disappointment the Hokage emitted was enough to make Naruto feel like he had committed a grave crime. Damn you, Ayasuji! Why didn't you warn me first? Knowing the Shadow Ruler, it was most likely this was one of his lessons. It was also most likely Ayasu's way to warn Naruto that, from now on, this would be a routine, disappointing the Sandaime and doing things the old Kage disapproved of. It was not much of a stretch that he would be on the Hokage's opposing side for Konoha. Ha ha ha, who was he to criticize Danzo if he was becoming another Danzo to Hokage? The only comfort was that he wouldn't go as far as kidnapping unwilling children and discarding his morals. Naruto almost stumbled when he felt 2 warm hands on both shoulders. He glanced back and saw his friends nodding at him. They were here with him, he was not alone. He took a deep breath and answered in a firm voice. Our daimyo's niece is an Uzumaki by blood, he informed them, and the elders looked shocked by the revelation. They didn't know? Her father took a liking to me and offered. Considering the current condition of my clan, I decided it is a good match, he explained, simple and logical. And the other benefits attached to this arrangement were a plus, but he wouldn't say that though. So why not? He added almost innocently. You're too young. He shrugged. We're not getting married now, Hokage-sama. The engagement was already official on paper though, fortunately without the pomp and party. Although the most incredulous part, he hadn't even met with his fiancée yet. Knowing Ayasuji, that Tanuki most likely just wanted to troll him later. Naruto, Hokage-sama called him in his grandfather's voice, and he mentally winced. There is no point arguing about this, I suppose? For a moment he debated what kind of response would be appropriate, grin like a loon, shrug like he didn't give a damn, or he shed his happy mask for a moment, letting a weak smile on his lips. It's something I must decide for myself and my clan. Ayasu might be the one who suggested the union, but Naruto had decided to accept the proposal on his own discretion. Clan? Danzo's indignant voice snapped his attention towards the Warhawk. There are no Uzumaki clansmen for you to lead in Konoha, boy. Danzo! Sandaime admonished. His eyes hardened. Danzo's words felt like a slap across his face. Had it been said before his trip to the capital, he would have throttled the one-eyed cripple, anything painful for needlessly reminding him of his clan's scattered status. He beamed at Danzo and, with sadistic pleasure, he took note of the subtle cringe on that wrinkled face. Obviously, Danzo was not used to being smiled at by a 9-year-old boy, especially if the said boy bore a close resemblance to his Hokage father. We're planning to remedy that soon, he informed them. I have been planning to gather my clansmen who are scattered all over the elemental countries. It dawned on the Sandaime in that moment, what Naruto wanted the most from his alliance with the royal family, why his surrogate grandson was almost desperate for more political power. He wanted his clan back. He wanted a family. It made so much sense of his recent actions. Child, Danzo began, displeasure coming from him in waves. Who do you think you are? Uzushiogakyu may be our eternal ally, and your clansmen relatives of the Senju, but don't forget that the Yuzu refugees have scattered all over the elemental countries and some are even in service to other shinobi villages. Inviting them into Konoha for your selfish desires would cost us much. Danzo! Sandaime warned him, and the Warhawk tensed from the killing intent pouring out of the Hokage. Don't say such a thing in front of these young shinobi, especially Naruto-kun. The relationship between the tower and the uchiha with the village was fragile and distant. Danzo's warning was sound, but he forgot that he was talking to 2 young heirs of 2 prominent clans in Konoha. He knew Itachi and Naruto were loyal, but testing that loyalty would do more harm than good. Not to mention, for orphan Naruto, who used to be a village pariah, Danzo was openly denying the boy a chance to have a family related to him directly by blood. Knock, knock, knock. Excuse me, a deep voice said, not waiting for permission to come in. Sandaime already knew whom it was, typical of this man to barge in as he pleases. I believe I can find our young master here. Naruto craned his neck towards the door. Hakurei. The long-haired seal master inclined his head towards the Uzumaki before taking his place to stand beside Naruto. I have received the same notice from Ayasudano just yesterday, and I can't believe you welcome Naruto-kun by harassing him. Watch your mouth, Hakurei! Kohara hissed. She never could get along with him. Their mentor and Kagami were fond of Hakurei and his twin, but Kohara had never liked the man who never truly swore his allegiance to Konoha. Hakurei rolled his eyes, not bothering to hide it to annoy them. Look who's talking, I believe that, Konoha elder councilman or not, you guys still have to stick with proper manners when talking to the heir of Uzumaki clan. He drew on, and to piss them off even more he stuck his pinky into his ear. Arg, your screech hurts my ears, Koharu. How the heck does your husband stand you, I wonder? You! How dare you! Koharu! Hamura held his female former teammate back. You know him! He is just riling you up! Hakurei blew his finger, rolling his eyes again. As usual, Hamura, you're good at restraining her, must be a product of experimenting during your misspent youth. Hakurei! You will be sorry! I am already sorry for myself for walking in on you years ago, poor me and my twin, he moaned, shaking his head. Naruto, Itachi, and Shisui had wisely jumped all the way to the other side of the room, staring wide-eyed at the chaos occurring opposite them. Hakurei stood, unbothered by the chaos he had caused, yawning widely and earning himself another banshee-like shriek from Yudate Koharu. Danzo and Sandaime were restraining their fellow elders, Danzo showing that he was stronger than Hamura by keeping the man's hands apart so he could not form hand seals. As for the Sandaime, they were in awe when the Hokage didn't even cringe at the threats Koharu hollered at him if he didn't let her go to kill Hakurei. Chaos. That summarized the situation nicely. Naruto-kun, Itachi-kun, Shisui-kun. Sandaime called them out in the midst of chaos. You're dismissed. Submit your paperwork in 3 days and don't be late. I will speak with you again then. Paperwork? Oh, they almost forgot they were officially a team now. Katon! Danzo! Stop, Koharu! Yes, Danzo, can't you even restrain one old granny? Hakurei! Stop trying to get people to kill you! Wisely, the newly formed and almost official Uzumaki Uchiha team fled from the scene through the door, and they didn't stop running until they got to the one place where they felt safe. Meanwhile, at the Shinobi Academy, Naruto-sama had been hounding them for months on promoting their new open class for sealing fundamentals, which actually just was not done yet on their end because it was hard to relate to the material Naruto-sama had compiled on the Academy's curriculum. Uzumaki, like Naruto-sama, especially one with the perk of abusing Kage Bunshin, couldn't comprehend that normal children couldn't complete the foundation stage in 1 year like he did. Yuzuriha and Takusa themselves, while not as bad, still had to wrap their minds around how little academy teachers taught their students about mathematics, which was mostly not useful because no shinobi calculated kunai trajectory while on the field, and the equally low focus on calligraphy and kanji. Academy students wrote with pencils most of the time, so when the handy pencil was replaced with a brush, most of them couldn't write anything readable. Clan children weren't as bad at the calligraphy skill as far as they knew, but that was only for the Hyuga and Uchiha. Other prominent clans didn't care to go beyond legible. These were results of observation from looking at the latest exhibition of their calligraphy class on the hallways of Academy. Said class was in their 3rd year, and the main target for recruitment. Not too young and not too old, the basic math and calligraphy already covered in the Academy were another plus. It filled Yuzuriha and Takusa with despair that apparently, their expectations were too high. Then again, the youngest seal master was Naruto-sama, and he was not the most reliable measuring stick. Aniki. Nani? According to the Academy Curriculum Handbook, Takusa brandished said book, tapping a specific paragraph. They only have a calligraphy workshop once, It's like an art and craft class. Yuzuru had kissed her hopes to find a prospective disciple goodbye. Is that so? Maybe we should open a calligraphy and math class first? Takusa wondered out loud. The sandy-haired kunoichi scowled. We're not a civilian cram school. Takusa laughed sheepishly. It's just a suggestion, but still. He craned his neck at calligraphy paper with an almost illegible Inuzuka on the corner, and it seemed the canine partner also participated. Was the line they had to write. Hai no ishi was a standard practice because, as future Konoha shinobi, the children would have been told about it thousands of times until it was ingrained into their minds. I can't read this Inuzuka kid's work. Takusa deadpan. Not to mention halfway, he was out of space and forced the last character to squeeze in at the end at a much smaller size. Yuzuriha winced when she spotted several papers with the same problem. Got another problem we almost overlooked. Fuinjutsu, as an obscure art, was widely regarded as a field of study not any shinobi could learn. The effort and time consumed by research and experimentation was the biggest obstacle, as most shinobi didn't want to expend them. Age was another. Most shinobi chose to specialize in something after they reached chunin rank, and by that time, was not an art you could easily learn from scratch. Another reason was sometimes you simply couldn't practice the obscure art due to motor or visual perception difficulties. The former was a more common problem and could improve with practice, but from what they knew, shinobi with motor problems never reached the proficiency to practice. The latter was even worse because, from medical research Tsunade-sama herself had done, it couldn't be fixed. Visual perception was a cognitive skill, like language processing, verbal memory, or problem solving. Children with poor visual perceptual skills would also often have difficulty with mathematics beyond memorizing math facts. A subset of visual perception is visual memory, holding an image in the mind's eye and being able to retrieve an image when needed. It was the one fatal flaw that nailed the door to closed. They couldn't tell if these children had those problems from just these examples, but they didn't expect a lot of applicants in the first place. However, if any willing children had to be rejected because of something they couldn't control, Yuzuriha didn't want to imagine the repercussions if the unlucky kids were part of a prominent clan. Takusa was thinking the same and then pointed at a much neater-looking work on the opposite wall. The name read Hyuga Hinata. At least the heir of Hyuga undoubtedly doesn't need remedial lessons in calligraphy. Yuzuriha blinked. I think Shion-san mentioned the Hyuga applying for a number of their main branch members. Was this child included? She had a biased suspicion that the Hyuga thought was an intelligent art befitting their station, or something along those lines. Takusa shrugged. But if she is, it would be a big deal. Yuzuriha eyed the neater and precise writing Hyuga Hinata produced. As expected of Hyuga heir, she will make her clan proud, don't you think? Takusa tried his best to not look at the not-so-hidden girl fidgeting behind a nearby vending machine. Yeah, if she is interested in our class, that would be nice. Then he added in a whisper. You're seriously interested in the Hyuga heir? The one rumored to be scared of her own shadow? And your acting is lame. Naruto-sama would be disappointed in you for trying to con a little girl. I am sure the rumors are exaggerating, and I would love to help give this girl a dose of self-confidence. The fact that she is the Hyuga heir is a bonus, though. Shinobi politics at its finest. Besides, she didn't lie. Hyuga Hinata would have an easier time than her peers since she had already got calligraphy covered. Yuzuriha smiled when she felt Hinata's chakra shift, followed by tiny and hurried footsteps. The girl was embarrassed. Besides, I can definitely appreciate the lower ratio of testosterone in our tower. The majority of seal masters in the tower, like in any shinobi corps, was male. So based on these examples, we have Hyuga Hinata. She also had Haruno Sakura listed, that adorable girl she rescued before. Takusa took a peek at the list his sister made. All of them are girls. Are you implying all boys have crappy handwriting? Then go find some boy candidates. We don't have to start from the correct way to hold a brush, Yuzuriha said dismissively. Takusa groaned, but didn't voice his protest out loud. He wandered over the boys' portion. Thankfully, the academy teachers separated the work on gender. The Inuzuka boy was definitely out, terrible handwriting aside. He didn't see how to incorporate with Inuzuka's fighting style. Then there was Akimichi's better than Inuzuka's, more precise, but it was dirty. There was an oil stain on the paper and potato crumbs stuck and painted into the ink. Akimichi ate all the time, definitely not a prime candidate for Seal Master when they had the most hygienic workshop next to Medic Nin. Depriving them from eating would go against the Kimichi's philosophy. At last, he found a good one, neat and precise after a dozen of SOSO and terrible work. It belonged to an aburame, but there was one concern: there were some white spots in his writing suspiciously around the size of Kikechu. Did some of his insects wander onto his work in progress by accident? For a moment, he pondered whether insects in workshops were a hazard or not. In the end, Takusa wrote Aburame Shino down with a note to discuss it with Shibidano first. The Aburame clan had a good relationship with them after the root fiasco. Then, next to Shino's, there was another good work, but with one glaring problem: the size of his work was 4 times smaller than his peers. Obviously, it belonged to Nara, the son of the current Jounin commander. Why the heck did this kid write the characters so tiny? He should have filled the whole paper, not 1/4 of it. It didn't look out of place because the kid centered the line, but this was still cutting corners. This was one lazy kid, and obviously lazy and didn't mix, but Mao! I am just considering candidacy based on handwriting anyway. He wrote down the name Naro Shikamaru quickly on his note. Another line of SOSO work that bore him to tears later: he found a perfect work, neat, precise, with no fault. By the standards of 8 or 9-year-olds with no practice in sealing, anyway. He blinked owlishly. Somehow this writing style was familiar. As a seal master, he was taught to remember writing styles as others remembered faces. Oh, Aniki! Yuzure had turned her attention to Takusa. What? She asked in a flat tone. Don't you think this writing style is eerily familiar? Especially the styling on the kanji fire? Most kids would pull a short stroke, but this one had a koma-like stroke from the top. The female Shiomitsu blinked. You're right? This is one of the best works so far. Whose? As one, the two Shiomitsu lowered their gaze to the corner of the paper, where they saw equally neat writing of Uchiha Sasuke plus the paper medal as best work. Ah. Itachi's little brother. No wonder the writing style was familiar. From what they heard in passing from Shisui, Itachi's little brother idolized the Uchiha prodigy. They didn't expect the worship to extend as far as imitating Itachi's handwriting, though. Well, Uchiha. I suppose, as long as he didn't plagiarize anyone's work, he would. Takusa wrote the name down. But this is going to put the kid on the bottom of the list. The tendency to imitate, regardless of the reason, was frowned upon in their field of work. They understood this child perhaps did this subconsciously, but it was a big minus in their book. Oh well, considering their current relations, they didn't need more connections with the fire-breathing clan. What's the chance of an Uchiha to be interested in, anyway? Yuzuriha wondered out loud. So far, neither Itachi nor Shisui showed much interest despite being Naruto-sama's best friends. As was one field of ninja arts where they couldn't use their bloodline for an edge, it was no wonder. He couldn't imagine Itachi's little brother being any different. Their discussion was cut short when a chunin with a scarred face called them over, informing that his students were now ready for their presentation. They reminded themselves for the 1000th time that, while these kids were Naruto-sama's age, they were brats. Not Naruto-sama. Time to face the horde. Ichiraku ramen. Slurp. 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 It was pretty therapeutic, thinking of nothing but inhaling noodles, scooping the savory broth, and taking small bites of ramen topping. Also forgetting the traumatic experience of the dysfunctional dynamic of Konoha's veteran shinobi. I wonder what it was that we saw in Hokage-sama's office? At least until Itachi opened his mouth, he had almost completely forgotten the last 3 minutes of their stay in the Hokage's office. Shisui snarled at his cousin before gulping down the leftover soup on his bowl. Could you please not remind me? Itachi, you don't get the meaning of too much information, do you? Itachi tilted his head to the side in confusion. Considering Naruto had enlightened him about the birds and the bees just a few months ago, it was no wonder the Uchiha prodigy didn't get the implications of what Hakurai said. Itachi, Naruto began gently. It was at times like these that Naruto felt like he was the older one. Don't think about it too much. Itachi tended to stress over everything. There was a reason why the Uchiha heir had aged prematurely. Let's just say what happened in the office makes me wish the Yamanaka clan offered brain bleach services to the shinobi population. Shisui nodded vigorously in agreement. Itachi nodded, and he didn't ask for further explanation. He trusted Naruto's judgment. Oh, I see. Still, Shisui trailed off. Too much info aside, I can't believe Hakurei waltzed in and made a circus out of the Konoha Elder Council. Naruto nodded. At least now I know why we have never seen the complete set of advisors plus Hakurei together. He turned them back to genin mental age. Naruto and Shisui glanced at Itachi, who was sitting between them. While Naruto was still learning the intricacies of his sensor ability, he could perceive simple emotions from chakra, especially Itachi's, as he was very familiar with it. The Uchiha heir was happy, excited even. Itachi? We're an official team now. His tone held its usual impassivity, but they could feel the underlying joy. And since we're a team of Chunin, we will be sent to higher mission as part of the regular force. I can't wait. They could almost hear the unspoken excitement. They had been an unofficial team since they met, so why did being official mean so much for Itachi? Looking at the understanding smile on Shisui's lips and how he ruffled Itachi's hair fondly, much to Itachi's annoyance, Naruto guessed Shisui knew why. Alright, Itachi, we will be the greatest team you ever had. Even better than the Sannin, Shisui declared. Naruto laughed at that. The Sannin? Then we better start looking for another Hanzo to nickname us. Shisui grinned. Why don't we ask Ayasu-sama instead the next time we see him? Hell no, he'll either give us a ridiculous name just to rile us up or something fire-related. And I am not going to get myself infected by your pyromania anytime soon. Haha, no way. There is nothing wrong with having an inner pyro. Don't you think watching things burn to a smoldering fire, leaving behind glowing embers that pulse with such inner light, isn't just thought therapeutic? Naruto was not impressed at Shisui's attempt to phrase the Uchiha's love for fire poetically. Although lately, after spending so much time around Itachi and Shisui, not to mention fanning their flames with his wind, he had started to understand how burning things was no. Don't go to the dark side, Uzumaki Naruto. By the way, Naruto. Naruto snapped his attention back to reality. Yes? Itachi looked nervous, which was odd. Why did he acted so awkward over team placements? Is it alright to finish our paperwork soon? By tomorrow, perhaps? Naruto nodded, as being a researcher was part of the SEAL master description. Doing paperwork came to him easily, unlike most action-oriented shinobi. Sure, after what happened today, I don't think I will continue my research anytime soon. At least not this week. If you and Shisui are busy, I will write for your parts too. Really? Shisui cheered. Yada! Shisui, do your own paperwork sometimes. You can't always foist them on Naruto or me. Shisui pouted. Yeah, but it's troublesome. Itachi shook his head exasperatedly. Your generous offer aside, I asked because, with our official status, it would be fine if I invite you to dinner with my family. Naruto's eyes widened. Are you sure? Itachi nodded. Yes, my parents look forward to seeing you. Since forever, his mother especially. You're officially my teammate now, and it's a tradition for teammates from prominent clans to invite you to dinner together. Is there such a tradition? Was this why Itachi was so happy about the official status? That was just so. Best friend or not, if you put Uchiha together with adorable, I will give you nightmares. Of your parents procreating. Naruto shook his head frantically, confusing Itachi and Shisui. Yes, of course. I will go. Why are you shaking your head then? Shisui asked. He was still shaking his head. Kurama. You do realize Kurama-san can't see you shaking your head, right? Itachi pointed out. Hokage's office. You are all my oldest friends and comrades. Sarutobi Hiruzen hollered at them. I've known you all since my childhood, and yet, why can't you just sit and converse like civilized human beings when you're all in the same room? It had been like this since Mito-sama passed away. A crack had formed in their friendship when the Nidaime had passed and had deteriorated even further after Kagami's and Sanjetsu's deaths. Fine. Hakurei rolled his eyes. After Sandaime threatened bodily harm, the argument and struggling stopped, and the meeting was wisely continued with a new sitting arrangement. Sandaime was sitting beside Hakurei, while his advisors took their seats on another side of his desk. It was not ideal, but at least Hakurai the troublemaker was not within immediate reach of their deft hands. Danzo cleared his throat. So, you came to save your young master from the trouble he dug for himself. You spoiled that child rotten. Considering how you treat children, of course I look like spoiling Naruto-kun to you, Hakurai retorted smoothly. They locked gaze with each other, narrowing murderously. Don't start again, Hiruzen warned, gaze irritated. Hakurai shrugged, breaking eye contact with Danzo at the same time. Oh yes, so why did you call me again? Sandaime was not fooled by Hakurai's facade. He never forgot anything where Naruto was concerned. And for those same reasons, Hakurai never forgave and never forgot any slight against Naruto. I am thinking of promoting him to Tokubetsu Jounin soon. Sandaime ignored the sharp intake of breath from his teammates and Danzo. So I want your opinion on whether his skill is at an appropriate level yet. Hiruzen, you. Silence. I am talking to Hakurai. If you interrupt me again, the door is just right there, Koharu. The Hokage pointed at said door. Hakurai didn't seem surprised, which confirmed Hiruzen's suspicion that the Shiomitsu wanted him to drop the metaphorical bomb on the others. He passed the 5th Dan exam just last month and is well on his way to 6th Dan. Traditionally, the skill level of a seal master was defined with Dan ranks, with disciple as lowest and 9th Dan as highest rank. After a student passed the qualification exam marking the end of their foundation year, they would receive the rank of 1st Dan and, from there on out, will move numerically upwards as they advanced. Each level was attained through an exam they could take on an unfixed timeline, unlike the Chunin exam, by presenting a complete project that proved their credibility for the next level. Danzo scoffed. Your dans mean nothing here, and can you prove that you graded the fairly? Hakurai narrowed his eyes, but he didn't rise to the bait. If anything, his status as an Uzumaki sets our standards for him higher, not lower. Danzo, if you wish to follow this discussion, you will not speak out of turn. He was not in the mood for their squabbling. So would you recommend promotion to Tokubetsu Jounin for Naruto-kun? The long-haired seal master eyed the Hokage skeptically. You were so dead set against promoting Naruto-kun because of his young age. Why are you changing your mind now, Hiruzen? The Hokage sighed. I am following your advice. The last time I ignored it. Don't swim against whirlpool currents, you will be sucked in. He tapped his pipe against the rim of a metal ashtray on his desk before he continued. I learned from my mistake. Trying to hinder Naruto-kun once he had set his mind on something is an exercise in futility. I am not giving him special treatment, it's more logical and healthier for our old hearts to let Naruto-kun advance when he deserves it rather than giving him ideas to work around the limitation we set on him. Hamura eyed his longtime friend curiously. The Kage looked tired. I see, I suppose, by giving the boy a higher rank with clearance for higher-ranked missions we know he can complete with his new teammates, is a much better choice, much better than hunting missing nin. The only saving grace of his reckless action was the boy went to his hunt prepared. I disagree, Danzo drew on. His latest action is borderline treason, going behind his superior's back to make an alliance with a noble, no less. Hakurai, while offended by the accusation, was more amused by the hypocrisy on Danzo's part. Funny you said that. He ignored Danzo's withering glare. And the noble is our daimyo's family. Last time I checked, they're not our enemy, are they? I believe we're under their employment. Sandaime sighed. What's done between Naruto-kun and the royal family is out of our hands. I just hope he and his clan and all under the Uzumaki clan aren't going to regret this choice. Oh, we won't, Hakurai replied confidently. If anything, it would do Konoha more good than bad. Besides, we all know who is actually in power in the royal court, don't we? Is that assumption based on Tokugawa Ieyasu's fondness or Namikaze's Muramasa? Danzo inquired, his lone eye narrowed dangerously. Hakurai just smirked. You don't know him at all, do you? Believe me, if that man has taken a liking to my young master, pedigree is just fascinating trivia to him. Tokugawa Ieyasu was infamous for valuing personal merit over bloodline. That was why, even though Teichio, their official daimyo, was a bumbling fool and indecisive, he had a group of competent advisors handpicked by Ieyasu with the shadow ruler himself as part of the group. We're just going to waste time if you want to discuss what Naruto-kun did in the capital. There is nothing you can do about it, anyway. I get it, you're all upset. But as Hiruzen said, you will get nowhere. He cleared his throat. And without more distractions from the main topic, I disagree with the idea of promoting him so soon. Silence. Obviously, no one in the room expected Hakurai to not support the promotion of his young master. Does that mean his skill level and is not adequate for the Tokubetsu Jounin rank? Hiruzen asked coolly, assessing the objection calmly. Hakurai snorted. As if. Then he pulled out an orange scroll with a spiral pattern out of a sleeve pocket and unrolled it on the Hokage's desk. It was a storage seal with the kanji for paper on each circular formula written neatly across the scroll. This, Hakurai stressed, is a scroll compiling all the research documents for Naruto unsealing projects. Sensing Danzo's interested gaze, Hakurai added, "And no, I am not giving you any copies." "No," he snarled at Danzo. They almost forgot the mama bear protectiveness of a sealing master over their research notes. Hakurai cleared his throat. "Now, as I was saying, so far, there are 10 finished and officially tested projects, 5 finished but untested, and over 30 works in progress." Their eyes widened in shock. It was an unusually large number for someone who learned of seals in less than 3 years. 3 of the finished 10 are already being mass-produced to the public. Namely, the Godai no Jijika, 5-element cross seal, Senku, flash seal, and the Gongjimin, sticky ground seal. He listed. Of course, the Hokage and councilmen knew of the 3 seals. They were very popular with the shinobi population for their simplicity and ease of use. Although the Godai no Jijika deserved special mention for versatility, it had been banned from selling it to shinobi below Chunin rank. Looking at their amazed faces, Hakurai knew what the question of the year was. How the hell did Naruto have the time to work on so many projects? Didn't that boy have other duties too? He used at least 10 Kage Bunshin on a daily basis, 1 for daily chores, 5 to research and the rest experimenting. Hakurai counted. Naruto-kun himself alternates his schedule between researching, field experimentation, training, and missions. Kohara gaped. With that kind of abuse, the Kage Bunshin should have fried his brain from the memory overload. That boy shouldn't have even learned Kage Bunshin yet. But considering who he hung out with on a daily basis, it was no wonder. Hakurai nodded. He knocked himself out when he started this insane schedule, right on the first day, and you know me. As long as it doesn't kill anyone, I am the type who lets our kids touch fire so they know it hurts. Kohara bristled. She had never agreed with the rough way Yuzushio's refugees were handling their children. Rough handling was fine, but not when it potentially gave the child a stroke. Never mind how resilient their kids tended to be, it was no excuse for half the things they did. Though in Naruto-kun's case, rather than staying away from the fire after it burned him, he tried to find a way to touch the fire without getting hurt instead. The Shiomitsu unsealed 2 stacks of research papers from the scroll. The first had neat writing Godai Jijika Fuin, and under it was Naruto's name. The second scroll was far from neat. The binding was crooked, some of the papers were not the same size, and there was a smudge of ink on the cover. The paper was titled with the same style of writing, but the author had obviously written it in a hurry with the title Kyoku no Kuroku. Memory document. The name was straightforward but sounded like a pun at the same time. They couldn't tell whether Naruto was serious or not when naming the seal. There are around 10 or so papers in the same condition. They could almost see metaphorical sparkle from the first in comparison to the shoddy-looking second paper. Is it that the boy can't be bothered, or does it depend on his mood? Kohara wondered out loud. Hakurai waved his hand in negative. All the cluttered paper documented here are on seals for his personal use. What? In short, seals he made out of urgent need, like, for example, that pesky headache the memory transfer of Kage Bunshin caused. Hakurai elaborated. The reason my young master is not brain dead yet is because he converted the chakra used to construct his clone to spiritual energy that made up the memory part and stored it inside this seal. Then, when he is sleeping at night, he transfers the memory as dreams so he can get the substantial information with minimum mental strain. Danzo was trembling in anger. He kept his emotions under tight control most of the time, but this was outrageous even for him. Isn't that a high-ranked mind seal? Imagine how useful that seal is for espionage. And that boy kept it to himself for extra study hours and as a cure for his headaches? Hakurai rolled his eyes. That's what you get for limiting him to mission C rank and below, and limiting his pool of sparring partners. He sighed loudly. Naruto-kun is very creative and imaginative, but he is, more often than not, likely to set his mind on the problem at hand and not looking further. That is self-contradicting, Hamura pointed out. Basically, to Naruto-kun, this ingenious seal you think could be put to better use than providing extra study hours is just a solution for his headaches and mental exhaustion. No more, no less. Not because he is short-sighted, but because he has never been put in a situation where he could put it for better use. In short, the limits they had placed on him had curbed his potential in. Well, that and because Naruto-kun is rarely motivated for his own sake, the Shiomitsu added with a sigh. So this seal that he made for himself was only developed as far as he deemed necessary and stopped there. I had to ask him to pile the scattered paper for the seal, and I know some of it is missing and not in order. The binding is sloppy, and I am pretty sure the naming is the result of sleepiness. Because Naruto stayed late to find scattered papers and some pages smelt like a mix of citrus fruit and trash. Or it's a lame pun, Kagami's son suggested. He was not sure which, but he was leaning towards the latter. And I don't recommend using this seal for field use, because it's never been tested on someone else's side effects that, perhaps prevented by his status. Naruto-kun didn't even bother to figure out the exact chakra consumption and dozens of untested variables. Hakurai listened in exasperated tone. At this point, all of them were staring at him, wide-eyed. Obviously, it was not what they had expected from his young master. And is there any other seal like this, Kyoku Kuroku? Hiruzen winced. The name sounded like a tongue twister. Obviously, it was Shisui-kun's idea of a joke. Hakurai gave him a deadpan look. This one is one of the few worth mentioning. There is another seal that draws moisture from its surrounding environment. Didn't that sound like what their teacher, Senju Tobarama, was famed for? Used to save water consumption for his garden. And he uses it as an automatic sprinkler when he is on missions. Hakurai droned on. And before you harp on how it sounds like imitating Tobarama-sama, the amount of water produced is only enough to water his plants because the range is poor, and when I suggest developing the seal to Nidame's level. Hakurai trailed off in a despairing tone. Why would I want to do that? Isn't it easier to just use a storage seal tailored for elemental techniques? We can just use Fukahawan as its base. If there was a childish side left of his young master, this was it. He liked to find easier solutions rather than try the hard way when he could get away with it. He made that in 3 days, reusing the same theory for the Godai Jujika. From the seal specifically made for Katan, to an all-element one. Nowadays, he saves a river's worth of water inside and carries it around as Itachi-kun's suction water source. That sounded like Naruto-kun alright, Sandaime couldn't help but think. And there is... Alright, I get your point, the Hokage interjected in an exasperated tone. So what else? Hakurai beamed. I am glad to hear that. I thought I'd have to get to how my young master modified an explosive seal to emit controlled heat as a dish dryer. What? He uses what for what? The Hokage hollered. Hakurai shifted his eyes to the side. Maybe he shouldn't spill about that one. Never mind. Tell him to remove it from his kitchen. Really? I thought it was ingenious and hygienic. Hakurai sounded very impressed about it. Sandaime was not impressed. Forbid him from using for mundane things. Seals are not for chores. The old seal master raised a white eyebrow. You do realize we use seals to vanish dirt and dust in our tower, which is why we never use brooms, don't you? The Hokage glared at him. Obviously, the old Kage didn't care that Hakurai had to sound like a hypocrite should he prevent his surrogate grandson from using dangerous seals for mundane applications. Hakurai sighed. Fine, and back on track. Most of the unfinished projects here are on the stage of preliminary research, so it's just theory and brainstorming. He didn't have enough experience and knowledge to move the project to the next step. He inhaled deeply. And this is why I object to promoting Naruto-kun now. Kohara frowned. Are you telling us that he has a tendency to leave his work unfinished? He shook his head. As a seal master, he has flaws, but doing things by half is not one of them. He just leaves it for later when he has enough resources to complete it. Inspiration for doesn't come all the time, even for an Uzumaki. Is that so? Danzo sounded skeptical. Hakurai glared at him. Most of the time, seal masters make designs for general purposes, which is why the most common seal in public circulation is the storage seal and explosive tag. It was one of the most simple and basic designs, but beloved by the shinobi population because it suited their purposes anytime. This is why Godai Jujika Fuin, of his, is favored among our shinobi force, but as you can tell, in his second and third year, he didn't produce any seals suitable for mass production. Danzo narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that? Shouldn't he improve and design better seals? You make it sound like he is declining. Hakurai scoffed. Of course he is improving, however his design objective changed from his first year, or to be exact from designing a seal that everyone can use to the more specific target and function. Sandaime narrowed his eyes, his expression thoughtful. His first year was when Naruto was recently offered apprenticeship to Sealing Division. He still lived outside of the tower and, while he didn't interact with a large number of shinobi, he was not that out of touch with the general population. His first 3 seals were simple in design, and served to accommodate quicker execution of nature manipulation, trapping and capture, and distractions. Things everyone in their force could use. And then in his second and third year he was more isolated. Most of his missions fell into a similar category, and he didn't interact with anyone outside of his small circle of friends and comrades. Naruto was always motivated by his need for acknowledgement from people he cared about. The Sandaime didn't want to admit it, but if Naruto had previously craved acknowledgement from the whole village, he now only cared for selected people. Which was why. I see, his attention snapped to Danzo, who had a thoughtful look on his face. You're telling us if we want more results from him, we should push his limit? Hakurai's left eye twitched. Pretty sure that's not what I meant. Danzo looked smug, and the Hokage was sure he wouldn't like whatever his rival was planning. I believe it was recently decided that Itachi and Shisui will be transferred to Team Ro under Hatake Kakashi. Hiruzen sighed. As usual, Danzo had taken a peek at documents meant only for his eyes. Yes, because there is no empty slot in ANBU teams after we lost the team to last year. It was a great loss, and to lose the ANBU team inside their village to boot. Suddenly, he had a sinking feeling where this conversation was heading to. So he made up his mind and prayed to his late predecessors he was not making another mistake. So Hakurai, how is their teamwork? I know they are very close friends. Close enough to join Naruto going behind Hokage's back. But teamwork is another matter entirely. Hakurai, as if sensing impromptu tug-of-war for his young master, pounced in. Enough to impress Tokugawa Ieyasu. That was vague but something. The Shadow Ruler was not a man that easily impressed. If you want, spare your time next week and come to our personal training ground, you will see something interesting. His grin told them he knew something they didn't. In another part of Konoha village. Gotcha! Shisui eyed the golden adamantine chain wrapped around his midsection. You know, is there a need to restrain me when I am in the middle of executing a shunshin? And why me? You let Itachi go. There was no interruption to Itachi's shunshin from Naruto, but he was caught by the blonde for some reason. Naruto pondered for a moment before answering. Yes. I need to catch you for the first question, and second, I need to ask you something. Something about Itachi, so I let him go home first so we can talk in private. Why didn't you just say so? Are you sure you don't just want to prove that you can catch Shunshin no Shisui with your chakra chain? Shisui wiggled his eyebrow in amusement. The just grinned sheepishly. It's more fun this way. My pride hurts, he pouted. Naruto rolled his eyes, unimpressed. You will be fine. Before proceeding to drag Shisui towards the nearest training ground he knew was rarely used due to a wild boar infestation. As long as they stayed on high ground, the wild animals wouldn't interrupt them. Shisui made himself comfortable on the high branches of one of the abnormally tall trees born of the Shodaime's chakra that were common in Konoha. So what about Itachi? He seems a bit too happy over the official team status we just got. Do you know why? Naruto asked in his blunt fashion. Shisui rolled his eyes. Typical, straight to the point and painfully blunt. Then again, I am not some noble you need to dance with words with. He shrugged. But you first, are you unhappy about it? Naruto sighed. It's not about being happy or unhappy about it. We're already a team through and through. Official or not. However, with this, more people will know about us, And I don't want this arrangement to trouble you because you two are uchiha and I am a. The uchiha scoffed. Glad to know you're concerned about us, but for Itachi being a team the Hokage and Konoha acknowledge is important. He grinned. As for why did you know that kids like you who graduated early usually get teamed up with older genin? Naruto nodded. Me too, but I got lucky enough to be teamed with genin just 1 year older, so it wasn't much of a gap. Naruto cringed. He started to get where this was going. Deruwa, a nail that sticks out will be hammered. Shisui quoted the old proverb in a sage tone. He narrowed his eyes in displeasure. If you excel, you are subject to criticism and envy. He recalled how older students in the academy took pleasure in putting him back in his place. Back then, he never won the spar, but he held his head high and never showed himself as weak. No winner felt like they really won the fight when the opponent looked unbothered and ran his penalty lap like it was nothing. Not everyone is as lucky as you, Mr. Already part of a division. Shisui huffed. Itachi and I were pretty relieved Hokage-sama didn't put you with older genin actually. Naruto averted his eyes, recalling how he used the Hokage's fondness of him to get out of that. Obviously, Itachi and Shisui didn't get the same luxury. I see, so he had a problem with his genuine teammates, or perhaps his instructor? He hazarded a guess. Shisui nodded. Itachi graduated at 7 like you and was placed under Jounin Minazuki Yuki with older graduates. He rubbed the back of his head, trying to recall Itachi's forgotten genin team. The Inkunoichi of his team are decent people, but the other guy, however. Typical. There was a bully picking on Itachi because he was younger and more talented? No matter what generation, there was always a bully who thought they could pick on younger shinobi just because they could. I think his name was Tenma. Shisui nodded to himself, confident that he didn't get the name wrong. Itachi had ignored him since they were in the academy. I caught the guy demanding Itachi to apologize for his success and for being an uchiha. And then he chased the jerk away for being a jerk, because Itachi wouldn't resort to violence even if the brat deserved it. Naruto snickered. And that incident didn't go on their report card, I suppose? And whose brilliant idea was it, to put that boy in the same team as Itachi? S.A., the Shunshin expert shrugged. But you know Itachi, he treated the jerk civilly and didn't let the poor team dynamic hinder his career. Itachi's accomplishments even earned Team 2 the honor of guarding our official daimyo on his annual trip to Konoha as the best genin team of the year. The blonde tilted his head to the side. It didn't escape him that what earned them the honor was Itachi's accomplishment, not the team's. There is something like the best genin team of the year? If there is, he wouldn't know because he was never a part of the genin team and never will be. The team who was awarded that title is given the symbolic honor to guard the daimyo. How that was an honor or reward, Shisui didn't know. Guarding pompous nobles was not fun, especially if Naruto was not around to distract them from complaining about everything. I guess that our daimyo is actually protected by the Umbu and 12 guardians from the shadows in that mission? Who was insane enough to trust the genin team to guard their lord on their own, anyway? Shisui nodded. Yup, the keyword is symbolic honor. Naruto nodded sagely. So how is this mission relevant to my question? Did this kid get killed in this mission? At Shisui's shocked look, Naruto added. You use past tense. Obviously, this Tenma is no longer in the world of the living. Shisui sighed. There was an ambush, and he rushed towards an unknown enemy. He cringed. That was one sad way to die. Any shinobi that had enough guts to go after a daimyo would be at least level, and this genin rushed to attack on assassination mission? Sure, there were situations where you had to go against superior opponents, but charging ahead without planning when you had an instructor with you was foolish. There was being reckless and there was suicidal. So this honorary mission went downhill. Itachi went home shortly after one teammate, and his other teammate quit the shinobi program soon afterwards too. Shisui looked pained. Because with one dead teammate and she, herself, hopeless to catch up to Itachi's level. Itachi's former teammate most likely had no ill intentions. She was being considerate, ensuring that she didn't hinder Itachi's progress. Still, for the 9-year-old Itachi, to be left alone by his first teammates. That's not the end of the story, I suppose? He hazarded a guess at Shisui's scowling face. No doubt the Uchiha was still recalling yet another unpleasant page of Itachi's life. Shisui nodded. I blamed Fugakuji for giving in to the clan's demand to push Itachi to advance quicker. Itachi was just getting to know his replacement teammates back then, and then someone higher up thinks it's a brilliant idea to give Itachi a pass to take the Chunin exam solo in the following year. Itachi hadn't known and Fugakuji had accepted it on his behalf. Shisui was appalled that Itachi's father had let Itachi go alone. Solo? Naruto's eyes widened at that. How was such a thing allowed in Konoha? He had teammates. Why did he have to take that exam alone? Not to mention, back then, his new teammates had time to improve. Most genin teams waited 1 year to be recommended for the Chunin exam. Politics, Naruto growled the answer out. Danzo again, most likely? Yep, at the rate that one-eyed cripple is going, I think we can blame almost everything on him. Naruto snorted at that. Close enough. Shisui cleared his throat. So, Naruto, for you and me, the status as an official team doesn't really matter, but to Itachi it's important to him, because it reduces the likelihood that we will be separated because we're his equals. He doesn't have to be worried that you or I will be left behind or leave him. He didn't want to lose us, that was what Shisui wanted to convey. Naruto was stunned, so there was a part of Itachi he didn't understand yet. To Itachi this team is important. Like a road sign that pointed to a path they would walk together as shinobi. Alright, I get it. He sighed, raising his hands in surrender. Heh? Naruto rubbed his temple. I mean, let's be an official team. We will deal with the repercussions later. As long as Itachi was happy with it. Shisui cheered. Yay! You're the best. This is why you're my favorite brat. Call me a brat again and I will throw you into that river near the Uchiha compound. It would be an ironic death considering your name. Naruto threatened. Shisui cooked. I know you love me. Ha ha, sorry, I am engaged and not swinging that way. Naruto retorted. Why do I have a feeling that you will use your committed status for jokes from now on? What makes you think so? Uchiha compound, main family's house. Itachi had been staring at nothing in particular, and Sasuke was pretty sure now his brother was spacing out. This was unusual. Nissan? I have a feeling that I've been left out of something. Huh! Nissan was so weird today, weirder than usual. Unfair. Then he poked Sasuke's forehead before the younger Uchiha could react. Sasuke protested. Nissan! Only to receive another forehead poke he was sure he didn't deserve. Interlude: Oblivious Monkey and Envious Hawk. Hakurei had once written a chronicle of the founding era of shinobi villages. Once upon a time, a pair of shinobi twins followed their parents as aides for a beautiful red-haired princess of the Uzumaki to a new village. She was beautiful, intelligent, and was the perfect match for Senju Hashirama, the charismatic clan head of the Senju. However, his story was not about neither the Uzumaki princess nor the Shodai Hokage, but what followed years later. Hakurei and his twin, Sanjetsu, were introduced to the two teams the Nidaime had formed to be his future subordinates. Back then, he and his twin were determined to serve Konoha to end the Warring States era, as an extension of Yuzushiogakure for Konoha. So it was no wonder that, wherever the Nidaime's subordinates went, they were not far away acting as support. There were two boys that especially held their attention because, according to Mito-sama, her brother-in-law saw in them the potential to be the next Hokage. The first was the Sarutobi boy, who at first seemed to be Nidaime's model student, was a bit bratty, but he had a good heart, and his will of fire burned strong. The other boy was much simpler in their opinion. He was a hot-headed and eager ninja with a strong desire to prove himself. Their names were Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzu, respectively, and the twins became fast friends with them. They wondered who Nidaime was going to choose in the end. Then they started to see the seed of a problem in the second boy. He had a severe inferiority complex regarding the first. While having a rival and desiring to surpass said rival was good and encouraged, it didn't seem to be acting as positive reinforcement for this boy. Thus, Sanjetsu approached Danzo and warned Shimura about his obsession with defeating Hiruzen, as it would just hinder his progress if he were not careful. His advice went unheeded. Hakurei approached the other, and asked Hiruzen what thought of Danzo. It was revealed that the Sarutobi had no idea that Danzo held such negative feelings towards him. He was confident in their steadfast friendship and Danzo's reliability. Seeing nothing to be done, the twins simply hoped that Danzo's obsession and Sarutobi's obliviousness wouldn't be their downfall. Tobirama-sama had such high hopes for them. They admired Tobirama-sama and respected him like Mito-sama, but they wished he picked a better time to pass on his hat. Once the grief over losing their leader passed, the twins felt an ominous premonition about Hiruzen and Danzo's future. The circumstances of Nidame's decision was the last straw and pushed Danzo's unhealthy inferiority complex past the point of no return. Hiruzen, trusting and kind, had no idea. He even chose Danzo to be one of his advisors. At first, they hoped the position would placate Danzo somehow, perhaps he would forget this souring rivalry. No such luck, it only went downhill from there. Time passed and they became older and supposedly wiser. Most people seemed to think Danzo had matured, for he had abandoned his spirited countenance in favor of a cold, collected facade of calmness. He did not allow his emotions to surface, adopting a stoicism even better than the average uchiha. Kagami had agreed and laughed when he was told his teammate was becoming so good at imitating his clansmen, although Hakurei and Sanjetsu didn't see anything funny about it. Rather than maturing, all they were seeing was how jealousy had twisted the driven and brave boy Danzo used to be. It didn't take long for Kagami to realize, and he too was getting worried for his teammate. Hiruzen never saw it coming. He thought Danzo was sacrificing himself by forming Root to handle the missions of darker nature. He was confident in their friendship and could not believe that Danzo would stray. Or rather, he didn't want to believe that. Danzo had definitely grown up, he'd grown taller and older, but he was not getting wiser. Apparently wisdom was optional when you grew old, unlike what most elders believed. Danzo, you alone are not Konoha. He was so blinded by his own ideals, he couldn't even comprehend such a simple warning from Hakurei's young master. Danzo might place the interests of the village above all else, even ethics and morals. Konoha was everything to him, but at the same time Danzo had come to hate the previous Hokage's beliefs. In his mind, they made Konoha weak. Even now, Hakurei still couldn't comprehend how Danzo managed to forget that their beliefs were the foundation of Konoha. What was this village without it? He couldn't even understand that one simple truth, and the Konoha he saw was no longer a village shaped by the will of fire and its people, but his ideals. And just like that, Danzo, who believed he was Konoha's most loyal shinobi, had unknowingly made himself her greatest traitor. He dared to think of himself as Konoha, and threw away the Konoha he and Hiruzen swore to protect. The irony amused neither Hakurei nor his young master. It was, after all, an utter pity. Danzo had thrown himself into the abyss, and fell so deep that he could no longer see the Konoha that was once a light in his heart. He was such a pitiful man. 17th Legacy, Unexpected Windfall. Iruka cleared his throat loudly, not because his throat itched or anything, but because the gesture never failed to get his students to stop whatever they were doing and pay attention to him. Then again, maybe it was because he always cleared his throat before yelling. But never mind. Chuji at last stopped munching on his chips and Kiba paused his conversation with his dog. Ahem! Today, as I announced yesterday, we have 2 shinobi from the Sealing Division. He gestured towards the 2 young people standing beside him. They were pretty young, he couldn't help but note, probably a few years younger than him, so around 15 to 16, perhaps? Thank you for coming, Air. Damn, how could he forget to ask their name before calling them in? The kunoichi just gave him a small smile, elbowing the snickering shinobi beside her. I am Shiamitsu Yuzuriha from the Sealing Division, Chunin, 6th Dan Seal Master. And I am Shiamitsu Takusa, in the same division, Chunin, 4th Dan Seal Master, the boy added. The teacher quickly regained his momentum. Ah yes, thank you for coming, Yuzuriha-san, Takusa-san. Then he turned his attention back to his students. They are here to introduce to you all, just like the Medic Nin division before them. They are also here to look for potential recruits for their DV-. He had not finished speaking, but one of his model students had raised her hand so quickly, he was afraid she would pull a muscle. Yes, Sakura-chan? I want to join the Sealing Division, she announced. Sign me in, please, sensei. Sakura was usually a very shy girl, and yet here she was, volunteering herself. Yuzuriha-san waved at her. Hello, Sakura-chan. Was that hero worship he saw in her eyes? Yuzuriha-san. You remember me, she chirped. We would love to have you with us. Yuzuriha gave the girl a bright smile. Nanny? Iruka resisted his urge to protest. Is it all right to decide so quickly? Shouldn't they discuss it with their superiors first? Yuzuriha just smiled and, with amazing dexterity, threw a small handbook towards Sakura, the book landing with a spin on her desk. Of course. We've been given full authority to accept recruits right away if we see any potential in them. Iruka frowned, but his students had not shown anything to them, so what potential had she seen in Sakura? Takusa answered his unspoken query. We scheduled our visit today because it's right after your calligraphy week, so we can assess their work. I see. Iruka was surprised they put that much thought into this. Well, congrats to Sakura-chan then. The pink-haired girl beamed and hugged the book happily. We were off with a great start, Iruka thought. Why are you so happy to join the sealing division? Kiba wondered out loud. They're a bunch of nerds. Silence. But Sakura is a nerd anyway. Other children started to pipe in. Really? Yeah, you have to be very smart to be one of them and read a bunch of scrolls. Yikes. I don't want to read boring stuff after the academy. Sakura glared at the boy. Kiba, you baka! Hey! Iruka shouted. All of you settle down! Kiba! Watch your mouth or I will. Takusa interrupted. An Inuzuka, The Inuzuka could almost smell the smugness all the way from the front of the class. What? The Shiomitsu cleared his throat. Well, great timing, while most civilian born here would hardly know about the sealing division, and we're sure Shinobi clan children would have heard of us, at least of course, even then, most clans' knowledge of is minimal, so it's no wonder you're ignorant of its power. Kiba growled. I am not an idiot. Ignorant means lacking in knowledge or information as to a particular subject or fact. Sakura, who sat behind him, corrected. Not an idiot. Ino, who sat beside her, sighed. Kiba, shut up already. Iruka-sensei looks really mad and you're embarrassing us in front of these shinobi. Iruka was very close to marching to where Kiba was sitting, but Yuzuriha stopped him. It's fine, Yumino-san, they're kids. She turned her attention towards the students. You are not completely wrong to say that, to be a seal master, you have to read a lot, which is why our field is not popular among the shinobi population. Takusa nodded sagely. Hi, it's almost sad, but it's why our mission to come here is very important to Konoha. At the words mission and importance, all students of his perked up instantly, even those that appeared bored, like Shikamaru and Sasuke. Iruka now understood what these two were doing. They were trying to get his students' sense of adventure peaked first. No kid learning to be a ninja could resist the temptation of adventure, and the words mission and importance were drawing their attention like bees to honey. Now kids, do you know what Konohagakura's first line of defense is? Takusa asked, grinning widely. It was Kiba who answered. Shinobi, of course. Yuzuriha and Takusa sweat dropped. Was it just this Inuzuka, or were all kids this age simple-minded in general? Not the exact answer we're looking for, Inuzuka-kun. You're not wrong, but that's too general an answer. The Inuzuka blinked in confusion, and the puppy on his head whimpered. Then it's us, the Inuzuka, he boasted proudly. Sasuke glared at Kiba and stood up. As if, Kiba! We, Uchiha, run the Konoha military police. Before the argument could escalate, Takusa held his hands in X position. Sorry, both of you got it wrong. Yuzuriha quickly added before the two boys felt offended on their clan's behalf. First of all, in Inuzuka-kun's case, your clan specializes in tracking and your clan techniques are geared towards offense. So no, defense is not your clan's forte. As for Uchiha-kun, while yes, the Konoha police force is in charge of civilians and thus, your clan defends Konoha to a degree, your clan largely works at a domestic level, and that's as far as it could get to the outer perimeter of our defense line. Both boys seemed placated by the explanation and satisfied. Shikamaru raised his hand, surprising Iruka because the boy just participated on his own accord. Then why can't the Inuzuka or other offense-oriented clans be our first line of defense? While it's troublesome, offense could be the best defense. His father had taught him that. That's an excellent argument. Yuzuriha nodded more to herself than to the boy, as expected of Narayer. It's true any shinobi can be Konoha's defense, however. The Konoha the Shodaime built will never use offense as the best defense and never will. Attacking first before we get attacked is not in line with his wish for peace when he built Konoha. Iruka nodded at that. As Yuzuru-san said, Konoha's way is different to most shinobi villages. A bit of history lesson here. The Shodaime and the other founders built Konoha to end the warring clans era, and in his reign, he promoted peace and tranquility. Which is why Konoha's first defense is pure defense. Takusa finished. As for the answer we're looking for. Takusa walked towards the blackboard and began to draw, the sketch quickly forming Konoha's outer wall with a strange hemisphere covering the village. Konoha is the only village protected by a barrier as old as the village herself, our first line of defense that protects both the shinobi and civilians of Konoha. Iruka gaped. He didn't know that. Wait, this was not something confidential, right? Yuzuru had giggled at his horrified face. Don't worry, it's not a military secret. The majority of shinobi just don't know because no one tells them. The barrier had just been there since forever, like part of the scenery. It would be like telling people in Konoha about the Hokage monument. The only difference was that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Shikamaru raised his hand once again. And this barrier is created through, right? Correct. Yuzuru answered. Maybe there was hope for this kid after all. Then, Shikamaru slumped in his seat, looking up at the ceiling with a sigh. Troublesome. The Shiomitsu's sibling's sweat dropped, and, as soon as his interest waned, he acted like he wanted to be anywhere but here. Takusa quickly drew something on the blackboard, before all enthusiasm was sucked out. Iruka let out a silent scream, his mouth opened wide at the sight of the very familiar seal formula Takusa was drawing on their blackboard. Takusa-kun! What are you doing? That's an explosive seal! It didn't look like the common formula sold at the market, but the kanji baku, explosion, in the middle was unmistakable. That got a reaction from his students. Half was in a panic, while the other half was excited and hoped something going boom. Settle down, kids! You too, Iruka-sensei! Takusa sighed loudly. No qualified seal master would let a seal as basic as this explode in their face. All panicked students quickly sat back down in their seats, and now they were as interested as the excited students about the seal. After all, as academy students, they were still forbidden from purchasing them. Yuzuru, recognizing the gleam in their eyes, quickly added, And no, even if you guys somehow manage to redraw this at home, it won't explode. Why? Some boys whined in disappointment. The formula looked very simple. Just a squiggly-looking circle and the kanji in the center. Takusa grinned mischievously. To know that, you have to sign up for the class, kid, and then we will tell you why. The reason was simple. This was the compact formula of a high-grade kibaku fuda, so the real formula was 3 times the size of the sketch on the board. This formula could be downsized to be as small as a coin, unlike mass-produced ones that filled the whole paper tag. One boy snorted. Why can't we just buy it from the store rather than drawing them ourselves? At that question, Iruka winced. That was one of the reasons he was worried about, which may dampen their interest in. Seals could be bought in stores, which was one of many reasons why not many shinobi wanted to delve into this obscure art. It was, in Shikamaru's words, troublesome. Takusa didn't seem to be offended by this question, and Iruka had a feeling that the Shiomitsu's siblings already had a list of possible annoying things the kids would throw at them. Then we have a question for you. Who are the strongest shinobi that are also a seal master? That drew blank looks from most students save a few. Sakura raised her hand quickly. Yondaime-sama! Namikaze Minato! That answer broke the silence, and the students began to chatter amongst themselves. It was no wonder to children and civilians. Yondaime was a war hero and his prowess was well known. But only shinobi knew what backed up that legendary reputation. Correct. Yondaime-sama's Hiraishin no Jutsu is actually a... Yuzuru began to explain. However, it should be known that this technique is not his original creation, but a recreation of Nidaime's work. Then Nidaime-sama is a seal master too? Takusa nodded sagely. It's not common knowledge, but all Hokage at least have some rudimentary skills in. The Yondaime and Nidaime, in particular, are masters in their own right. Kiba piped in. But how come they have time to kick ass if they're stuck reading scrolls and drawing? Iruka decided that, after the seminar was over, he had to give Kiba a stern lecture. At that question, Yuzuriha pulled the long scarf on her neck, then without warning the long fabric darted out and grabbed one of logs for kawarimi practice stacked on the corner of their classroom. The fabric wrapped around the log and it broke to splinters. Iruka gaped in shock. By all rights, a fabric that thin should not be able to break a lot, and from such a distance to boot. Kiba cringed, holding a hand to his nose. Yikes! What the hell, something's burning! Iruka eyed the broken log, and indeed, there was smoke drifting from it in gray wisps, and, when he hovered his hand over the remains, there was heat. There are two types of seal master, combat and support. Yuzuriha held up 2 fingers. As you can see, I am a combat seal master, so all my seals are geared towards aiding my other shinobi arts. On the other hand, support specialists delve into broader fields for their seals, such as communications, medical usage, security, and so on. However, this doesn't mean they're less combat effective, but their field of expertise requires more research time and preparation. Of course, there are seal masters who excel in both, Takusa added. Naidame-sama, in particular, was one. Yandame, on the other hand, was a very skilled combat seal master. Iruka had the sudden realization that these two probably knew more history than him. So it's difficult to excel in both? Even though, technically, they were all? Takusa nodded. Yes, well actually, for rudimentary seals like the explosive tag and storage scroll, any seal master could make them with their own original touch. However, as you get higher in rank, you can't be a jack of all trades. You can't learn anything by half, and those who specialize in both combat and support seals are called generalists, and really, even they only excel in a few more branches than average. Their skills in the rest would be just as rudimentary as any other. So there are very few of them? Currently in our division, there are 2 of them out of over 60 certified seal masters, Yuzuriha told him brightly. Iruka gaped at that 2 out of over 60 were. Then isn't that sucky? A student grumbled. Takusa shrugged. This also applies to shinobi from the regular. Becoming a jack of all trades is not going to help you advance very far in ranks. In fact, it's discouraged, and genin are told to look for a specialized skill to make their name on. That earned them thoughtful looks from the students. It was pretty clear that most of them hadn't made any long-term plans for their career. Takusa privately suspected that they were naively thinking along the lines of graduating and then promptly becoming a kick-ass ninja. This was going to be a long way for any of them to think about the advantage of being an intern. So let us now enlighten you on the most basic fundamentals of... Takusa began with an almost maniacal gleam in his eyes. Yuzuriha paled. Takusa, maybe. Too late. Takusa had started and no one could stop him. The tower, meanwhile. Naruto snapped his head in a random direction, suddenly feeling as though he had forgotten something important, and was about to regret it. Naruto-sama? Yes, Hakurai? He was almost spacing out just now. Naruto-sama, this is not what I had in mind when I advised you to seek an audience with Tokugawa Ieyasu. Naruto-sama was obviously resisting his urge to fidget, staying as still as a statue. He was getting very good at it. Itachi-kun was a good role model. Neither I was, to be honest, he admitted almost sheepishly. Things got out of hand very quickly. It always will. Did Hakurai expect anything less after the Aizen's incident, Root's attack, and well, the dozens of other smaller troubles he and his friends got themselves into? Frankly, the only venture into trouble Naruto-sama attempted that didn't get out of hand was that one mission for Na no Kuni, if you discount the way he discovered the loose alliance between the oldest brother with Yuki no Kuni, and the bigger mess that was their current daimyo sponsoring rogue ninja to stage a coup in minor countries without a shinobi village's protection. Alright, bad example. Hiruzen was pretty unhappy that ANBU and Root had to be dispatched to prevent the spread of Yuki's rogue network. Now, it was a minor annoyance, but in a few years, it would cost them too many potential clients to ignore. Konoha might have a reputation as the nicest shinobi village, but that was only relative to the others. They did not dabble in charity for no reason. Even so, Hakurai trailed off, eyeing the copy of their contract. This is on a completely different scale of get out of hand or going downhill even by your standards, young master. I know. This must be what a fox feels when it has to drag a captured prey bigger than it is. Kurama was not amused at Naruto imagining the Kyuubi the size of a normal fox, huffing and failing to drag a giant meat into his den. And then said meat squashed it. Hakurai's left eye twitched. While I get what you're getting at, Naruto-sama, bite off more than you can chew would be more apartment. You don't have to invent a new idiom. In my case, Ayasaji shoved the whole thing to my mouth. He opened his mouth wide to emphasize his point but was stopped before he could pull at the inside of his cheek to open it wider by Hakurai. The older seal master wondered why his master, in spite of being mature most of the time, would act like a kid at such random moments. I get it, young master, he assured the young Uzumaki. But please don't repeat that within Hiruzen's hearing range. It would be a disaster. Huh! He blinked in confusion before he realized the accidental double entendre. Oh, he grimaced. Oak. He made choked-out noises, disgusted by his own words. Sometimes, he wished his young master was still as oblivious as Itachi-kun where sexual innuendo was concerned. No such luck, of course, especially with Shin and Sai living in the tower. He was tempted to march back to Root's headquarters to bash Danzo's head in because the idiot thought assigning Shin and Sai to learn civilian behavior in an area close to the red light district was a brilliant idea. They didn't curse like sailors, fortunately. No, their new wards were some of the most polite children Hakurai had ever had the pleasure of being acquainted with. However, they came to know the mechanics of procreation too early, and they were getting too eager to share. He had a feeling that the reason conventional emotional conditioning failed on them was partly because of this. It would have been ironically hilarious on Danzo's part, but it had lost its amusement factor when Shin and Sai became their responsibility. He had lost count of how many bars of soap he'd had to sacrifice to stop them from talking about genitals on a daily basis. It was too late, though their slip-ups had lit Naruto-sama's burning curiosity, and, like any curiosity-driven Uzumaki, he looked it up. Well, at least it was a good lesson that not every new thing you heard was worth researching. At least now, Naruto-sama would be well informed, for himself and Itachi-kun. That irresponsible Fugaku brat he never changed at all. He always ditched babysitting duty even when he was a child. Speaking of Fugaku. Has Fugaku been informed? Naruto-sama stopped his gagging and turned his attention back to Hakurai. If he has not, he is being informed as we speak or soon enough. He shrugged. By the way, where are Takusa and Yuzuriha? It's weird that they didn't welcome me home today. Oh, they're at the academy for that seminar you proposed. Naruto blinked at that. Eh? I thought I told you to send Yuzuriha only, and if you have to send 2 seal masters, why not Cheyenne? Didn't Naruto-sama also say that sending someone young makes a better first impression? We're selling the image of a spirited division already full of the younger generation. Hakurai looked very proud about their campaign. Naruto's left eye twitched. I believe I said something along the lines of, someone close to their age would have an easier time for kids to warm up to them. And since when were we a spirited division full of young people? That would be a hoax since I can count the number of people under 20 living here with my fingers. Yes, they really needed a fresh batch of the next generation. However, Naruto was not so optimistic to believe that there would be a lot of potential recruits found at the academy. Back at the academy? Wait! Yuzuriha-san! Takusa-san! Iruka called out after the Shiomitsu's siblings. 2 dot-shaped eyebrows shot up at him, obviously not expecting him to chase them down a hallway across the academy after dismissing his class. Iruka-sensei, do you need something from us? He panted softly. There are students who are interested in your class. Your division! Please consider them! The two shared a speaking look with each other and Iruka didn't have to know them to guess what they were thinking. They obviously couldn't believe that he would run after them just because they rejected some civilian students. Then again, Iruka was sure they didn't care whether the students they rejected were civilian or clan-born. However, Iruka wanted all his students to have a better chance at advancing into the shinobi force even if they were not part of the 3 lucky teams out of 10. However, the chance of that failing percentage getting better was close to nil, especially in a class full of clan heirs like his, so their only chance was getting into a division's core as an intern. I did tell you, using handwriting skill as a reason is not going to cut it, Takusa-san, the younger Shiomitsu, said to his sister. Yuzuriha, the older sister, frowned. Well, it's not like we have to explain ourselves to kids. Iruka swallowed. So there are more reasons for this. He trailed off unsurely. Takusa sighed loudly. Let us be frank here, did you know Atla, currently in first year, is the first Shiremitsu clan child that has entered the academy during the second reign of the Sandaime? Atla? He knew of the kids since the young Shiremitsu stood out from the crowd of children like a sore thumb with his lilac hair. He was also one of smallest kids in his class, and Daikoku-sensei always boasted about the boy's talent, and how he was ahead of his peers even when compared to other clans' children. Not the next Uchiha Itachi, but close enough. We don't want to offend anyone, but honestly we don't have a high opinion about the academy curriculum, Yuzuru had told him bluntly, and Irika, for one endless moment, felt like someone just poured a bucket of ice water on his head. Which is why we see no point attending the academy, and so far, as you can see, we have no problem whatsoever to advance in rank without a formal education here. Takusa nodded sagely. The quality of education here has been deteriorating since the end of the Third Shinobi War, and even geniuses that graduated early from the academy are not impressed themselves. I believe teachers here said they graduate early because we don't have anything left to teach them and then proceed to wash their hands off of them. But even so, those students, Irika trailed off. I mean, I don't think all of them will advance to master, but rudimentary skill alone could be vital. Especially the medical they presented as an example that could boost the survival rate of their force. Yuzuru shook his head. Please don't think poorly of us. We didn't reject them because of our low opinion of the academy, but rather because we're shinobi and seal masters. It's necessary for us to look at problems objectively while the foundations of our rudimentary. Your students can't just join without the necessary skills in things such as calligraphy, kanji, mathematics, and basic knowledge on chakra natures. We would be willing to waive off the last ones since they are third years and it's possible for us to teach them alongside ongoing academy lessons, Takusa added. But the first two are not an option without a steady hand to write. It will take them too long to follow our lessons, and the same with math. We opened this class with the hope of getting fresh candidates from outside, branching out more styles of our. Yuzuru had trailed off. However, your students, sans a few clan children, are all lagging behind in comparison to ours. And we're so low in number that we don't have enough people to spare for teaching a class your size. Takusa pointed at classrooms around them. One seal master could only keep their eyes on a limited number of children. Even the 6 children we pointed out that can join the class this year will require 2 teachers in every class, and after the foundation year, if they wish to continue, a minimum of 1 master will be responsible for 2 students, and that's 3 masters cutting their research time for teaching. The male Shiremitsu sighed loudly. We would love to teach more. I understand your feelings, Irika-sensei, but we seriously don't have the resources to accommodate so many kids at once. And with that, they left Irika, who mulled over their words. Uchiha Compound, main family house. It was late, and at last, his father returned from his patrol. Itachi was getting restless, but he let his father take a bath and finish eating his late dinner. Then they got down to business, better to get this done as soon as possible. Judging from the thunderous expression his father wore, Itachi supposed they were on the same page in regards to Iyasu's proposal. On one hand, it was exactly what they needed to get out of their rut, but on the other hand, they couldn't see it passing through their elders. As Naruto said and Itachi concurred, Iyasu either didn't get the memo or he didn't care they were running a clan and not a monarchy. It's a wonderful proposal. His mother, who was reading the scroll his father passed on after he was done, aloud. It would do wonders for our image and grant us more integration into Konoha as a whole and also a connection to the royal family. Right. His father concurred. Right. He echoed. But Uchiha Mikoto paused before a gloomy cloud fell over the occupants of the room. Her voice was small when she continued, unbefitting of the Uchiha matriarch, but no one in the room cared. How are we going to convince the elders of the clan to go through with this? Uchiha Fugaku was frowning, the creases of his aged face deepening. Does Tokugawa Dano even know how a clan works? Surprisingly, in Konoha, most large clans were managed with the same system, even though they vastly varied on the minutiae. Every clan was led by a main family with the head of said family as clan head, who operated with the assistance of their clan elders. This system kept any one part from having too much power. At first glance, the clan head seemed to be the most powerful position in a clan, but the elders always kept a watchful eye on Fugaku's decisions. Everything he did in the name of the clan had to be approved by the elders. They also had enough power to dismiss their clan head if they judged him unfit to lead the clan. We also wondered about the same thing, at first, Itachi explained. Then we realized it was his way to assist us. but not by making it easy, and teaching us something at the same time. And this lesson is not make our elders eat their pride and put the good of the clan first, I suppose? Fugaka said in the driest tone he could muster. It was not hard to figure out. Itachi inclined his head respectfully. Forgive me, Tusan, but frankly, if we can't get our clansmen to set aside their foolish pride and see that there are more important matters like the future generation, our lives, and so on, we would be stuck in a loop and nothing gets solved. Itachi, you do realize their anger towards Konoha is not completely misplaced. Pride aside, it was justified to resent their isolation and mistreatment when it was based on unfounded accusations. I can't deny that, Itachi concurred. However, there are more important things. He shook his head. Let me phrase it differently. Pride is important for, without pride, we will lose our sense of self as members of the Uchiha clan. However, in my opinion, pride is... Naruto's and Shisui's smiling faces flashed through his mind, the feeling of contentment and acceptance whenever they traveled through the elemental countries to explore historical sites, unveiling the legacy of their ancestors. Accompanying Naruto on weird missions that were more like glorified D-ranks, plus dealing with pompous nobles and occasionally lovesick princesses. Then on their way home after a mission or training, eating sweets in quaint tea houses together. Well, Itachi, doesn't that tea house seem to be to your taste? They have dango too. I guess it's fine for you to eat so many sweets, since you overwork your brain unlike Shisui. Naruto. You smartass. His little brother Sasuke, who was totally clueless of what was happening in their clan, their village Sasuke, who looked at him with adoration and worship he didn't deserve and wanted nothing more than to spend more time with him. Ni-san. Teach me the shuriken technique. Please. Any you promise. Next time again? Mao. Ni-san, you always say that. He couldn't even give Sasuke that, and yet his brother still adored him all the same. If pride is something we Uchiha can't give up, no matter what, Itachi murmured softly, and then with a firmer voice he elaborated. Then my pride is my friends, my family, my village. Their expressions were unreadable as Itachi went on. Because even if, in the end, we fight for our superficial pride as the Uchiha clan, if, in the process, we lose everything we hold dear, I don't think it's worth it. If, for the pride of one Uchiha clan, Konoha was burned in the flames of civil war. Is that what the clan truly wants? Would resorting to that give us what we wanted? Itachi asked, almost pleading. For a long while neither Fugaku nor Mikoto answered, then the Uchiha matriarch slowly shook her head forlornly. Kushina was my friend, my closest friend. Kushina the Whirlpool Princess, short-tempered, free-spirited, and loud. A friend who had dragged her all over Konoha to have fun, ruined her Uchiha facade, and made her feel human. Kushina, who seemed unafraid of anything, and yet she was openly fretting at the prospect of giving birth. Kushina and Minato died for Konoha while simultaneously sacrificing their most precious treasure. Their own son, the sun-haired child she had been given a glimpse of from behind a glass wall in the hospital 8.5 years ago. How she regretted that she could never hug that poor child for Kushina. If there is anything this village did that made me want to burn it to the ground. Itachi tensed as he felt his mother's killing intent. She was really angry, and it scared him that his gentle mother was hiding this resentment towards their village. It's that they dishonor Kushina's Minato's sacrifice. They hurt an innocent child who deserved love from his parents. Parents who died for them. His mother was wheezing now. It was rare for her to lose control of her emotions. She was always good at suppressing her feelings, even more than his father. But Itachi, keep in mind, we're a proud clan, but we're not suicidal either. Mikoto's self-control was back faster than they could blink. We've never been fools. Sometimes he forgot that it was his mother who was the daughter of the previous clan head, the heiress. Yes, Ka-san. Our clansmen will not accept this proposal just because your father and I order them to. This is a clan, we can't make our family do something they don't want to do. She told him in a firm voice, and his heart sank that he had failed. However, you have not failed. He must have looked ridiculous with wide eyes and gaping mouth while his parents just looked amused. You and your friends found us a new path for this clan to take. We might hesitate to walk on this path now, but we can change our minds. His father nodded. The clan head was not smiling, but Itachi easily recognized the proud glint of approval in his eyes. After all, I recall that even Madara changed his mind for a while, allowing the Uchiha clan to join hands with the Senju. That's why we're here, and the clan stays even though Madara left. He uncrossed his arms, sighing softly before adding, "So, Itachi, give us some credit, will you?" Mikoto smiled at her husband before turning her attention back to Itachi. "The clan has disappointed you greatly, I know we have, but I would like to think that what your father has said is one proof that we're capable of change, and we will not follow Madara's footsteps." Itachi inhaled sharply. "I am so sorry." He was sorry he lost faith in them, passing judgment as he pleased like the rest of the village to his clan. "It's fine, Itachi, everyone makes mistakes, that's how we grow." Mikoto came closer, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "It will be a very slow progress," Mikoto admitted almost sheepishly. "But we will not fail you again. Give us a chance so you, Naruto-kun, and Shisui-kun don't have to do everything by yourselves." He nodded numbly. It felt like a world's worth of weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "Thank you, Ka-san, Tu-san." "You're welcome, Itachi." Their moment was interrupted by the sound of footsteps. The owner tried to be stealthy, but they were all experienced ninja. Mikoto sighed before turning towards the shoji door. "Sasuke, why are you not in bed yet?" Itachi could almost hear his brothers flinch from behind the door that slowly slid open, and there he was. His adorable little brother who was trying to eavesdrop, but they caught him before he could. Sasuke had not let go of the door, his eyes darted wildly from each of them. It was easy to see what was going inside Sasuke's head, he was an open book to them. "I am thirsty," he said timidly. Which was not a complete lie. Because Itachi could tell Sasuke to wake up because of thirst, but that didn't explain why he was in the opposite direction to the kitchen from his bedroom. Obviously he overheard some voices, most likely when their mother's momentary loss of self-control. Then he decided to investigate. Sasuke was as bad as Naruto when it came to keeping his nose out of trouble. Though Naruto was undoubtedly worse because trouble also came knocking at his door too. "After you get your drink from the kitchen, go back to your bed, all right?" their mother chided him. He nodded. "Yes, Ka-san." Sasuke." There was a strange glint in her eyes, and Sasuke stopped on his track. "We will have someone special to come over for dinner soon." She had been informed of their official team first before Itachi told them about the proposal in hope the good news did wonders to her mood. "Be in your best behavior, but I am sure you two will be good friends with each other." Sasuke blinked in confusion. His mother never really encouraged him to make friends like this. If you say so, Ka-san." Itachi began to reconsider their dinner invitation. Considering Naruto's mental age, her mother would be disappointed if she thought Naruto was Sasuke's age in mind and body. It would be like a repeat of his childhood, one of few times he failed his parents spectacularly with screwing up that play date. Maybe Naruto wouldn't screw up as badly as he did. Maybe. Back to the tower. "So what is Satori?" Hakurei sighed. He must have thought Naruto was distracted enough to forget his first question before Hakurei diverted the topic to bigger concerns like the proposal and his engagement. "Can't this wait, Naruto-sama?" "I am giving you a chance to give me an edited explanation," he retorted smoothly. "I finished my paperwork, and tomorrow is my rare day off, so if you can enlighten me, and if it's something that will give me another headache on top of everything else, I want to get it over with and sleep it off tomorrow." He told Hakurei his perfect reasoning. His oldest vassal sighed loudly. "Why did he tell you about Satori?" Naruto cleared his throat. "Well, his words quote, so when inevitably you awaken it completely, you're not going straight to a Yamanaka or psychiatrist, end quote." Any other day he would laugh at Hakurei's slack-jawed expression, but now he was more concerned why this Satori would get this kind of reaction. "Well, did you hear voices sometimes, Naruto-sama?" "I am sane," he insisted. Hakurei sighed loudly. "Naruto-sama, contrary to popular belief, hearing voices in your head is not a sign of insanity." "So you're not going to call me Yamanaka?" "Of course not, and besides, I don't think Kurama-san will appreciate visitors invited or not," Hakurei pointed out. "So the voices?" "My imagination most likely." Naruto-sama waved it off dismissively. "Overactive imagination happens to anyone when people around them give you a dose of death glare, and you start imagining hearing voices when in reality no people are talking, just scowling and muttering." Silence. Hakurai's eyes were wide in horror at the revelation. Since when? How often? On occasion since forever? How could he remember that when? You know, kids. It was not easy for him to retell his crappy childhood, so why did Hakurai ask again? I don't anymore. He was not sure if he really didn't hear those anymore or he was so used to it like background noises. Not until Ijasu. The older seal master's mouth opened and closed repeatedly, and Naruto would have laughed if not for the horrified expression Hakurai had. How are you still sane, young master? Naruto was not impressed. So at last you of all people asked me that question, he retorted flatly. Taking everything in stride, grin and bear it? Actually, you just shove all bad thoughts into the deepest corner of your mind, Kurama pointed out. And since, unlike Shikaku, I don't fancy crazy hosts, which is why I am holding back the ill-intention detector when you were small. Not out of good intention, mind you, he insisted. Naruto snorted. Kurama always acted like he was the personification of hate hell-bent to destroy the world. Kurama was vengeful, but was above taking it on a human child. Alright, so Hakurai, you never answer my question. Can you tell me now? Hakurai contemplated his choice and decided. Give me time, Naruto-sama. 1 month, he proposed. After 1 month, I promise I will tell you everything you want to know. Naruto wanted to protest, but at the look on Hakurai's eyes, he changed his mind. Hakurai was his aide. The old seal master wouldn't break a promise made to him. If he delayed telling Naruto, Hakurai should have a very good reason to do so. Fine, 1 month. Depending on the situation, it could be less than that, Hakurai continued, earning a confused look from Naruto. I need to prepare for something first, and Naruto-sama, in this 1 month please avoid crowded places in the village. If you have to go to Hokage Tower or anywhere outside of our tower, please bring someone with you, Itachi-kun, Shisui-kun, even Sai-kun. Anyone available so you won't be alone. Why? Naruto hoped at least he would be given an answer as to why he couldn't go anywhere alone. Hakurai inhaled softly. If what Ayasu-sama feared is right, you will be in a delicate condition around this time. Until I finish my preparation, please be vigilant. Naruto swallowed. Any other time he would be offended getting treated like glass, but Hakurai was seriously worried. Is that all? Don't go outside by myself, get it? Also decrease your use of Kagebunshin for strenuous tasks, Hakurai added in a firm tone. Don't strain your mind too much, but you can train your body as usual. Which meant this month had to be stress-free for him. That would be hard, he admitted. But I will do my best? Hakurai sighed. Naruto-sama, why don't you take another time off? I will personally instruct you on a new meditation procedure after you finish your business with Hiruzen. Meditation? Naruto could help but sigh. I start to feel like Shinobi on medical leave. Almost, Hakurai admitted in an amused tone. At least you're not in a disinfectant-smelling room, so count your blessings, young master. Uchiha Compound, Uchiha-sensei. Sure, Soi-kun, I don't mind having you come over for dinner. In fact, I would love to have you living with us here so you can always get proper meals. Uchiha Yurichi, the wife of Uchiha Taiki, trailed off as cupping her cheek. But can't you read our clan's record tomorrow morning, Shisui? Taiki continued with a huff. Uchiha-sensei was a secret library of their clan's documents, which because of their secret recipe on didn't make it odd for them to keep a secret document. They were low-priority records anyway, stuff like the family tree of Uchiha civilians, non-military assets, and so on. In short, the civilian record mattered little for the military part of the clan. We don't mind you reading them, as it's just our family tree. On females of their clan that married outsiders. Why are you interested in those names anyway? Shisui stopped his pursuit and pointed at one name. Taiki-ji. This Uchiha named Mayumi. She is older than you, boy. Use suffixes. Taiki chided the Shushin expert, shaking his head exasperatedly. It was a common name, but this was the only Mayumi with a year of birth that fit the profile he had in mind. I mean, Mayumi-san, who is she married to? Taiki pointed his finger at the mentioned name, then drew a vertical line. Here. The name got smudged on it, shouldn't you take good care of it? Shisui moaned, not to mention the smudged name seemed to us complicated kanji. Yurichi clasped her hands together. Mayumi? Oh, if Mayumi-chan she is married to. She trailed off. Who? Shisui asked eagerly. The old couple was very confused as to why Shisui was interested. Taiki rubbed the back of his head. I don't remember. Mayumi you see is one of those odd uchiha like a Bitokuin. Shisui cringed, which means most clan members prefer to forget they exist unless they show talent like me. In fact she was worse. Taiki shook his head. Sometimes there are uchiha without Sharingan born in our clan. We never know why they pop up at random, but Mayumi was one of them. He frowned. How do we know she didn't have it? I mean, she could be a late bloomer. It's easy to tell. Taiki pointed at his own eyes, so dark to the point the pupil could be barely seen. They have had eyesight problems since birth. The color of their eyes are much lighter so their pupils show, and any child they sired will have zero chance to develop Sharingan. Shisui cringed. With that kind of trait, no wonder it was easy to recognize those with dormant genes for Sharingan. No wonder the clan didn't mistake late bloomers with those who really can't develop there. Which is why our clan didn't keep track of their descendants, but you really don't know her spouse. Yurichi blushed. I do remember a little. Mayumi's husband is a very beautiful man. Everyone was so jealous of her, it's hard to keep our eyes off of him. Taiki cleared his throat loudly and his wife just laughed sheepishly. You're already dating me back then, and yet you stared at that man too long for my liking. The female uchiha huffed. Well, I already have you, but no one said I can't look. It's harmless. Shisui wished he was not here to hear Yurichiba fangirling in her youth. So does anyone remember his name? It would be ridiculous if they remembered he is pretty but not his name. At the blank look he received, he changed strategy. What does this guy look like? Before Yurichi could launch her answer, Taiki talked first. Looks like a woman. That better not be your green monster talking, Taiki-ji. Shisui deadpanned. Most of the time he braided his hair and tied half up, and his hair is longer than most women. He huffed. And there was one time I saw the guy wearing his hair in twin pigtails, for who knows why it's easier to remember his weirdness than his name, even after all these years. Yurichi sighed dreamily. Well, he has bright blonde hair. That was the striking trait, especially since all uchiha had dominant dark hair. Shisui froze. Yamanaka's pale blonde? No, more vivid blonde. Taiki denied. Like a sunflower's yellow, I guess? And the eye color? Blue, also in a vivid shade like the sky. Taiki nodded to himself. I remember well because back then I couldn't help but wonder with coloring like that how he can be stealthy in the forest. I mean, Yamanaka at least stays inside the command center when we're at war. There was no mistake, it was most likely true to his wild guess and explained Iyasu's and Tatsuka's strange comment on their family relation. Is Uchiha Mayumi married to someone called Muramasa? The look on their face as if a light bulb on their head was turned on said everything. Ah yes, how do you know that name? I already forgot his name, as he is more famous by looks in our clan back then than his name. An eccentricity, I couldn't forget that one after decades. Shisui swallowed. Never mind that, but if Mayumi-san had a grandchild, doesn't that mean he or she is our cousin? Taiki raised an eyebrow at the question and flipped the record open. According to our family tree, yes, the grandchild is your cousin, to be more exact, third cousin to Itachi-kun and third cousin twice removed to you. That night after leaving Uchiha Sabe in a daze of zombie-like state, Shisui was torn between sneaking to Itachi's bedroom or to Naruto's. In the end he decided to head straight to his bed. Ha ha ha, we're all related. Freaking noodles like a family tree. Shisui stopped breathing for a second, his hitched voice muffled by his pillow. Wait a minute, if Naruto is Itachi's third cousin, doesn't that make Fugakuji Yandame's second cousin? Fugakuji's second cousin equals Yandame equals Uchiha Hokage. Awesome! The next day. Keep his mind calm and emotion controlled. Naruto felt like Hakurei was trying to make him maintain a Buddha-like mind state. Though of course focusing on keeping a serene mind was a dreadful task for an Uzumaki. Shisui was the biggest obstacle with his fidgeting. For some reason, since they met up in front of the tower, the Uchiha looked like he wanted to say something. Something surprising, most likely, if his excited chakra was anything to go by. Though for some reason he had not managed to utter a complete sentence since then. Itachi once again mentioned their dinner plan with his family, which most likely would be sometime around next week because only then they had free time to go. I see you have finished your paperwork in order, the Hokage commented, flipping through the papers. He didn't fail to note the one who was filling in their team's specification was Naruto. It was a surprise the team was specified as a heavy combat team first and foremost, but also noted they had required skill for tracking and capture because of Shisui's sensory skill and Naruto's chains and espionage. Though Hakurei, who was writing their recommendation letter, also wrote in fine detail, "Don't believe anything they modestly wrote about themselves, they're an all-rounder team." All-rounder, a team with adequate skills in every field of mission and better at selected fields. His students had been such a team with their diverse skills. They lean more on information gathering and heavy combat, if you don't have any clue yet. The irony was this team from their mission record was good at escort missions. Though if the latest case of making a deal behind his back they concocted was anything to go by, information gathering and infiltration they were so good at was mostly done for their own purpose. Perhaps. So how was Kiba no Kuni the last time you visited them, Naruto-kun? He asked in a light-hearted tone about the country led by Daimyo who recently requested Naruto's expertise in ward seals. Naruto-kun blinked at him olishly. Pretty tense considering their trades with some no Kuni are not doing so well. Why are they not doing so well? Kato Dano thinks the tax for exporting leather is too expensive. Naruto shrugged. There is an idea of political marriage circulating around, but the Prince of Tsum is too young and Princess of Kiba is too old. The Hokage stared at him in disbelief. How about Hachi no Kuni then? I heard it's a very lovely country but they're not doing so well with their neighbors. Naruto laughed at that, waving his hand in negative. Not at all, their princess is a good friend with court ladies and consorts from Haku no Kuni. That country is much bigger and with considerable influence too. They invited Lady Mitsu to their spring banquet just last month, so since then the country in the northwest part of the continent has been pretty cozy. He chirped happily. And Sanma no Kuni? At the mentioned name Naruto frowned. There's an explosion of salmon population this year for some reason so it's unbelievably cheap. Sarutobi stared at him in disbelief. Naruto-kun, how do you remember that? He smiled sheepishly at that. Since we finish our mission faster than expected we have binge eating in Sanma no Kuni. There is a nice asen treating us on a boat with his best sashimi. Cut straight after he caught it. It's really good. Shisui nodded eagerly. He was glad they enjoyed their mission, but it seemed half of the time their mission turned to culinary vacation. Never mind the fish, how do you know about the political situation in those countries? You spend less than a few days there to finish your work. And Naruto-kun was faster than most sealing masters. The blonde looked very confused. How? They told me of course. Who? Kato Dano from Kiba no Kuni himself and Lady Mitsu from Hachi no Kuni of course. He informed the Hokage. They seem to think since we're young they should treat us to tea and sweets. Almost all nobles did the same. We have a nice chat as usual, and it's interesting. As usual? Naruto-kun, usually nobles, especially royalty, didn't treat shinobi sweets and talk about politics with them. Young or not, Naruto was a shinobi. Naruto looked very confused. But it's no different than telling people how your days are going. Silence. Shisui raised his hand. Hokage-sama, in case you have not noticed yet, Naruto for some reason has people left and right spilling their life story to him. Naruto glared at the Shushin expert. Don't make me sound like a disease. Sympathetic ears go a long way, you know. A long way to get blackmail material? Earning clients' trust, of course. Baka. Naruto huffed before turning his attention back to their Hokage. My apologies about that, Hokage-sama. Is there anything else? The Hokage shook his head mirthfully. Well, I believe Hakurei said you guys will surprise me this Friday. As when the three young shinobi blinked olishly at him before sharing a speaking look. I think Hakurei Shusho is talking about our joint training with everyone. Now it was the Hokage's turn to blink. Everyone? Hi. Since Hokage-sama will be there to watch, we will make sure to perform our best. He promised, beaming at him. On the way back to the tower. Can we avoid crowded places? Naruto requested and vaguely gestured towards a long detour towards the tower. Itachi eyed his friend with worry. Why are there so many precautions all of a sudden? He asked warily. You're not sick, are you? Naruto shook his head. I don't think so. I don't feel any different, and Kurama will tell me if there is something wrong with my body. He rolled his eyes towards Itachi, who was clearing his throat again. Itachi, are you really alright? Don't exaggerate. Itachi sighed. It's nothing. I went to hospital already. They said I am not feeling well because my last 2 missions are in places with different climates, and my body didn't react well to the drastic change. Shisui frowned. You're under the weather because of bad weather? Glad to know you still attempt to make a pun out of my misery, Shisui. Itachi deadpanned. Naruto glanced at the 2 uchiha. Shisui was pouting at Itachi, who ignored the pout like a pro. For some reason he had been feeling unwell, not in health, but it felt like something was going down soon. The boy. Ba. Kumano. His breath itched sharply, and without warning his seal of flight sparked to life, and he jumped 30 feet higher than intended. He yelped when a particularly strong wind blew over him, and he crashed down the trees once the seal was off, and he almost face-planted to the ground before he stopped himself from sliding further down the trees. Ha ha! Naruto! What comes over you all of a sudden? Itachi and Shisui shunshine to his side, equally shocked with what just happened. Did you lose control of Hikken no Fun just now? Itachi asked, checking his injury, which only consisted of scratches. Naruto shook his head. I don't get what is coming over me either. Suddenly it feels like there is something. Something was going to attack him from the direction of gathering villagers below that caught sight of him roof hopping. I was spacing out so my mind was unfocused, and then I felt like I had to get away from something. He shuddered. Shisui frowned. We don't feel anything dangerous before you suddenly take off like that, and you get blown away by wind to boot. Naruto nodded numbly. Yes, which means I should improve my control of this seal soon. That was too close for his liking. And I don't think there is anything dangerous that spooks me either, it's just. What do you feel exactly? Itachi asked. Like, he trailed off, searching for a way to describe the sensation. Like that one time Shisui put his popsicle inside my shirt from behind. Shisui snickered. How is that dangerous? It's not, but it's unpleasant. Then Naruto moved his hand to his back as if trying to scratch an itch he couldn't reach. And somehow whatever it is also left an unpleasant feeling after most of it passed, like how cold, sticky and itchy melting sweet treats are on my back. You don't make any sense, Shisui pointed out. I noticed. Naruto deadpanned. But I don't want to think about it. Hakurei made me swear I have to be stress-free for 1 month. That's impossible, Shisui told him mercilessly. Naruto growled. Why not? Because to you and Itachi, stress seems to be part of your life, and at this point it seems neither of you even notice the stress, and you don't know how to relax. At that moment Naruto and Itachi had one thought. Why is it so annoying when Shisui is so right about us? I do know how to relax. Taking care of my plants, Naruto protested. So how is that seal going to increase the rate of decomposing organic matter? Good. I think dash. Naruto stopped himself. Damn, since when Shisui was so good at proving his point? At his exasperation to Shisui, Naruto almost forgot about the nagging concern of something he didn't know spooking him in bright daylight in the middle of their village. Sealing Tower, Private Training Ground 03. The Sealing Tower refers to Sealing Division HQ on the center of Uzumaki refugees' land, almost an autonomous area like clan compound. Technically Sandaime as Hokage had a lot of say in this land, but in practice. Please wait for a moment, Hokage-sama. We shall inform Hakurei-sama of your arrival. One of Hakurei's disciples and clansmen, a young boy named Takusa, informed him. It was almost ridiculous that he couldn't enter a facility that belonged to Konoha as he pleased. Very well, Takusa-kun. He watched the boy leave, but he didn't miss 2 sealing masters discreetly keeping watch of him from the shadow. Seeing this, he couldn't help but wonder if it was right for Shodaime and Night Aim to give Midosama so much leeway with her vassals. Then again, back then after the First War, the Uzumaki clan was greatly disappointed by the result of Hashirama's dream and refused to be absorbed into the Konoha force. Especially since Shodame's gift was abused by other villages as a tool of war, on top of that their greatest art was misused in the process. So Naidame scrambled to make amends and laid down autonomous rights for Mito's sealing division, in fear his sister-in-law would abandon Konoha. Then again, perhaps it was for the best, since with Naruto here even Danza couldn't go behind his back to make a move against there. He could try, but as proven a few months ago, Danza would suffer greatly if he dared to cross Hakurei. Speaking of Hakurei, the old seal master raised one calloused hand and unrepentantly accused him in the same sentence as his greeting. Yo! Hiruzen, you're late. A vein popped on his temple. Did Hakurei just treat him like he was the chronically late Kakashi? For a moment he was tempted to tell ridiculous excuses just to see how it feels to be on the giving end, but decided against it. With Hakurei it wouldn't end in smug satisfaction on his part. You didn't tell me the exact time, so I will come as soon as I finish my work. Hakurei turned around. At any rate, they're using the northeast part of the training ground. He pointed at the rising pillar of smoke, before beckoning him to follow. Now the blasted Shiamitsu ignored him. One of these days he would run out of patience for Hakurei and joined his teammates in their most sincere effort to end the bastard. Wait, a pillar of smoke? Oh, calm down, you know something blowing up is part of our daily life. Hakurei droned on. Now he remembered why Shodame and Tobirama-sensei decided to place the tower far away from the general population of Konoha. That's only for you, seal masters of Uzushio. It was also why they were leading in this art in comparison to other villages. They were as tough as cockroaches. Again, his comment was ignored by Hakurei, who stopped in front of a clearing, right before a dense forest typical in Konoha. In the clearing there were around 20 seal masters. All dressed in white haori and blue hakama, looked put off with X mark ink in their person. They were groaning and taking notes rapidly. Ah, so you're out already, HM? IWA-san? Hiruzen recognized Iwafian Tenkei, one of few war veterans of Sealing Tower. Tenkei was a tall, lightly tanned man with chin-length, wavy, dark brown hair. He was drinking a can of beer and giving off a lazy impression with his body language. Iwafian, a shinobi from Shikaku's generation and a half of Nara, he didn't look like one, but he inherited their lazy disposition. You're drinking at noon, in the presence of a young shinobi. He raised his can of beer in salute. Oh, come on, Hokage-sama, let this old IWA have his fun. He didn't look bothered by the X mark that covered half of his face. I lasted exactly 1 hour and was gracefully taken out of the game. Exactly 1 hour meant he was purposely timing the moment. What game? He asked. At that moment Takusa and Shin tumbled out of the forest. Takusa had his X mark on neck while Shin had his in forehead. It was so close, Shin moaned. Takusa sighed loudly. And here I thought I can catch Shisui at least today. At least today he didn't paint your face black like last time, Shin pointed out with a grin. The Shiamitsu snarled. The jerk tried. Somewhere in the training ground. Stealth was a very important part as a Fuinjutsu practitioner, because their art was all about unpredictability and swift execution. So from a young age all of them were taught stealth first thing before any shinobi arts and disguise of game. Hide and seek was a favorite pastime for children of the tower, and they prided themselves in the art of stealth right after sealing. That skill didn't help them to hide from Naruto-sama and his uchiha teammates though. Sure, the first time they played this game they could get upper hand in hide and seek with the Uzumaki and uchiha in their backyard training ground. However, as time passed Naruto-sama was getting creative and the uchihas knew the terrain well enough so they were on equal ground. By now over 10 3-man cells from the sealing division couldn't catch them in less than 3 hours, and most of the time after 3 hours they won the game. The worst part was Naruto-sama's creativity involving prank-themed seals. They were awful. So even though Yuzuriha loved Naruto-sama more than life itself, nothing would stop her from suffocating him with her scarf for using Gomenjima no Fuin improved version that practically pulled people's limbs when the target entered certain range to glue her hands and left leg to tree branches. She looked ridiculous, like a helpless monkey. Do you need assistance, Yuzuriha-san? Sai asked as he appeared in a swirl of ink, sitting on the branch her hand was glued to. The Shiamitsu sighed. Yes, since my right hand is glued on the back and my left is on a branch as thick as my waist, I can't get out of this myself. She was already out of the game, since now her right arm bears X mark. And it's Naysan to you, we're family, Sai. Sai nodded and cut the branches with his kodachi he got from the Shiomitsu clan to replace his root tanto. Hi! Where is Shin? Yuzuriha asked as she tried and failed to pull the branch off of her hand. We got separated by Naruto-sama's ingenious mud explosion, Sai explained. Yuzuriha just noticed there was caked mud on Sai's ebony hair. So they got you too, huh? Hi! Then he pointed at his cheek. But I am lucky enough it's Itachi-san who marked me, after all he has the smallest brush. She nodded. Me too, some guys aren't so lucky that Shisui painted their face black with his 3-shaku brush. She really had to get her revenge on the next game. She didn't look better after Sai freed her. Naruto-sama turned her into a demented tree like one from an academy student's drama props. Re-yite. Time's up. Yuzuriha grumbled. Have I told you, I hate that alarm so much? Sai nodded. For the last 3 bi-weekly games we have with Naruto-sama's team, it sounds like our defeat. I swear, if that Shisui gloats again I will dash. She clamped her mouth shut when she saw Sai pulling his note out. No, Sai, I can't impart any wisdom in social interaction to you, and no, don't go looking for instructional books in relationships again. You're going to scar Shin and Takusa's already frail mentally permanently at this rate. Sai nodded and put his note away. Shisui was gloating again, and it was nothing unusual. Itachi was again looking at Iwafian forlornly, disappointed that once again the war veteran pulled one over on them. If only half of Nara bothered to try, they wouldn't win the game easily. Next time I will put in some effort. Iwa-san chortled light-heartedly. Promise! Itachi frowned. That's what you always said, Iwa-san. Shisui grinned. Itachi, this is karma. Because Itachi always pulled this excuse on Sasuke. Naruto rolled his eyes. Just take what we can get, Shisui, don't tease Itachi. And Itachi, you know, Iwa-san. Eloquent as ever, young master. That retort earned him a choke hold from a smiling Hakurei. Eek. Hakurei grinned. My Iwafian-kun, aren't you getting braver nowadays? HM? Naruto narrowed his eyes at Iwafian, who was flailing his arms in surrender. Iwafian-san, the previous war had not been kind to him, which was why someone who was as brilliant as Nara Shikaku was reduced to this cynical man who didn't take life seriously anymore. This is why his thought halted when he saw Sandaime walking towards them with a thoughtful look. Sandaime-sama? Judging from his slight wince, the Hokage still hoped Naruto would still call him Ji-chan fondly. Naruto-kun, Itachi-kun, Shisui-kun, I am impressed that you can outwit so many shinobi in less than 3 hours. Though looking at young Yuzuriha and Sai, they also got pranked in the process. Naruto and Shisui beamed happily, while Itachi just smiled at the compliment. Thank you, Hokage-sama. He was so lucky Hamura and Kohara didn't come with him, or he would never hear the end of it. He knew he wasted Naruto-kun's team's potential on a C-rank mission, and he would rectify that as soon as he could. He didn't want Minato's son to run off behind his back again. Who knows what he would get himself into next time. I watched the recording as I was late because someone didn't tell me when this hunt began. He shot Hakurei a glare. Should I put you down as an infiltration and espionage team, or perhaps tracking and capture? They shared a speaking look before Naruto spoke. Actually. So unanimously Naruto was the spokesperson of the team? I think we're more of a heavy combat team. We are pretty good at stealth, but we're better at destroying things. The irony of a pacifist team being so good at destroying things. Hakurei disagreed. To be more exact, you guys are an all-rounder team. Sandaime's eyes softened, so they were not aware. Knowing them, they strived to train themselves to be able to deal with various kinds of battle scenarios. An all-rounder team is a team that specializes in a wide range of fields because of the team members' diversity of skills, and since his own team there was no all-rounder team in Konoha. Yandaime's team was close, but war tore the team apart before they could get far. While he knew these 3 young shinobi were prodigies, 2 uchihas in one team should mean more overlap skills, and even a presence of Seal Master won't be enough for the team to have diverse enough skill. We are? Shisui blinked olishly. Judging from the puzzled and skeptical look on Naruto and Itachi, they weren't sure either. They're getting their Hakurei elaborated, though perhaps in some areas like interrogation they would still rely on seals and instead of psychological games at this point, but trust me, I will not let you three become a jack-of-all-trades team. It would be a huge waste of potential. Sandaime was amused. I don't remember assigning you as their sensei. I am already their unofficial sensei, Hakurei, I retorted. Besides, Shisui-kun makes it his life mission to get a drop on me before I croak. He is pretty determined to get a win for me on taijutsu or kenjutsu spar. Shisui nodded enthusiastically, and don't forget it. Itachi and Naruto rolled his eyes. I believe you lost quite a number of brain cells after Hakurei hit you with the hilt of his sword in the last spar. Of course, he and Itachi had not won against Hakurei yet either in pure taijutsu and kenjutsu spar either. It's fine, I have a lot of brain cells and don't deny that, Shisui retorted. We're in front of Hokage-sama, behave. Their banter was refreshing, they acted their age. It's fine, Itachi-kun, I don't mind a little bickering. My genin team was worse. The look they exchanged with each other said they couldn't tell he was complimenting or insulting them. The Hokage's sweat dropped. Well, considering who my students are, it could be taken both ways. Naruto-kun, Itachi-kun, Shisui-kun. They straightened their backs in unison, their stance alert and ready. I have a proposition for you. He just hoped he won't regret this, for once he desperately hoped he would be right this time. Tokijikuin. The root agent made his way through Tokijikuin, the timeless palace. He was not walking through the dimly lighted and luxurious hallways, but upside down with his feet glued on the ceiling. Sharp eyes hidden beneath white ivory mask assessed the surroundings, the experienced gaze analyzing every detail that could help or hinder his assignment. He scanned the perimeter of the hallway that connected to his target's bedroom he was about to infiltrate. No one was in sight and he didn't sense any strong chakra nearby. Stealthily, he slipped into the ceiling right on top of the bedroom, the briefing that his master had given him still fresh in his mind. Kyubi no Jinchuriki has made contact with Tokugawa Ieyasu. This can't be good for our village. Hokage has been too soft with the and now the boy is acting on his own self-interest. No matter what transpired between the and Tokugawa Ieyasu, we can't let anyone control the. Tokugawa Ieyasu is a strong and cunning man, but he is a dangerous existence to Konoha. We have let him live for too long. Kill him, and make sure nothing can connect this to Konoha. He fingered the poison on his holster. It had been coated with deadly poison native to Kirigakure. Because of the brewing civil war there plus the increasing number of missing nin hailed from said hidden village, this assassination won't be traced back to Konoha or Root. He nodded his head decisively to himself, and dropped from the ceiling. He walked toward the sleeping body on the bed and with an hand swiftly. Irk. Something firm and burning wrapped around his neck swiftly and pulled him backward. His feet are digging on the tatami mat next to the Lord's bed. The Lord opened his eyes and rose from sleep, looking nothing like a man who just awakened from sleep by assassination attempt. He looked very alert as his sharp eyes met his, almost killer, and threw his blanket off of him in dramatic fashion. It's been a while since someone tried to assassinate me, he said in nonchalant manner as if he was talking about the weather. So who is it? Kaminari no Kuni's daimyo again? He snorted. Or someone closer? The failed assassin gurgled as the whip strangling him lit up again. Arg. Izumo. Ieyasu warned his guard. I want him to live long enough to answer me. His captor, recently revealed as Izumo, beamed at his master. Ma, don't worry. He was a man in his late 20s, tall and slim young man with short blonde hair and hazel eyes. He was wearing a high-collared white shirt with an open zip, revealing his tattooed collarbone. A black scarf wrapped over it and around his shoulders, combined with black jacket with upturned collar and black pants. If this guy is what we suspect. His speech had an accent that was different from one commonly known in Hai no Kuni. He is not gonna die from this. Gurgling noise because of suffocation and pain were all the captured agent could emit. The whip loosened, but a gloved hand grabbed his jaw and forced his mouth to open. Hardened agent, or not having a fingertip with small fire tongue on your mouth was an unfamiliar situation, and he stayed rooted in his spot. Yep. There it is, a Wazuru no Fuin. Alright, where did I put it? Tokugawa Ieyasu murmured as he idly took something out of his sleeve pocket, a wooden tag the size of his palm with a seal carved on it. The seal was shaped like an octagram with characters for patience and punishment meshed to form a jar in the middle. Channeling a small amount of chakra so the seal glowed briefly, and the effect was immediate. The prisoner let out a silent scream, body tense before trembling uncontrollably. That confirms it. Izumo hummed, as he inclined his head to the side where another shinobi emerged from the shadow. Na Tatara? Tatsuka Tatara beamed, while his warning is not necessary. In a sense, they could handle root agents sent to assassinate their master. It's nice to know who we have to watch out for, and it saves us time to search for his body. Izumo snickered as he continued his work, and another standard procedure of theirs earned 2 suicide pills on the back of their teeth. What else? He plucked the mentioned pill using tweezers and tossed it to a sample case. The helpless assassin was numb all over as Tatsuka skipped forward and grabbed his left leg, making a small tear on the black pants. Underneath the false skin on the left thigh, there is another tracking seal. He made quick work on it, and the tracking seal came off. Ayasu yawned. Can't you guys do this somewhere else? He sounded bored. I need my sleep. Kusanagi Izumo snickered. Ma Ayasu-sama, be patient. We have to do this quickly after all. His hands blurred to a series of seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. A barn owl appeared in a burst of chakra smoke. It has different colored eyes, one red and another blue. The owl inclined its head towards its summoner. Izumo-sama, what can I do for you tonight? Makuro, take that fake skin off of Tatara's hand and dispose of it somewhere. Izumo ordered. The owl took the offered skin-like sheet with its beak, somewhere between capital to our border. Tatara trailed off, eyeing the he took from the root shinobi. His eyes narrowed at the clear liquid dripped from the tip, ghosting his hand over the fume and bringing it close to his nostril. To a water country. Izumo smirked. You heard him, Makuro. Bring that around a random forest by Nami no Kuni or in that general direction, Tatara decided. Shred it to pieces afterward. The summon bobbed his head and flew out of the room. Watching Izumo's summon flying away, Tatara sighed loudly. Well, that's one thing down, so what are we going to do with tongue-tied hostage? Ma, I am sure as members of Hamura we're creative enough to get around an old seal like this. Izumo nodded to himself. Tatara beamed. I am not sure about Yadakuin's creativity, though his creative idea to get info involves beating it out of them with his staff. Nah, I am not going to trust Yadakuin in delicate matters. Let's just make use of your fine control of Katan to cut his digits one by one with a knife made of flame? He suggested. It would be hygienic because there would be less blood and less chance of infection. Ayasu in the background rolled his eyes. How is that delicate? Or hygienic? The brunette was thoughtful at the suggestion. Mahiro's spider would be more effective, Tatara suggested. I mean, I am sure it would be faster to get a prisoner to crack down if they have giant spiders on their lap gnawing their digits with poisonous fangs. And then they would be too dead to answer you, Ayasu pointed out. We can just make use of Awazaran no Fuin if we don't want to waste energy, I suppose. Izumo considered that option. Both of them pointedly ignored paling and shaking the root agent between them. Ayasu yawned again as he settled back to his futon. I don't care what you do, discuss the gory details somewhere else. I need my sleep. Tatara beamed. Of course you do, Ayasu-sama. Then, as silent as they could, both shinobi dragged their prize out of the bedroom. Konoha, ceiling tower. A not-so-little birdie came and informed me that just last night Danzo sent an assassin to Ayasuji. Oh joy, Naruto snorted, tossing the letter towards Shisui, who caught it expertly. Shisui scoffed. Damn, Hamura is a crazy group. Subduing a root agent was no small feat if they could do it in a swift and efficient manner. Root didn't survive with sloppy agents. They were slippery like Orochimaru. He and his team secretly theorized at some point Orochimaru was part of Root. He seemed like the type who would be at home in Danzo's secret group. Itachi took the letter Shisui passed to him, and frowned. It seems Danzo is unhappy with you. The uchiha heir inhaled softly, then exhaled a small fireball to burn the letter to crisp. Naruto whistled at the display of Katan masterful control from Itachi. Apparently Itachi had been asking tips from Tatsuka Tatara. Ha ha ha, he let out exaggerated mocking laughter. When Danzo is ever pleased with anything about me? When I was an untrained child with a wasted official, I was ashamed when I was a student under Aizen. I was still ashamed of flight risk, and now, after I signed a contract with Ayasuji, I am a threat. The Shushin expert whistled. Well, to be fair, he is not pleased with Konoha, his own village in general. Shisui stepped away when he saw the vine on his left wiggling from the corner of his eyes. Seriously, Naruto's little garden has been getting livelier and creepier lately. He had been in Forest of Dead to train, so that was saying something if plants in not so modest greenhouse could creep him out. He bit back a yelp when the vine almost grabbed his hand, and Naruto, as usual, was oblivious of how dangerous his beloved plants were becoming. At this point, he had given up trying to convince Naruto that his beloved plants weren't just the liveliest and happiest greens in Konoha. He is not pleased with us, especially not just you. I am almost afraid he is going to throttle Sandame when we're officially a team. On a side note, Itachi somehow accepted the dangerous, most likely in perverted way, plants as adorable. Then again, Shisui was sure Itachi was never harassed by Naruto's plants like him. Gah! Which leaves or vine touched his ass again? Itachi snorted, pointedly ignoring Shisui's glaring at Naruto's innocent greens. Because approving us as an official team is the same as giving express permission for an alliance between the Uzumaki and Uchiha clan. Or Konoha elders in general just feel whatever we're doing together rub them in the wrong way. Shisui pointed out before regretting how that statement sounded. I mean, come on. How long has it been since Madara's era again? And no offense to your clan or Senju, he turned to Naruto. Considering the number of Konoha residents in your clan, Uchiha is more like a founding clan than Senju. All of us are still here while the Senjus. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yes, I know, never mind. He craned his neck at Shisui and Itachi. So the tablet under this Naka shrine is perhaps what we're looking for? Shisui nodded. Yep, just recently we're allowed to join an official clan meeting. He blinked at that, confused at how Shisui phrased it. Official, what do you mean by that? As you know, both Itachi and I were, he coughed, recommended to ANBU with Sandame's and Danzo's approval. But it's only recently we're full-pledged member of a team, and that means we're adults in the eyes of the clan Wohu. Naruto gave him an unimpressed look. Itachi just sighed. Previously, while we're allowed to join clan meetings, it's held in Naka Shrine. The one we recently allowed access to is the one under Naka Shrine. It's a hidden room. If they were not so close and had bigger concerns, Naruto would be worried about his friends spilling their clan's secrets. So the tablet bothers you somehow, Itachi? The Uchiha nodded. It's just a hunch, but judging from the style of writing carved on the tablet, it's most likely even older than ones we have come across before. He had only seen it from a distance though, but Uchiha always had good vision, better than most. It's a very small tablet though. Shisui gestured with his hands, giving Naruto a rough size of the tablet. About this big. Naruto narrowed his eyes. That's quite small. By standard of tablets, they had been found all over elemental countries so far. But if you think it's older than what we usually found, doesn't that mean your clan went through trouble to bring a tablet along with them to Konoha after the end of the feuding clans era? Itachi cupped his chin, frowning. That's right, from what we found in Uchiha's old hideout. Most tablets were left behind, so why only that one? So, it's not a historical record perhaps? Shisui guessed. Naruto fidgeted. I would love to see it myself. Sorry, Naruto, Uchiha clan only. Shisui opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came up. Why oh why, I can't find the right time to break the news. Then again, was there any point telling Naruto, considering the Uzumaki already knew they were related somewhere up their family tree? Itachi and Naruto noticed Shisui had been beside himself over something, and so far he was at a loss of how to say it. They would have asked days ago, but when it comes to Shisui, it would be better to let the Shushin expert to stew over it as long as he needed. Besides, it couldn't be anything important if Shisui kept snickering about it from time to time. Speaking of which, we have to delay dinner again this week. Itachi pointed out forlornly. Naruto shrugged. That's what happens when all of us have a tight schedule, but we have the same day off after the next mission. It's the day before your birthday. Shisui returned from his La La Land. Do you think we can return before the big day? They were planning to sneak to Hokage's grave on said day for Naruto's sake. Naruto shrugged. The day didn't matter really, everyone is hyped up to celebrate it in October anyway, whenever the date is. The people of the tower were happy as long as they could celebrate his birthday, even not on the exact day. It was the thought that counted. With his mental age, he didn't really fixate on the exact day. It surprised me that Hokage-sama suggested it though. He was against giving you anything above C rank before. Naruto rolled his eyes. Technically I have gone to a couple of B to a rank missions and a number of C rank missions we went were not really C rank. To be fair, you're the one who accepted the invitation from Tori's daimyo to watch that monk's magic show, Shisui pointed out. And you were the one who can't keep his mouth shut, you just have to shout he is a fake priest in front of those nobles when you detected his. Naruto retorted back. Itachi shrugged, but I believe we're the one who can't leave conflict alone and decide to go after that wandering in group when they tried to escape. He pointed out loftily. Thankfully we managed to subdue all of them, and even though we killed their leader, they're willing to compromise and swore allegiance to Tori no Kuni. I am not sure if it's because of your diplomatic skill, or we beat them up too much, or they're smitten by the twin princesses of Tori no Kuni. Shisui snickered. Toki is a cutie. He mused before cursing up a storm when he felt something touching his bottom again. Naruto harumphed. Well, but that escort mission to Jinga no Kuni is almost a bust thanks to you. The trip by ship through that river almost became hell because he was hoodwinked by a bandit. Shame. How should I know that mushrooms are dangerous and a hazard? You're lucky we use a storage scroll to keep our food, but Toshi-sama was unhappy with what the mushroom did to his ship, Itachi said. Shisui snarled, like you never get us in trouble. Remember that one kunoichi you beat in friendly spar? You should have asked first where she came from. To be fair, kunoichi from Nadeshiko village that time didn't wear her 8. Naruto pointed out. And while Itachi looks older than his age, he is still 13. She is being unreasonable, and I think she is after Itachi in the first place. Itachi shuddered. Please don't remind me, and why are we recalling missions that went downhill again? You mean Fubar? Shisui corrected as he tried to strangle an affectionate willow tree that tried to hug him. His teammates were blissfully unaware of the harassment. Naruto sighed loudly. Right, let's drop it, we're going to be depressed over it. He hummed, still I didn't expect our next mission is not quite a mission just for us as an official team. Or why Hokage-sama allows it at all, Itachi added. I know you can handle it, but I am uneasy with this change of attitude. Then narrowed his eyes. Well, as his surrogate grandson I will say he is worried I will get myself in danger he didn't know, so it's better he give me what I want and well protected. As one of Konoha's shinobi I say he is keeping me under tighter control, or someone like Danzo or Ayasuji will snatch me away. Itachi and Shisui shared a look, either like Naruto's wild guess, but they knew it made sense. At least he gave us plenty of time to prepare. Naruto took a moment to mull about their situation before cracking one eye open at Shisui. Oi Shisui, what are you doing with Yana-chan? Gee, what do you think? If there was still something very childlike about Naruto, he still named his plants. All of them had names and he remembered them by heart. You're hugging her? Naruto hazarded a guess. No, it's the other way around, he corrected waspishly. 5 days later. Another new recruit? ANBU operative who was in the middle of putting his gear wandered out loud, pulling the gray flak jacket over his head. But we just got Itachi-kun and Shisui-kun a few weeks ago, so our team is already full. ANBU squad typically consists of 2 4-man cells after all. His silver-haired senior waved his hand in negative. Not exactly a new recruit. I believe you know that the sealing division just opens up a chance for regular forces to receive formal training in sealing arts. They also inducted combat-ready members from that division to regular force, and the result is astonishing. One of their squad members chimed in. Oh, I went on a mission with one of their high-ranking members. They're really handy and efficient to have around as teammates. How so? It's a protection mission for important nobles. With a barrier erected 24/7 we can eliminate threats with ease without worrying our client would get killed if we take our eyes off of them for 1 second. He explained. The second in command of the Rho squad hummed. Who's so this time? The captain of ANBU squad Rho, Hataki Kakashi, nodded. So this time the sealing tower is giving one of their best on loan to us. So this new guy will not join every mission with us unless we specifically need his expertise. Tonight we're looking for the hideouts of a rogue ninja from Kusa though. How can this seal master help us? It would be a pain if we have to protect this seal master while they're making their seal. Kakashi sighed. Even though his sensei and Jiraiya-sama were both powerful seal masters, the majority of shinobi population always looked at Hiraishin and Toad Summon as their greatest achievement, and forgot the origin of said technique, namely. He cleared his throat. The one they loaned to us is a combat seal master. You don't have to worry about protecting him more than you do your teammates. The best seal master means diverse skills, so I am sure he can find something to contribute to the team. Kakashi-senpai is right. If you say so, Taicho. Where's the guy anyway? The Uchiha cousins aren't here yet either. Click. Speaking of, the devil Tenzo trailed off before pausing when he saw who Itachi and Shisui brought with them. The seal master they were waiting for. Ah. The newcomer had a distinctive mask, a bird mask with black triangle outlined with red from the bridge of the nose to the temple, while its beak was red. He didn't wear a standard ANBU flak jacket but a dark gray sleeveless kimono with a hood that covered his hair and a shadowing upper part of masked face. The only similar gear he wore with typical ANBU was the tight turtleneck undershirt and pants, but he had long sleeves. Yo! Shisui raised his hand in salute. If he was not already in full ANBU gear, they would see him grinning. Say hello to our new guy, even though he is just on loan. Shisui Itachi chided his cousin. The newcomer didn't seem to mind. He just shrugged at something Shisui whispered to him before turning his attention to them. Konbanwa everyone from Team Ro. His voice was deep but also distinctively young, just like their other new recruit Itachi that was only a few inches taller, so they presumed the two were the same age. Code name Sekirei. Even though I am just temporarily on loan here on behalf of Sealing Tower, I am looking forward to working with you. At that moment Yamato thought, Itachi-kun and Shisui-kun's friend perhaps? General consensus of Team Ro, what the heck, another prodigy, our recruit is getting crazily younger and younger. While their captain thought, great, another Itachi or me. At least he sounds livelier than I was. He shook his head ruefully and wondered what their Hokage was thinking. At least this boy was not going to join them in every mission, or better, the boy would back down and be replaced by someone older. Relationship with Sealing Tower be damned. Still, he supposed he owed this new little guy this. Welcome to the team, Sekirei. Note, Naruto is 145 at this point and according to my research a completely normal height but taller than average for a 9 years old. He is as tall as he was when he was 12. Thought by the way, Hakurei is over 190 cms. Before the team's meeting. There is no reason for not using the mask I already have, Naruto concluded as he put on his wagtail mask. Shisui snickered beneath his mask. And while you're at it, a wardrobe change HM? You look like you're Itachi's age. He added the last part thoughtfully. Itachi and Naruto turned to each other, and rose to gauge their height difference. You're around 2 inches shorter than me, Itachi murmured. He shrugged. Nah, according to Hakurei male Uzumaki, or rather males of Uzushio descent, are taller than average. Though he suspected he was going to be average, as in tall but not gigantic like Hakurei. Itachi and Shisui recalled the hulking figure of Hakurei. A right Sandaime especially looks tiny beside him. Lucky me, there would be less likely your ANBU team to find out Sekirei is me. Naruto beamed, the joy of being taller than average. Shisui snorted. With that hood, mask and red hair result from Henge Seal, I don't think anyone can recognize you. Hatake hasn't seen you for years and the rest have never met you, I am sure. Shisui pointed out. You're being silly, you know. Naruto snarled, who did you call silly? Hokage-sama's order states I can't be found out, and frankly I don't trust ANBU's ability to keep secrets when someone like me is concerned. He was the worst S-rank secret ever. Are you sure it's not your paranoia talking again? You're the master of being incognito and skulking around, don't worry, he said patronizingly. I don't want to be told that by someone whose code name is Shirshir, Lion, and whose brilliant idea to give Itachi a weasel's mask? He pointed at Itachi's masked face. And you? Why don't you ask for a different mask? Naruto couldn't believe he didn't question this before, but to be fair he saw Itachi in full ANBU gear only once when Aizen abducted him. Itachi honestly didn't think his mask could give his identity away. I should? Shisui glanced at his cousin and said, it's kinda pointless to hide Itachi since he is the shortest ANBU ever, and too bad you're not a permanent ANBU since you're not taking his spot as our midget. Itachi and Naruto were ticked off at his comment. Just you wait when we hit our growth spurt, sure. Damn Shisui, he was still leading by 6 inches. Likewise, Itachi and Sekirei. Unsealing Legacy 18, fall down 7 times, stand up 8. Someone who lives for others and forgets to live for himself will not live a fulfilling life. If that's not disrespecting their sacrifice, I don't know what is. Uzumaki Naruto to Hatake Kakashi. Team Ro was one of 48 ANBU squads under the Hokage, and one of the best in said special unit. While Naruto knew of ANBU existence, he was quite surprised there were 48 squads, which consist of 2 4-man cells. That made up for a small percentage of their force, but in Naruto's opinion that was a lot for him, who was part of a division that consists of no more than 50 shinobi and kunoichi. Apparently, like genin teams, even though there were 48 names, after hiragana alphabets, available, just around 20 or so squads were still in rotation. Because of their high-risk missions, it was no wonder the rotation was focused on teams that lost 1 or 2 spots. There was a reason Team 2, who used to be on his guard duty, wasn't reformed with fresh recruits yet. Although in 1 or 2 years his uchiha teammates assured him that Team 2 would be back on business. Apparently Sandaime was waiting for Shisui and Itachi to gain more experience, and planning to place them as captain and vice-captain of new Team 2. They also would be given fresh new recruits as team members. The new team would be Naruto's, their Jinchuriki guards. Go figure, I am not without bodyguards for long. Naruto rolled his eyes. Then again, you two are perhaps why I can get away with it for almost 1 year. Then again, with his constant traveling, the tendency that his mission would never ever be anywhere near Konoha, and his penchant for trouble, it was no wonder Sandaime wanted a squad of ANBU to follow him around. His recent position as future-in-law of Hai no Kuni's royal family didn't help either. So Team 2 will be an ANBU squad stationed as my guard. How about Team Ro then? He asked his teammates. Team Ro was led by Hatake Kakashi, who was astonishingly young for holding the rank of ANBU captain as long as he did. Like any other ANBU squads, they answered directly to Hokage, but they were also responsible for the security detail of Hokage from time to time and were in the front line for the most sensitive missions. Ironically, for an elite unit of Konoha, they were not the most tight-knit group, save for their captain and vice-captain, namely Hatake Kakashi and Tenzo. Why is that? Shisui sighed exasperatedly. Hatake's reputation, basically. Hatake Kakashi, their captain, had a bad reputation among ANBU as the sole survivor of his old team. Their cousin Obito died to save him, and it seemed there was an equally shady circumstance surrounding Yandaime's sole female student's death. Though the rumors in ANBU implied that he killed her. Itachi informed him. I don't believe our captain is a comrade killer. Our cousin didn't entrust his eye to someone like that. Comrade killer Kakashi. His background as Hatake Tsukumo's son didn't help his case. His indifferent attitude to the rumors, if anything, spurred them on. For Itachi's and Shisui's sake, he told them, it was one of the most intense memories from his father. I don't recall the details such as the complete circumstances of Noirarin's death, but that sadness and despair I saw through my father's eyes is real. Naruto might have no real emotional ties to his father's sole surviving student, but it didn't mean he didn't care for the Hatake at all. At least he still cared about Hatake's whereabouts on his father's behalf. Not to mention that boy, he never stops blaming himself, and he keeps living for their sake, to see the future for Obito's sake, protecting his comrades because he couldn't keep that promise. That kind of existence was just so sad. Ma Naruto, it's not like you to not care at all after all. Shisui beamed. Naruto was ticked. Shisui, shut up. The next day, Koisho no Kuni. Why of all places it had to be here? Naruto couldn't help but wonder, and he was sure Itachi and Shisui had the same line of thought. Their clash here with Root was off-putting, but the main reason was, Koisho no Kuni mostly consists of well pebbles like its name, but this particular part of this country was rocky grounds like Tsuchi no Kuni, a maze-like canyon with steep-sided cliffs. Even though Kakashi couldn't see Ro members' faces, hidden beneath their mask, he was sure they were all thinking along the same line. Looking for a group of Rogenin the whole night here is a pain. This place was too big to look for a group of stealthy shinobi. There were countless potential hiding places here, Combing it would take forever. Not to mention. He knelt, touching the moist ground, and looked up at the dark night sky that was even darker than usual because of the dark cloud. It's the rainy season. Looking for our targets with my Niken is out of option. Obviously Tenzu and the rest knew this too. This mission should go to a team with Hyuga if I can complain, but Hokage-sama assigned this to us even though he knew so most likely. So what should we do, Ryokan Taishu? Tenzo asked him. We can do a quick sweep and narrow down their possible hideouts. Kakashi nodded. Well, Tora, this environment is not easy even for shinobi to live in for a long period. We can narrow it accordingly with access to water and the likes, but that would take too long, and skulking around here too much would alert their target of their presence. Sekirei. He called their newest, but not permanent addition. What do you think? The Hataki sweat dropped. I took my eyes off of this new kid for a second, and he already Sekirei had a compass out, and crouched down as rubbing the ground thoughtfully. Then again, as Minato-sensei used to say, being a seal master is all about being swift on the battlefield. He was focused on his task but apparently not ignoring his surroundings since he heard them. I agree with Ryokan Taishu, but even if we narrow it down that way, it can take 2 days and more to cover the whole canyon. Itachi and Shisui were bending down, looking at their friend patting the ground for who knows why. We have been here before. Shisui volunteered. There is a forested area in the south with a lake, so that should be a good place to start. Kakashi couldn't help but elated that they had cut down the workload for the night by half. Is there any other place like that? There are some, but only in the east part, but there is no big water source there as far as we know. It was Itachi who informed them this time, so they had been here as a team. He nodded loftily at them and turned his attention back to Sekirei, who was looking straight ahead as tapping his chin this time. Do you have anything in mind? Sekirei-kun. Too bad because of the mask he couldn't give the seal master an eye smile. His question sounded more like an order without it. Yes, if I may be so bold, I would like to use a seal to track our target down first, and I need assistance from the whole team to do it. He told them seriously. Someone in their team snorted, most likely Kurogi. Well, let's hear what Sekirei has in mind first, then I will decide. He was not that desperate to rely on a rookie right away, besides he didn't want to pressure Sekirei. In answer, Sekirei whipped out a rolled-up map and tag. There was a puff of smoke, so it must be a storage seal trick. But still, Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Where did he put the seal? It looks like sleight of hand. Cool trick, Sekirei. Komori whistled. The newcomer paid Komori's comment no mind and unrolled the map, the type made of waterproof paper. So this is what I have in mind. 2 hours later. Tenzu clasped his hand together, and willed water and earth to mix. A pillar of wood sprung from his back, forming a replica of his visage. Mokutan, Moku Bunshin. The Mokutan user quickly pasted the tag on his look-alike. That should do it. He saw a puff of smoke from the corner of his eyes, and turned around. Taisho. You're done, Tenzu? Kakashi raised his hand in salute. Yes, let's return to the rendezvous point. They disappeared in blurry forms, moving quicker than eyes could see through the rocky landscape. They slowed down as they were just a mile away from the rendezvous point. He is full of surprise, isn't he? HM? The Mokutan user chuckled. Sekirei, I mean, who else? Kakashi shrugged. All seal masters tend to be full of surprise. Sensei and Jiraiya-sama are like that. If I hadn't learned Fuinjutsu myself, I would have thought everything is possible with a brush and ink, then kunai and shuriken. Tenzu snorted. It's not as easy as he makes it look like, HM? While I would like to think I am more proficient than most in Fuinjutsu, I am nothing like Sekirei and Minato-sensei, who received formal training in the tower. Yondaime taught him a lot, but his study in Fuinjutsu focused more on modifying and breaking existing seals rather than designing from scratch. An interest he developed after what happened to Rin, that if only he knew Fuinjutsu back then, perhaps Rin didn't have to die. Yondaime-sama used to say that Fuinjutsu is all about imagination, a drive to achieve it through trial and error, and surviving said trial and error. He smiled at Tenzu, uncaring his couldn't see it. Tenzu waved his hand in negative. Ai, Kakashi-senpai, you made it sound simple too. He shrugged. At least I agree with my sensei. Fuinjutsu is an art everyone could learn. There were a number of obstacles to learn from what he knew, like hand coordination and visual problems. It's just a matter whether or not people have enough devotion to go down that path. Who? Though once you're hooked, you will be obsessed over it. He would never forget how Kushina-san almost killed him when he peered her notes over her shoulder. So Tenzu, don't speak at Sakurai's note no matter how curious you are. I don't think he will be held accountable if you get killed. Tenzu gaped. Senpai. Why am I the one you told to be careful? And did he just imply a rookie could kill Tenzu? We're here, Kakashi announced, gesturing towards the masked boy they were talking about just now, who was tapping his feet in almost childish fashion while glaring at the map on the ground. Yo, Sakurai-kun, how is it going? Preparation is almost done, we just have to wait for Rizu, he reported. Kakashi blinked. He didn't expect Sakurai to know who had not finished when they were miles away from this spot. Only Shisui and Itachi had returned faster than him and Tenzu. Then he noticed the map was nailed to the ground with a sacred tree branch he often saw in the temple. Each branch had a bell tied to it. You look like you're doing some sort of ritual, Kakashi couldn't help but comment. He shrugged. A seal with a complicated mechanism beyond rank A would be some sort of ritual to work. Kakashi was uncomfortably reminded of Shiki Fuin. Tenzo whistled. This is AS rank seal, HM? A little overkill to track down a group of rogue nin, don't you think? Even though their mission was pretty information sensitive. Which was why ANBU was assigned to do it. In the background, more and more of their teammates approached from the distance. Sakurai inclined his head slightly at them. Actually this is just a border A rank seal, but it's not refined enough to be used with only seal formula yet. Their eyes widened when on the map a line was drawn out of nowhere. It looked like some sort of burn mark. Rizu has marked the last point, Sakurai announced. May I begin now, Taicho? Or should we wait for the rest of our team? Kakashi nodded. You may begin. We will ask the rest of the team to catch up with us later. Sakurai exhaled softly. Well then. He made a ram hand sign. Haiti Rawa no Fuin, Hatsudo. At first it puzzled him why a seal was named Scooping Moon Reflection from Seabed, but it started to make sense when above the map suddenly a puddle of water was suspended in the air. This was like Nidame's Sudan, drawing water from moisture in the air. It was nothing amazing, as strong affinity with water enabled Shinobi to do the same, but not to the extent Nidame could, and it consumed a large amount of chakra even to call forth a puddle. The water started to spin, thinning above the marked area on the map like a whirlpool. The bell tied to the branch started to chime, and water ripples appeared in tune with the chime. Then the water surface started to be uneven and formed a landscape resembling the canyon. It was a little hard to see clearly because it was all water that made up the miniature landscape. Still not perfect, Sakurai grumbled, hands still locked in the ram seal. I wonder why the sensor team we sent didn't find anything though. He almost thought Sakurai failed, but then the young seal master told them he found something. What? A moment please. He switched his hand seal to some sort of modified ram and the water landscape rearranged itself. The ANBU captain guessed Sakurai must have minor water affinity, second affinity perhaps? His eyes narrowed as he saw what the water formed. It had morphed to an upturned cone while the top shaped a water dome, and it was rippling continuously. There was a thin sheet of water around the dome, and the water ripple chiming in tune with the bell was cut by the dome. This is a barrier? Sakurai nodded. It's a barrier, and since in spite of the size it's not found yet, I think it's a very old barrier, so it already blends so well with the natural energy of the surrounding area. I was expecting for my seal to show the chakra signature of humans, but I found something blocking detection instead. Komori, one of his subordinates, hummed. How sure are you that our target is inside this barrier? Well, pretty sure it's the likeliest location in a 20-mile radius. They're on the run, so they can't go too far from the only drinkable water source, Sakurai stated confidently. Tokage, another ANBU, added. And the conveniently available barrier to hide them. It was Itachi who answered, left over from the War Clan era. Koishiro no Kuni is an old battlefield. Most likely this group of rogue nin made use of the ancient clan's hideout. Sakurai deactivated the seal and collected the props before vanishing them back to a hidden storage seal in his person. To be exact, a Senju clan's hideout most likely. Kakashi could almost hear the disgust in Sakurai's voice. Senju clans? He echoed in shock. How do you know that? Because the Uzumaki clan is the only seal designer that could design a barrier based on that could last this long without proper maintenance. He answered confidently. And the Uzumaki clan didn't give their barrier seals of this caliber to any clan, but their family, the Senju clan. Hataki's eyes narrowed. Uzumaki this boy is perhaps. Then Shisui added, not to mention. He pointed in one general direction. Around 30 miles in that direction is an old uchiha hideout. No one asked about that one. Uchiha knew their legacy well. Besides, it was not much of a stretch that Uchiha and Senju never ever lived far apart since the genesis of the shinobi era. Let's move out then. Kakashi decided to not waste time mulling over history. So where is this barrier again? It didn't take long for them to reach the area pinpointed by Sekirei before the Seal Master requested them to stop. Which was what Kakashi had in mind already before the Seal Master spoke first. He knew there was a barrier, but Sekirei would like to send a scout to check it first before they infiltrate it. Unfortunately, the best candidate would be Sekirei himself, but Kakashi didn't like the idea of letting a young shinobi on his own without protection. I will accompany you to the barrier, the rest of you should wait. Taicho, I am actually thinking of sending a Kage Bunshin. He could make a Kage Bunshin already? This made Kakashi's wild guess more likely to be true. Good idea. But I am still going to send a Kage Bunshin with yours. There is no point if your Kage Bunshin is dispelled before it can get anything through to you. Kakashi could almost see an amused expression beneath that bird mask before the young shinobi replied, as you wish, Ryokan Taishu. 30 minutes later. My apologies for the long wait, but I get it now. Sekirei announced suddenly just a second after Kakashi got his own memory transfer from the clone. It's a double-layered barrier. Tokage, always the curious one, asked, is that a good news or a bad one? Sekirei shrugged. The good news is this seal is not stopping anyone from entering. All long-lasting seals are like that. Because a barrier that stopped people from physically breaching the border consumed a lot of chakra and conscious maintenance from its user. The bad news is, one, there is a barrier that gives suggestions to anyone approaching its general area to change direction. Then there is a strong detection barrier, so no matter how stealthy we are, our targets will be alerted of intruders. Kakashi nodded. I see. I myself found that it seems our targets aren't using the hideout themselves. They're camping out of the hideout. It seems the hideout still has traps in them. Hi. Is it possible to dismantle the seal from outside? Tenzu asked curiously. Sekirei shook his head. My apologies, but the barrier is based on manifested from Shiki formula that are located somewhere inside the barrier. Unless we destroy it, or the power source is cut off, the barrier will stay up. And I suspect both options are impossible without entering the barrier? Kakashi guessed. Sekirei nodded. He looked thoughtful as he cupped his chin. I would like to think there is a hole in the defense mechanism somewhere, but it would be akin to trying to not cause a ripple in the water surface when jumping to it. Kakashi hummed. So there is no way to catch our targets unaware, and even if there is, I don't think it will be worth the effort needed to dismantle the barrier. We can perhaps try to flood the old fort, someone said, and it took a while for Kakashi to compute the extreme suggestion was made by none other than Uchiha Itachi. Komori snorted. Where did you get the crazy idea? Uchiha Taijima's journal said that the rainy season did a number to the Senju clan's fort because it's located in lower ground, so when the river and lake overflows, Itachi trailed off. We have to sabotage the drainage system added after that flood first though, Sekirei added. Which won't be a problem considering it's connected to an underground not far from the fort but outside the barrier. Tenzu raised his hand, which was odd because Kakashi was sure he had never been in academy, but he does act like a student from time to time. How do you guys know so much detail in history? When Itachi, Shisui, and Sekirei shared a look with each other, he couldn't see their eyes, but how they turned at each other in unison was telling enough. You wouldn't want to know how meticulous Uchiha and Senju could be with their record in regards to their rival. Seriously, you wouldn't. Considering whatever Uchiha record they read had Senju adding a sewer to their fort written inside, Kakashi didn't doubt them at all. The image of Obito writing furiously on a not-so-secret note about how he was beaten by Kakashi for the third time that week had nothing to do with it. Obito was just strangely meticulous about some things. That couldn't be a genetic obsession, right? Uchiha and obsession aside, they began to make a plan. First, they had to divide their team into 3 groups. one for destroying the pipeline, ambushing the fort, and overseeing the whole operation carried out without the slightest mistake. The ambush team would be led by Kakashi himself, and he was going to bring the majority of squad members with him. The sabotage team consisted of shisui and itachi. As for the last team, the sabotage team would consist of itachi and shisui, and as for tower control, Kakashi contemplated his choice, obviously as the only seal master and one that can track our targets in case we chase them out of the barrier. Sekirei would be our control tower, but Kakashi was uneasy about leaving the young seal master alone, combat-oriented or not. Toriniko, Sekirei, you guys stay out of the fight and inform us in case we miss anyone. Sekirei inclined his head slightly to Tenzu, who complied immediately. Understood, Taicho. Konoha. I compliment you that at last you see a better use of R, but I don't think Black Ops is where a weapon of mass destruction belongs, do you? Sometimes Hiruzen couldn't decide who he wanted to kill first, Danzo or Hakurei, for being a pain in the ass. While he also has a proper name, please use it, Danzo. While nothing I can say about how you address your soldier, I am not going to let you call him such a thing. And no, I will not leave it to you to find a better use of Naruto-kun. Pity, I can make him great. He is great enough as he is, and I don't see getting you involved with Naruto-kun's life will end well for you or Konoha. Sandaime pointed out loftily, do not assume I close my eyes to all things you did behind my back, and anything involving Naruto-kun is one of them. Danzo smirked. And I don't approve of you trying to assassinate Tokugawa Ieyasu. The Warhawk narrowed his eyes. We should get rid of Tokugawa Ieyasu. His relation with R is worrying. Contrary to your belief, Tokugawa Ieyasu will never ever seek destruction of Konoha. He is not a short-sighted man who felt threatened by a military body like us. Hiruzen stated with conviction, recalling the young boy who admired Nuramace's devotion to Konoha and Hai no Kuni. We belong to the same country, and quarreling among ourselves is just foolish. Is that why you left the Uchiha clan? Now he could sense emotion in Danzo's voice. He didn't know since when, but his childhood friend had developed deep loathing for the Uchiha clan. Of course Danzo would deny such emotional matters, but even though Danzo approved Uchiha Shisui and Itachi as assets, he saw the Uchiha clan as a whole as a threat to their village. He sighed, Danzo, I have thought long and hard about us, the village and the Uchiha clan. They're a proud clan and we're stomping on their pride by hindering their involvement with the village. Our villagers, civilians, scorn them for doing their job. A job that most often than not forced them to subdue and manhandle civilians, making them feared and hated figures while all they did was keep order in the civilian population. Is it any wonder why they felt dissatisfied and demanded that we change our policy with them? You can't seriously think about giving an inch to them. The Uchiha clan will demand more than just a little more leeway, and what next? Your hat? Danzo hissed indignantly. Sandaime shrugged, you talk as if I am going to give Konoha, correction, I am willing to hear their demand as long as it's reasonable, and alienating them even further would be detrimental for Konoha because the tower is backing them up. I don't like how they're getting along on the ground of alienation. It will not end well for us. Both of them were Konoha's main inner defense, and if he read Ieyasu's next step right. Those foreigners. They were never foreigners in Konoha, even when Yuzushiogakure was still standing. Hiruzen steeled his voice. I don't like our current situation more than you do, and if compromising with the Uchiha and the tower will save Konoha, then so be it. Danzo slammed his fist against Hokage's desk. Sandaime didn't even flinch at the rare display of Danzo's loss of composure. You can't do this. Nidaime. Put the village above everything, he did what he could for the Uchiha clan, the best he could offer. You on the other hand just see them as a threat. Hiruzen shot back. A threat we make in our own home, and I am not sorry if I have to bow my head if that means I am not going through the path of self-fulfilling prophecy. Danzo gritted his teeth. Again, Hiruzen, you and your soft-hearted ideal. He inhaled sharply and said, Hiruzen, I hope you will not regret this. But in the end Danzo would make sure Hiruzen regretted it, as once again as the root that supported their village from the shadow he will protect Konoha, even from their own Hokage. Koisher no Kuni. Because of his masked face he couldn't feel the cold and wetness of rain, but when he looked up he could feel the pitter-patter of raindrops against his bone-white mask. The rain is getting heavier. His blue eyes narrowed beneath the porcelain mask. I have a bad feeling somehow it makes me feel restless. Did something happen in Konoha in their absence? No, he couldn't think like that but focus on this mission first. The pitter-patter had been replaced by heavier noise, not as rhythmical, and with it their vision was getting shorter. Whether this weather was a boon for their side was still up to question. He was not worried so much about this mission, because by standard for ANBU it falls on the lower end. Still their targets chose a smart hiding place. By normal method it would take days to track them down. He was glad his seal could help Team Ro. Sekirei-kun? HM? He inclined his head towards the Mokutan user. Yes? Toriniko Fukutechu? He turned his attention back to the water replica hovering over the map. So far nothing happened yet, so why was the second in command of the Ro team talking to him again? The ANBU opened his mask, just enough for the younger shinobi to see his friendly smile. Sorry you get stuck with me, but please understand that Ryokan Taishu is thinking for the best for each of us. You're doing very well for your first mission in ANBU, in fact better than most newbies, and if he expected some reaction, chuckling was not one of it. I am sorry Fukutaishu, it's just funny that you think I have a problem with being left out of action. Tenza blushed beneath his mask. Oh, you're not? Then again, if Sekirei was anything like Itachi, Tenza supposed he wouldn't be too concerned about getting to the good part of the mission, namely fighting like most newbies. New recruits in ANBU more often than not revert to their genin mindset, excited for action. At another burst of chuckle he got, Tenza added, Sorry, I don't mean to treat you like a kid or anything. He meant it that way though, he just couldn't help it with young recruits like Itachi and Sekirei. He waved his hand in negative. Ai, it's fine, Toriniko Fukutechu. It's pretty refreshing really that you still see me as a child my age and expect me to sulk like one too. Tenza quieted down at that. Most people treat you and Itachi-kun like adults, don't they? Sekirei hummed, usually after we open our mouth. After the first hour clients usually think we just look young until they confirm if we really look our age. He shrugged. We definitely don't talk and act our age most of the time. And you're fine with that? He recalled how unnerving he was back when he saw himself as nothing but a weapon. He was a creepy kid, but he didn't enjoy the awkward way adults behaved around him. Sekirei looked at him oddly, at least to Tenzu. That bird mask gave off such an impression. I guess we're fine with that. After all, we're the ones who stopped seeing ourselves as children first. What do you mean? He shrugged. We have different circumstances, Itachi and I. That confirmed Sekirei and Itachi were friends outside of ANBU. But I guess we started off the same. We act mature because that's what is expected of our station, and before we know it, that mask becomes us. They were adults in their young bodies. If asked whether or not we're alright with how people treat us, I guess after a while it hardly matters. Tenzin narrowed his eyes. Rather than it hardly matters, more like you don't realize it should matter. They made you forget you're not an adult. Ah, the assault has started, he announced, and Tenza looked down. The barrier was rippling rapidly before it popped like a balloon. The water rearranged itself to a building that reminded Tenzu of their Hokage tower. Oh good, it's a pillar-based barrier after all. With assault team. Boom! Tokage cackled as he set the explosive tag off. Kakashi opened his Sharingan, and he could see the barrier popped off like bubble soap. Sekirei was right that the seal was pillar-based, namely there was a smaller boundary seal around the fort to stabilize the barrier and distribute energy to maintain it. Now there would be no chance for their targets to track them down with the seal. There were plenty of ways to do so, but on his side he had a surprise element. It didn't take long for him to find their targets, just in time for them to emerge from their camp in full shinobi gear. Che! Konoha's ANBU. There were around over 20 of them. Only a third were shinobis, the rest were just normal mountain bandits. He noted none of these shinobi scratched their headband, so perhaps it was a sabotage mission from Kusa? No matter how diplomatic shit this mission would turn up later, they had to eliminate their targets and perhaps catch one or two for TNI. Taicho. Sekirei's voice came from his wireless radio. Did anyone in our team use No just now? Kakashi frowned. The only one in the team with a summoning contract was him. No, we don't. Taicho. Send someone to 2 o'clock, intercept their summon. I think they're trying to send a message with it or escaping. So that seal also informed Sekirei of the new chakra signature. Kakashi guessed since it appeared out of nowhere he was of the same opinion as Sekirei that most likely it was a summon animal. Got it. Komori, I am going to handle the summon myself, round them up as planned. Hi! The bat-masked Anbu saluted before darting to the side to inform the rest of their team to relay his order. Kakashi sped up with chakra boost. Sharingan opened wide when he spotted a Kusa shinobi riding a dragonfly the size of a horse. You're not going anywhere, Kakashi vowed, his hands blurred to a series of hand seals. Raikiri. The lightning chakra crackled, coating his right hand as he sped up with the Bito's Sharingan, keeping his vision field wide. The Raikiri tore through the summon in one burst of chakra smoke, and then through the summoner's stomach. He pulled his bloodied hand and let the Kusanin to bleed out, and went after the second Kusanin that tried to escape using the smoke. For the next Kusanin he aimed to capture, but his target had another idea. After Kakashi used ninja wire to trip him and tied him up to the nearest pillar, he started to cough violently. Kakashi swore when his prisoner was still, he was already gone. With Komori and Co. going after them to Senju's old fort is a bad idea. Komori rolled his eyes. Yes, we're regretting it now. He grumbled to his radio as he and his team dodged another trap they set off. To be fair, we're afraid they're going to use a secret passage to escape, Hitsuji said. But I think Kusanin we're after is not having better luck than we do to go through these traps, so obviously that's not the case. If they didn't know the trap, well, obviously they didn't know any secret passage. Tokage nodded in agreement, at the same time dodging thrown from a hole on the wall. If we're lucky, all of them are going to be dead before they get out of here. Their prayer was not answered as at last they managed to catch up with the group of Kusanin. Fighting in a narrow hallway was not the best idea, especially if the building and your enemy were trying to kill you. In their defense, they fared better than the Kusa group, considering 2 of them were killed by the trap while the only damage they suffered was scratch from close call with the Samban trap. Komori zoomed into one nin he guessed was their leader, since he was barking orders just now. A brown-haired guy with bulging eyes, and a crescent tattoo around his eyes. Most of his face was covered in a face mask like their Taicho, but in white. He was their main target for capture, not to mention, so he aimed to knock the guy out. However, the Kusanin leader was more agile than expected and rolled away from Komori's sweeping kick. Komori quickly spun his body, grabbing a tranquilizer in dart form in one hand and... clack! He blinked when he saw the stone wall revealed to be a revolving hidden door and swept the groggy Kusanin inside before it spun shut. Someone already escaped from that hideout. What just happened? At the announcement Sekirei made through their radio, Team Ro cursed inwardly. How? I am not sure. This Kusanin somehow went off course than the rest of his team. Perhaps he found a secret passage by accident? Sekirei informed them. Komori groaned before informing the Seal Master, that's exactly what actually happened. They couldn't help but groan again when not even 5 minutes later and 10 triggered traps later, Tokage got a broken arm. Komori embarrassingly twisted his ankle when trying to dodge a trap in an awkward position. The worst thing, however, the Kusa team was not as lucky. All of them were dead, either by Team Ro's hand or the trap. Damn it. Back with Kakashi. He was worried about his team, but he believed that they could survive old traps in the Senju clan's hideout. His main concern now should be the lucky guy that escaped from Senju's hideout. He managed to spot the Kusanin, but the terrain made it hard to keep the target in sight. The rain was getting heavier, and in this weather the visibility was getting poorer. Sure, his Sharingan was better than normal eye, but it was not Byakugan. Obito's gift couldn't see through this heavy rain. He contemplated trying his luck with tranquilizer, and threw away that idea when he almost lost his footing because of wind. Damn it, now it would be a match of stamina between this Kusanin and him, considering traveling through this storm was going to consume a lot of chakra. Considering he was never a stamina powerhouse, that was a bad contest, and he was not going to try his luck to see if his target had it worse. They reached a lake, and Kakashi noted this was the lake his juniors were talking about before. Deciding to risk it, his hand blurred to a series of seals. Suigaden no Jutsu. A whirlpool formed and a spiraling torrent shot up after the Kusanin, which he dodged to the side. Kakashi congratulated himself that even though he failed to hit his target with it, he managed to herd him to a forested area. If we go there, I don't have to worry as much about the wind. And even if he almost ran out of juice. Kakashi reached out for his weapon pouch, not for his weapon but to make a cut with one of his blades, Ninpu, Kuchio's no Jutsu. Chakra smoke was quickly blown away by the wind, revealing his pack of hounds. Go after him, he barked at their order. His pack didn't waste their time and ran after the Kusanine. The fool made a mistake of looking back once and slowed down. Kakashi had to comment on him for regaining his composure with a pack of hounds on his heels, and using a bamboo tree as a springboard to gain more distance from his pursuer. Too bad for him that Kakashi's hounds were not going to lose him any time in this range. Then it dawned on Kakashi to where they were heading to, the clearing they used as a rendezvous point. And faster than he liked, they were already on the edge of said clearing. For a moment Kakashi thought it was a good thing because Tenzu and Sekirei were here so they could surround their target. The rain started to slow down, and the wind abated when he saw his two subordinates in the clearing. Kakashi thought the Kusanine was going to change direction at the sight of reinforcement. Instead he ran straight towards Kakashi's teammates. What is that guy doing? Tenzu didn't waste his time to form a modified hand seal from Mokuton. Thick blocks of wood sprouted to subdue their target but dodged easily. This agile bastard. Tenzu's Mokuton was versatile but it was very slow, and definitely not ideal for capturing moving targets. Kakashi's eyes widened when he saw the Kusanine was running straight towards Sekirei, who had just released his seal. It seemed because of Sekirei's small stature, the Kusanine thought he was the weak link of the team. Which was not really wrong considering Sekirei was a specialist and a rookie. Sekirei! Watch out! Damn it! Why Tenzu moved away from Sekirei just now, he should protect the seal master. Unexpectedly, instead of heeding Kakashi's warning, Sekirei drew his sword. For one moment Kakashi thought Sekirei was going to fight the Kusanine head-on, but then the seal master threw his blade to the air in spinning motion. The blade had an odd sheen of steel blue, and it reminded Kakashi of Minato-sensei's eye color. In that one moment all eyes were drawn by the incredulity and the beauty of the blade. His trained mind quickly snapped back to attention when he heard a grunt of pain. His eyes were wide in shock when he saw Sekirei digging some sort of staff, which Kakashi belatedly realized as the sheath of the blade on the Kusanine's stomach. Judging from the pathetic gagging and choking noise he made, he ran to the blunt end of the sheath at full speed. Sekirei withdrew the sheath and held the hollow end up. The thrown blade spun down and sheathed itself. Kakashi wondered what the shoei technique was for when Sekirei's grip shifted to the bandaged hilt and whacked the sheathed blade at the Kusanine's head in chopping motion, giving him no chance to retaliate. Wham! The target fell to the wet and muddy ground with a splash, twitching like a dying cockroach with a comical swelling on his head. Brutal. Tenzu couldn't help but comment. Well, a lot of shinobi mistook seal master for scholar, and incapable of brutality. Which was stupid because they forgot the pioneer of sealing art was a clan that was closely related to the Senju clan, and while they were peace-loving, they were also notorious for their monstrous chakra and creative use of it. If one wanted to argue about the seal master, they didn't have to look further than Tsunade-sama. She was a medic nin, a seal master, and a scholar that was capable of bashing heads in without a sweat. Kakashi sighed, rubbing the back of his head while his nin-kin stared at the spectacle. I concur that. Pakken added. If you don't need anything else, we will scream now, Kakashi. Without waiting for his permission, Pakken and the rest of his nin-kin pack disappeared in a puff of smoke. He didn't blame them really. Sekirei-kun? Kakashi called the seal master who was poking his victim's twitching body with his sheathed blade, which was kind of childish of him. It reminded Kakashi eerily of himself when he was 6, and couldn't resist poking the twitching defeated opponent from the second round of Chunin exam with a stick. He is alive. The younger shinobi said. Do we want him alive or dead? The twitch of their target was getting wilder. Alive. And the twitch stopped. Sekirei nodded before he took a tag from his pocket and slapped it on Kusanine's forehead not too gently. The man stilled in an instant and began to snore. A seal to knock people out, Tenzu commented. That's really handy, but it's more like he is sleeping. What if he wakes up later? He asked, hand clasped to call out a wood to bind their prisoner. Oh, you don't have to worry. Sekirei assured him in a tone that made Tenzu's skin crawl. He will never wake up unless I allow it. Tenzu gulped. Their prisoner continued to snore, sleeping peacefully like a baby. Kakashi eyed the Kusanine with his Sharingan. Judging from the slow and calm chakra flow, he was really sleeping. This man might be weaker than them, but still and not a slouch if his agility was anything to go by. It was simply outrageous for this ninja to be able to sleep peacefully while surrounded by enemies. Yo! So we got one guy. That was Shisui. Kakashi was so deep in thought he belatedly realized the rest of their squad was approaching the rendezvous point. This guy is snoring. Shisui unrepentantly poked the sleeping Kusanine with his foot. He didn't even stir when Shisui kicked him hard enough to roll him around. Sure. Tenzu scolded the younger shinobi. Nah, Shisui shrugged, don't worry, this guy will sleep through Animal Stampede even. Tenzu blinked beneath his mask. It's Sakurai's Kanashibari no Fuin. The seal of a sleeping demon. Kanashibari like Kanashibari no Jutsu? Tenzu wondered out loud, looking at Sakurai pointedly for explanation. The seal master shook his head. Kanashibari no is a ninjutsu that physically restrains an opponent. On the other hand, the seal of mind manipulates the target's brainwave, forcing their brain to fall into a deep sleep state. Kakashi's lone eye was narrow. He had closed his other eye to save chakra. Such a convenient seal, he signaled his subordinate to carry their prisoner. Amazing. Sakurai shook his head. It's only convenient for me, you see. I first developed this seal on request of Konoha's medic division as a safer method to induce coma. And you succeed. Yes, but the cost of chakra activation makes this seal impractical in the field. So I don't recommend using it unless you have confidence in your chakra reserve. Sakurai finished. Tenzu frowned. How much chakra this seal needs? I heard most seals need little chakra for activation. True, Sakurai nodded. However, this type of delicate seal usually needs balanced chakra input to work, and in this case the chakra needed to activate had to be twice the amount of chakra reserve of the intended victim. Kakashi hummed at that. Definitely not a seal for me, unless I am trying to shut down a genin or academy student. So it's guaranteed our prisoner won't wake up before we arrive in Konoha? He asked. No, he won't, Sakurai answered with conviction. Is there any time limit? Kakashi asked. Sakurai nodded. Not in theory, but I have been told by a medic that for patients that didn't need it, it's not recommended to let them sleep longer than 2 days. And the risk is? Slipping to a coma, I suppose, and it will require medic nin to wake them up, Sakurai informed them. Definitely an overkill no matter how safe it may transporting a prisoner be. Alright, but Sakurai-kun, would you mind telling me why you threw your blade like that and used the sheath to attack? Kakashi asked the nagging question he couldn't help but curious about. Sakurai nonchalantly answered, it was a distraction, or not. I learned that something shiny is eye-catching and a distracted shinobi is a dead shinobi. He threw his weapon away for distraction. Kakashi admitted even he was distracted by the gleaming blade and the incredulity of throwing one's weapon when an enemy was running towards you. Still, this rookie had a lot of guts to pull it off. The next day, Hokage's office. Kakashi had foreseen this, in which Hokage would ask about how they fared by incorporating a seal master in their team. He guessed this was another program like when Tsunade-sama proposed a program of field medic nin, to increase efficiency of team dynamics. However, he didn't expect Hokage-sama to ask about Sakurai's performance in particular, as if Sandaime was more interested in the young seal master than the result of his induction to their team. Well, Kakashi began, he reminded me a little when we got Itachi for the first time. Before Hokage decided Itachi would be better off in Team 2, until the demise that befall the team made him pass the uchiha back. A newbie who quickly adapted to his place in ANBU. His first performance and mission was flawless. He knew what to expect from his specialization in the team, good in following orders, and very creative. Hokage frowned. Remind you of Itachi-kun? Somehow Kakashi had a feeling that was not what Sandaime expected. Ah yes, in the way they fit seamlessly to their new role, and eagerness to work well in a team. Though I suppose Sakurai is livelier than Itachi-kun, as calm but not as subdued. Komori made fun of his specialization, nothing heated or offensive, and Sakurai gave him a witty retort that made everyone laugh. Sandaime smiled at him. The Hokage seemed pleased by his comment. So do you like the new addition to your team? I suppose? Kakashi was not sure how to respond to that. I do. I think that if we're in need of an expert in sealing, we would love to have him again. The Hokage nodded sagely. I am glad to hear that, though if you want him, make sure to make Sekirei feel welcome in your team, he is in high demand after all. Kakashi nodded, as he was not sure how to respond to that either. So he left the Hokage's office with more puzzles than when he came. Who was Sekirei really? And why was Hokage so interested in him? Konoha Shinobi Cemetery. Unlike the civilian cemetery where citizens of the Konoha were buried, one reserved for shinobi was located at its outskirts. He knew the cemetery since his academy days, that the place existed, but he was always left out from cemetery maintenance duty. His instructors didn't believe he wouldn't make trouble, but Naruto was sure Sandaime didn't want him to look for a grave with a specific name. Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Mito. Namikaze Minato. It was not hard to find graves belonging to Hokage and their wives. They were even located in completely different plots of land not far from other graves. I don't mind you guys going home first, you know, he told them as he balanced a bouquet of flowers in his arms. Shisui, who was still in ANBU gear as the rest of their team, pulled a face. Absolutely not, we're going to accompany you even all the way to hell, he declared in dramatic fashion. Naruto was not impressed. I appreciate the sentiment, but we're just visiting my parents' grave, not hell. Although I don't want you guys to get in trouble if someone sees us. Because their anal retentive Hokage was still keeping his pedigree a secret. While Naruto appreciated Sandaime's vigilance for his safety, he didn't see the point of keeping it from him to this extent. If anything, it just hurt because Sandaime didn't trust him with his own secret. Though at this point he already passed the point of hurt and leaning more to numb. It's fine, Naruto, Itachi assured him. We will just say we want to pay respect before the 10th of October when the cemetery will get too crowded. Naruto sighed. If you say so. It was getting late, but it didn't feel right to go straight home. He was not sleepy yet. Kakashi made his way towards the cenotaph located in the third training ground. The memorial stone was a familiar artifact to him. Kakashi was pretty sure he could memorize every crack, cut the uneven surface of the memorial stone by now. Obito's gift was good memorization. He almost stopped dead in his tracks when he saw that the Yamanaka flower shop was still open until this late, and a group of shinobi that just returned from the mission was buying flowers. He belatedly realized that today was 9th October, a day before that day. He contemplated for a moment before making his way to the shop. With flowers in hand, he made his way towards Konoha Cemetery. While the day was tomorrow, he didn't want to deal with the crowd. He would spend tomorrow at home, and if he felt like it, he would visit the memorial stone instead. When he reached the cemetery, he noted the academy's students had cleaned the place well. The flower vases were emptied and no wild grass in sight. Silently he complimented the brats for a job well done. He was surprised when he reached Hokage's grave. There was a new flower in front of Shodaime's and Uzumaki Mito's grave. Wow! Kakashi couldn't help but comment. Yamabuki's long string of flowers seemed to overflow from the bamboo vase, contrasting with white petals of suisun. It was a simply arranged combination, not particularly artful, but there was grace in its simplicity. It was still unusual, as most shinobi, even kunoichi, didn't put much thought in arranging flowers for their dead. It seemed pointless, tradition or not. So who? He didn't ponder for long as he sensed presence from somewhere ahead. He was not sure why, but on reflection he hid his chakra and presence, creeping silently to the presence he sensed ahead. Then he saw them, 3 familiar figures still dressed in ANBU gear, paying their respect to Yandaime's and his wife's grave. Sekirei, Itachi, and Shisui. Why? He wondered for a moment, then recalled another grave visited by them belonging to Shodaime and Uzumaki Mito. Oh, as I expected, then that Sekirei is. It seemed they were almost done and waiting for the incense to finish burning. 5 minutes later they started cleaning up the incense, and everything they brought as offering. It didn't escape Kakashi's observation that they brought ramen with them as food. Is that all of it? It was Shisui asking. It was very dark because there was almost no moonlight tonight. Yep, Sekirei answered. Kakashi couldn't see his face from this angle, but that long red hair was distinctive enough. The last figure Kakashi guessed was Itachi. Tied the trash bag and said, "Shall we go home now? It's almost midnight." Sekirei's body language was thick with hesitation. I would like to stay for a while until. Itachi and Shisui shared a speaking look before they nodded in understanding. All right, we get it, Shisui said as he patted Sakai's shoulder comfortingly. Don't stay too late though. Itachi warned his friend. You hardly have time for yourself lately, and you're not getting less busy anytime soon, so take care of yourself. I know it's fine. They bid him a farewell, and Kakashi held his breath when Itachi and Shisui walked past the tree he was hiding behind. Kakashi would be embarrassed if he noticed their narrowed eyes when they walked past, but he didn't. There was a long silence after the Uchiha cousin left, and Kakashi was snapped back to reality by a soft thud. He craned his neck and saw Sekirei had sat down on the stone pavement in front of Yandame's grave, legs tucked close to his body as the young shinobi hugged his knees. Then there was soft mumbling he couldn't comprehend. Then there was a sharp intake of breath before something like a mangled, choked sob escaped his lips. Sekirei? The young seal master whirled around quickly, mask on and hood drawn. Kakashi would be impressed if he didn't stumble. Sekirei didn't fall but managed to catch himself though. Ha Hataki Taishu. What are you doing here? He was almost flailing. It was strange to Kakashi to see the young shinobi who seemed unflappable on mission behaved like this. Paying my respects like you do, it seems we have the same idea on avoiding crowds of visitors tomorrow. I see, Sekirei mumbled. Hesitation was clear in his body language. Kakashi's eyes went toward the flowers, the only offering Sekirei had not yet taken back with him. Yellow tsubaki looked almost drowned by two large and one small sunflowers in the center, and the long branched flower that spilled out of the vase was Ringyo. The sunflower was not in uniform color, one red, yellow and one small orange. The whole combination made the bouquet resemble a sun. If the vase was not built into the altar, Kakashi would be worried it was going to fall down under the weight of all those flowers. It was not an extravagant attempt on ikebana, and while Kakashi was no expert in Hanakatoba, embarrassingly Obito was more adept at this than he ever would be. He could tell they were full of emotion to be conveyed to the dead. Taicho? We're not on a mission. Hataki-san then. He snorted at the formal address. Why, you're one formal Uzumaki, aren't you? One Uzumaki I knew before is not as formal and calls me by my first name without asking for my permission. Sekirei tensed at that. Of course it's just her friendly nature rather than rudeness. Sekirei swallowed. Is that a guess? That you're an Uzumaki? Kakashi received a nod in response. It is, but I am pretty sure you're an Uzumaki, although I don't recall there being any Uzumaki around Itachi-kun's age the last time when Kushina-san was still alive. Eh? Kakashi blinked. Just now the younger shinobi sounded flabbergasted by something he said. He didn't say anything odd, did he? I mean, you have red hair, very skilled in Fuinjutsu for your age, and also your immense stamina. Kakashi listed on. It's a pretty telling sign of an Uzumaki, I think. There was a long silence afterward, and Kakashi was about to open his mouth to say something when the young seal master burst to a fit of laughter. Ha 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 ha! This is so ha ha ha! I can't believe this date. He covered his mouth before the Uzumaki's verbal tick could slip out. I don't know why you laugh, but I believe that's the unmistakably Uzumaki's verbal tick that almost slipped out from you. Kakashi pointed out almost gleefully. The Uzumaki snorted. Fine, Hataki-san, you got me there. I am an Uzumaki, but please don't tell Hokage-sama you found me out. Kakashi frowned at that. I don't mean to make you keep a secret from Hokage-sama, but for his peace of mind it would be better if he thinks no one in the village notices the existence of an Uzumaki. I am sure you know why we need to keep it under wraps. Kakashi could think up a few, most centering on a certain ball of sunshine that also happened to be his sensei's son. Alright, I get it, you owe me though. Because I am sure Hokage-sama would be pretty cross if you're easily found out. To be fair, I am not really trying. Of course, after all, that vibrant red shoulder-length hair was only covered with a hood. Sekirei also didn't keep his large chakra reserve a secret either. After all, my clan is mostly forgotten, and to be frank, I am pretty peeved with the academy. Yuzushio is not included in history anymore. Kakashi winced inwardly. He knew why it was omitted from their history lesson. Konoha was trying that hard to hide the secret, even at the cost of leaving her future generation clueless of her once eternal ally. I am sure you know why. Oh, of course I know why. He didn't sound particularly bitter, just resigned. There is no point looking at the past and regret, you're just going to hold yourself back. Kakashi frowned at that, and yet you're still here paying your respect for Mito-sama and Kushina-san. Paying respect is different. Sekirei turned to face him fully now, That wagtail mask looked eerie on a cloudy night. Is that what confirms my blood to you? The Hitachi's frowned deeper. For the first time, Sakurai's voice sounded like he was displeased. Yes. He sighed. Gee, I can't even visit my family's grave in peace. No wonder Hokage-sama didn't even let me. Kakashi almost choked at that somber musing. Sakurai, it's fine. I will not tell Hokage-sama. You can keep visiting your family here, you don't have to worry. It was his greatest comfort to be able to talk to his deceased loved ones. He couldn't imagine how it would feel if that was taken away from him. Sakurai stared at him with an odd look. At least his body language had that kind of impression on Kakashi. While I am sure you misunderstood me somewhere, thank you, I guess, the Uzumaki drawled on, hesitating before he broke the stretching silence. May I ask you something? Hitaki blinked before shrugging. Go ahead, no promise I will answer you though. It's fine, it's something I don't expect an answer for, he told Kakashi cryptically. No, Hitaki. Kakashi, how long do you intend to let their death weigh you down? Tremor ran through his vein like a cold glacier at a blunt question Sakurai asked so nonchalantly. They are not weighing me down, he hissed, and he was shocked by how angry he sounded. He wanted to sound assuring, but he couldn't help it. Is that so? Perhaps you don't realize you make them be. Before Kakashi could refute that, he added, remembering is fine, talking to gravestone if it comforts you is also fine, that's how you cope and so be it. He sounded resigned, and Kakashi suddenly felt a familiar guilt because the Uzumaki wanted to get something across, but Kakashi just couldn't help it. Sakurai turned around, however, dwelling in guilt and questioning yourself on what ifs brings you nothing but pain. Was this boy a mind reader? Even if somehow he found out about Kakashi's past, seeing through him was another matter entirely. He knew there was nothing he could do for Minato-sensei's and Kushina-san's death back then, and Rin chose to die for their village. However, Obito had a different problem entirely. Obito died for him. He was selfish, condescending, and far too concerned about following the rules. The set of rules that should be chucked out of the window, because what was the point of following rules if you had your comrade's blood in your hands? Had he cared about teamwork and friendship in the same way that Obito did, his kind friend might have survived that mission. Tap. Kakashi's eyes widened when he saw a glowing tomo-shaped blade right in front of his face, tapping his headband. He reacted, backing away with a burst of chakra. What the? Kongo Fusa, the Fuinjutsu and Haiden that are reserved to Uzumaki clan members. Sakurai's was different from Kushina's though. The color was richer gold instead of pale, and the blade on the tip reminded Kakashi of Sharingan's tomo. If I was an enemy, you would be dead by now, Sakurai told him mildly. Really, Kakashi? He must be hallucinating, because even though the voice was different, the tone and pitch was Minato-sensei's. You should pay attention. Mina. Before he could finish, another tomo blade spun menacingly before him. He didn't sense any hostile intent, but he could tell it was some sort of warning. Wasn't he the one who gets dressing down here? Did you get it? Sakurai asked after he retracted his Kongo Fusa. Sure, there was no danger. Sakurai was just dangling the chain on his face, but it was nowhere less unnerving when one had a painful memory of being dragged around by the same chain back then. He swore he would never make a sexist comment within Kushina's earshots ever again. Another evidence that genius didn't mean wise. Yes, you did. Just don't wave your Kongo Fusa on my face. Kakashi made a shooting motion with his hand irately. I am easily distracted when people bring up my issue. To be fair, this was not a mission and Sakurai was not a hostile enemy. And I heard enough lectures that they wouldn't want this for me. Sakurai scoffed. Good, and I am not going to give you that. Because you know the dead are dead, and whatever we think about what they want in the end is just our imagination. In the end, what you did is what you want for yourself, he pointed out. Kakashi narrowed his lone eye at that. He knew what he was doing. Imitating Obito as some sort of tribute for his fallen friend was not Obito's wish but his alone. At the same time, he knew he couldn't be as kind as Obito, who really did help people out of goodness of his heart, rather than blatant lies Kakashi made out of himself. Kakashi was not ashamed to admit, that was why Obito, even in death, was always a better person than Kakashi. There is nothing bad about that, is there? Is that what you think? Honestly, it's pretty simple. You let your past dictate you. Can you honestly say that you have changed at all? If before it was like a solid hit on the gut, this was more like a killing blow. He couldn't deny that because of his father's death he became obsessed with following rules out of selfish desire to protect himself. What is so different now if he protects his comrades because of Obito's death? It's not about wrong or right, but do you even like yourselves? Not as a shinobi but as a person? He didn't answer that because if he did it would be a resounding no, and he had spent years hating himself for letting his precious people die. Sekirei went on. Someone who lives for others and forgets to live for himself will not live a fulfilling life. If that's not disrespecting their sacrifice, I don't know what is. There was nothing Kakashi could say in response to that, but he knew the feelings welling in his heart very well, shame and guilt. Sekirei just sighed, taking his silence as negative. Well, apparently this is a pretty pointless endeavor on my part, he muttered before walking away. Wait. Sekira. The Uzumaki stopped walking and craned his neck so Kakashi could see the profile of his masked face, a silent query. Why are you telling me this? At that he rubbed the back of his head, groaning. To tell you the truth, I am not so sure myself. He sounded almost sheepish. But Hataki-san, don't make what I told you tonight change our working relationship. Whatever I said in the end is still someone else's opinion, you may agree and disagree. Kakashi's sweat dropped. Is it just me or this Uzumaki has a drastic change of mood? He sounded almost detached. I don't remember Kushina-san having this mood swing even when she was pregnant. Though I suppose my main reason I am just passing a message, he told Kakashi. Then it dawned on Kakashi since this talk began not even once Sekirei took credit for what he said as his. There was no opinion or thinking that was his, the way he talked was more like reciting some sort of script. From who? In response, Sekirei just inclined his head towards the grave, before he left with a swirl of leaves. On the way back to tower. That's just so mean, Naruto complained, resisting his urge to pout. I can't believe you let him pass. Itachi shrugged. To be fair, we don't have the right to stop him. And it's not like you're not itching to talk to him in private, Shisui added with a grin. Naruto glared at the Uchiha cousins, before sighing. I am not, he grumbled. I am not claiming credits on whatever I told him tonight, I was passing a message. He insisted. I have no right to lecture him, and I am not a hypocrite in denial. I am as guilty as he is about getting attached to the dead and past. Naruto, they're your parents and loyal guardians, Shisui pointed out, and yet I don't see you acting like a scarecrow in front of a memorial stone. It was a pretty ironic take on Kakashi's name, Shisui admitted. 4 hours, and picking up the dead's bad habit and getting it wrong. Naruto stared at the annoyed face Shisui made, and noticed Itachi was making his own version of annoyed in which his lips curved down by 2 millimeters and eyes narrowed. Get what right? He's late to everything unless someone's life is on the line or Hokage's order. I get he's trying to copy Obito Nizan, but Hataki doesn't even actually help old grannies get their cats out of their trees or carry their groceries. Shisui explained with a huff. If he wants to honor Obito and I or something, he should at least do the charity part. While Obito and I is tardy, at least his excuse is not lies and it's out of goodness of his heart. Naruto recalled the Uchiha his father was so fond of in his mind, a boy with naturally good heart, an optimistic grin. He reminded Naruto of his old self a little, no, a lot. Is that so? And Obito and I was never that late. Naruto almost couldn't believe Itachi was joining Shisui. Yes, at most he is half an hour late, and he is sincerely apologetic about it. Shisui added, recalling one time he had to wait for 2 hours when Hokage requested them to go on a mission together. The Hataki had the gall to walk to their meeting point, nose buried in his porn, and unrepentantly mumbled about being late without picking his pace. Then he told them he was helping grannies with their groceries, and he got lost on the road of life. Shisui was very tempted to correct Kakashi's botched attempt to copy his cousin, but he was not that petty to go for a low blow. Especially when Kakashi looked like he was smacked on the face when he noticed Shisui, who was standing apart from the team and practicing suppressing his chakra, was part of the team. Still, Shisui was peeved. Naruto's sweat dropped. Should I be worried that Shisui and to an extent Itachi have more of a problem with how inaccurate Hataki Kakashi was at imitating their cousin rather than the imitating part itself? He had heard that imitation was the highest form of respect, or was it flattery, to one's idol. As a seal master, imitation was the highest form of heresy in his art, so he didn't get it. And he didn't get Hataki either, not more than his father did at any rate, and even his father's understanding should have expired by 9 years. Alright, calm down, you two. Not that Itachi needed it, I am more concerned of how he would act around me in the next mission I join. It's not like Hatake Taisha is someone who likes to pry. Itachi knew this well, because back when he asked about the transplanted Sharingan, it was like walking on eggshells with the Hatake. Even then the ANBU was pretty vague in answering Itachi, and most likely he answered because he thought he owed it to Obito's cousin. He sighed, I hope so. Naruto looked up to the cloudy sky. The crescent moon tonight was eerie and reminded him a little of Kurama's pupil. I just want him to hear my father's last thought for him. For Kakashi to start living for himself and free of guilt. Though in the end what Kakashi would do with that advice was still up to him. Naruto's father believed Kakashi could pull it off someday, but Naruto was not as optimistic. After all, Hatake Kakashi had done an exemplary job in avoiding those issues for years. Still, his father believed his student could overcome this, and in spite of his non-existent faith in Hatake Kakashi, Naruto would like to see if that was true. The ceiling tower. Muramasa, if only that terminal illness didn't get you, I would have killed you myself. Hakurei murmured to himself as he dusted off documents after documents. It had been weeks and he didn't see even a single useful page in Muramasa's cabinet. Cheyenne sweat dropped. "Tusan, there is no point cursing Muramasa-san now, is there?" "There is. If he continues giving me trouble even beyond the grave." Hakurei hissed, browsing through Muramasa's document. Just because Minato-kun doesn't have Satora, he thinks it would be fine to put the seal to stabilize Satora somewhere here without telling me where the damn document is. That moron, I wonder where did he get that confidence Satora ended with him. Can't we just make a new design? I would love it if Muramasa himself didn't take 5 years designing that seal of his. If Muramasa took that long, he didn't even want to imagine how long it would take doing it themselves. Heck, they didn't even comprehend Satora fully. Sure, they knew what it did, but how it worked in someone's head and chakra network? Not a clue. Cheyenne eyed the cabinet reserved for Muramasa alone. Question, why is this cabinet so messy? Obviously Muramasa is not the most orderly person, genius seal master, and blacksmith, or not. Hakurei answered flatly. The younger Shiramitsu cringed. Is that so? Now he gets where Naruto-sama gets his tendency to hand over messy paper for his side project. When did he make the seal? It will be faster if we know. Unlike Naruto-sama, I believe he started to awaken Satora when he was 18 years old. Hakurei rubbed his chin. Satora is not quite a bloodline in the first place, so it's pretty random. Cheyenne tied his bushy hair up and Hakurei held back a laugh because his oldest son looked funny with that hairdo. His son inherited his wife's curly bushy hair, and luckily for his grandsons, Mu and Atla didn't inherit Cheyenne's hair but the more dominant straight hair of their clan. 18 Cheyenne trailed off, unaware of his father's line of thought. Wait a minute, didn't Muramasa-san return to Konoha to settle down when he is almost 30? Yes, so? He didn't recall the exact year himself. Doesn't that mean halfway in developing the seal he is called to capital to be one of the 12 guardians? Cheyenne pointed out. Did he even bring his notes on the Satora seal back with him? He tried to recall the almost forgotten conversation about the seal they were looking for. As a shinobi and seal master he had a good memory, but it was still hard to recall something over 30 years ago. Flashback. Haku Sage, can you guys help me with this seal? Muramasa asked, tying his hair up in pigtails. His twin, Senjutsu, sweat dropped. Alright, and again, why is Sage my nickname? Hakurei is herb name, so you guys will have. Hakurei cut him off. Alright, stop right there, Senjutsu, if you question Muramasa's logic we will be here all day. He was speaking from experience here. Muramasa beamed and their eyes were drawn to his twin pigtails, surprisingly not out of place on him even though he was in his late 20s and a man. Your hair. Senjutsu, don't question Muramasa's craziness, just let him be. Why does his twin never get a clue to ignore Muramasa's eccentricity? Especially the taste for weird hairstyles he got from his mother, Senju Tuka. Apparently the Senju wanted a daughter, and since Muramasa was pretty enough. Guys? Help me please. He whipped his face towards their direction. Blonde twintails swung following his movement. One of these days Muramasa would feel something when someone was commenting on his hairdo. He quit his job in court because of stress, so he should know how to feel insulted in theory. Alright, where's your note on this seal? This seemed to be one complicated seal. It's not here, so maybe it's still there. Where is there? Capital, of course. You left your seal notes in the capital? I think so. End of flashback. Hakurai trembled as realization dawned on him. Muramasa! Cheyenne sighed. "San, your blood pressure. It's nothing new when it comes to Muramasa-san." Shut up, Cheyenne. Send someone to the capital to get the notes. I can't believe we forgot about that moron's notes for years. That was how a tired Naruto, groggily woken up by a very flustered Hakurai, apologized to his master that due to unexpected delay Naruto-sama had to wait for a month patiently in the end. Fortunately, his caring master didn't seem to care, and mumbled about the idiot student of his father, and it was too early to deal with another problem. So Naruto didn't ask for an explanation. He didn't know how to explain to Naruto-sama that his idiotic grandfather left his notes, the lifeblood of a seal master in capital, and now Hanma members in Cheyenne, who got the short end of the stick, were looking for the missing notes, with not much success. Muramasa the idiot had left almost everything in his old quarter in Ho Palace and returned to Konoha only carrying 3 swords, some clothes and money with him, and thought it was a good idea to leave everything else behind. Sorting through Muramasa's junks alone would take days. He had not told Naruto-sama about his not-so-far blood relation to the Uchiha, and he was even more unprepared to explain Muramasa was a bit touched on the head. Thankfully, Naruto-sama didn't ask for an explanation even after he was sober. Naruto-sama was thoroughly distracted by his birthday party and ensuing chaos, especially when Kagene's son thought it was a good idea to challenge Takusa to a ridiculous game to make the party merrier. In which the game involved a long, clear acrylic pipe, a sealing tool for research he had no idea whose workshop Shisui stole them from, then an alive squirming cockroach, and the most affectionate vine plant from Naruto-sama's garden. Hakurai was not sure how the heck Shisui managed to convince Naruto-sama to lend the silver vine Tabi-san to him. And just few days ago, Kagene's son spouting nonsense about suing Naruto-sama's plant for sexual harassment, and demanded them to stay away from his chastity. The fruit didn't fall far from the tree. Shisui was as dramatic as Kagane. For once Hakurai was thankful, so for the sake of greater good he threw Takusa to the wolves, called Uchiha Shisui's creativity to wreak havoc, and watched his student Takusa's sacrifice would be worth it, blowing a cockroach trapped in clear pipe to go to opposite direction until his face became tomato red while Tabi-san's vine went shiver under his shirt and tickling both of them. No! Not there! Where are you touching, you pervert? Shisui, you're accusing a plant pervert? They're mutated plants. Ha 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 ha! Naruto-sama, help Tabi-san as have mercy. And the cockroach? He reminded them helpfully of the main point of the game, blowing the poor menace away from their orifice. Takusa blew as hard as he could, and Shisui returned it. I will not lose! Why are they still playing this stupid game again? Someone from the crowd wondered. Idiots. Truly, Kagene's son was a genius in creating chaos like his father. And like any true Uzumaki, Naruto-sama couldn't draw his eyes away from unfolding chaos and mayhem. The next day, Takusa Naruto drew dangerously, ignoring the nagging feeling that he had forgotten something, and this was Hakurai trying to make him forget. But for the life of him, he didn't think it was anything worth worrying about. Why is that I heard from Hakurai, who heard from Yamanaka-dano of all people, that according to his daughter you put half of her class to sleep? This constant headache since the end of his first ANBU mission was not helping his mood either. Takusa fidgeted. Yuzuriha looked ashamed. Well, I tried to stop Takusa, the young master. Trust me, I tried, but you know Takusa. Once the Shiomitsu boy started on Fuinjutsu, he would rant on and on with technical lingo that no one below first Dan Seal Master could comprehend. He also sucked all emotion out from his speech, even though he was talking about the wonder of their art. Once Hakurai commented Takusa could put even Danza's puppet to sleep with his lesson, and as proven by Sai, Danza's training couldn't help him to stay awake. There was a good reason why Takusa, despite being younger, was as skilled as his sister, but for the life of him he couldn't teach. Naruto himself couldn't comprehend how Takusa made Fuinjutsu sound boring. Maybe it was his Uzumaki's bias, but it's Fuinjutsu. The art of writing your imagination and making it reality. It was the well of infinite possibility and… Okay, stop right there. I have had enough of you singing praises for the damned. Kurama protested from the depth of his mind. I had it when I was inside Mito, your mother, and now you too. That came out wrong. Kurama grumbled. I spend too long inside humans. You guys start to corrupt me with your disgusting way to procreate. Kurama, I will stop, but you too. This is getting weird for us both. They agreed, and Naruto turned his attention back to his vassals. At any rate, aside from a few candidates. Which was a ridiculously small pool considering there were almost 100 students getting the same offer. We expect it not to go well, but I can't accept it because they can't stay awake during your lecture. I am really sorry, Naruto-sama. He sighed. I get it why this happened on the first day of third year. Takusa started, and when he finished you're already out of time. But what happened with the second, fourth, and fifth year on the next days? He was busy on a mission, so he had no idea, and the ANBU mission distracted him enough to make him forget to ask. To be fair, no report about it reached his desk. Yuzuriha swallowed. I tried to do damage control, but I was called for an emergency mission, so I passed the job over to Takusa. Iwafian-san and Shine and I were the ones to go. Naruto would give himself a forehead slap if not for the headache he was already suffering from. Takusa was bad at simplifying explanations. Iwafian could be funny at teaching, but he was prone to digressing and in the end getting nowhere, while Shine guessed from who Takusa got his teaching skill from. You know, there is nothing wrong with assigning anyone with lower rank than second dan, even a student in foundation year. If anything, they could relate to an amateur better. Ugh, their faces said, why didn't we think of that? Though the downside would be they might be unable to answer everything curious and mischievous students threw at them. Leaning back to the backrest of his chair, he sighed when the chair creaked. By the way, who made the arrangement? It couldn't be Hakurei because the old Shiamitsu had been rushed off of his feet for the last few days and holed up in an archive room. Actually, whoever volunteers for the job and free. This time Naruto gave in to temptation and palmed his face. He knew it was just a side project that was not a priority, and the majority of Tower's occupants viewed it as charity. Still, he wanted the Tower to integrate more with Konoha and pulled the Uchiha clan along in the process. Itachi and his parents were still skirting around the issue with their clan, because poking the angry beehive Uchiha clan had become was dangerous. On his side, his people were half-hearted and most of the time were just indulging him. In Itachi's and Shisui's side, they were dealing with a ticking time bomb they called their clan. And Imitsuji expected results in a year. He inhaled deeply, and told himself to just take one step at a time rather than whining about his problem. Alright, first thing first, see if we can arrange another seminar. And this time he swallowed. I will go to the academy and choose the seal master to bring along with me. If you want to get it right, sometimes you can't delegate it to someone else. Shinobi Academy. The instructor's monthly meeting was held today in the academy, and Iruka was never this impatient waiting for the second Tuesday of the month. He had been preparing for this meeting to share his findings with his peers, and he pounced at the chance the moment his turn to speak came. He explained his worry about the declining quality of education in the academy, which at first slowed down to accommodate civilian children after Kyuubi's attack. Now that they were slowly recovering their number, they really had to pick up their pace. One of the senior instructors nodded sagely at his argument, then pointed out that they had to run it through Hokage first, and even then changing the curriculum back to pre-Third War was too drastic a change. Even clan children would have problems to follow, and there was no way they could impose this change to students above third year. That's why I would like to propose a program, in which we're going to give our students a chance for early specialization. Iruka began. So far only the sealing division shows their interest in our students, which is a shame since they're not the only understaffed division as far as I know. For example, Medic Neen is especially in high demand all the time, and if we succeed in arranging a cooperative program with the Medic division, it would be a great boon for Konoha. Even if not all students pass the Genin test, they still have a chance to be a doctor. It was no secret that in Shinobi Village there were never too many medics, especially in Konoha. It could be said that their victory in the Second and Third Shinobi War was thanks to their superior medical force. Even in the peace period there was never a shortage for medical requests, from both shinobi and civilians. So I would like us to try contacting other divisions to hold a seminar like the sealing division did, and even if we have to open an extra class to make time for it, I believe it would be worth it. Iruka finished. They began to discuss it among themselves. Hushed whispers and mumbling filled the meeting room. So aside from sealing division we will ask Hokage-say. Iruka shook his head. No, I would like us to request the sealing division to repeat their seminar. And this time I would like us to brief our students first, to prepare them what this chance means for their career. He knew in shinobi life, spoon-feeding your student was discouraged, but Iruka also knew there was a time to compromise too. Especially if it would benefit their village in the long run. As if answering his prayer, a courier ninja sent a letter that informed them that the sealing division was interested in another seminar, promising a trial run of foundation lessons in sealing art to give their students a taste of their specialization. Did you ask them beforehand? They were puzzled why the letter was marked as an emergency one though. Iruka shook his head. I didn't. He couldn't believe his luck. He was almost afraid the sealing division was so disappointed with his students and won't give them another chance. Especially when more than half of his students fell asleep when Takusa was teaching them on the wonder of his art. A shame, since even though Iruka couldn't understand everything, it was very interesting and enlightening. That meeting was adjourned, and in Iruka's favor, the Chunin instructor had never felt so accomplished since he passed the instructor's exam. In his joy, Iruka never noticed his gray-haired friend's narrowing eyes and pure jealousy that twisted the other Chunin's face to an ugly sneer. The next day, Sealing Tower. Today was the awaited and continuously delayed dinner with Itachi's family, and Naruto was pretty nervous about it. He had prepared gifts, and reviewed snippets of his parents' memories, which was not a lot as reference. So far he knew Itachi's father was close with his father, so were their wives. Fugaku was fond of Sori in the autumn season, and secretly amused of Itachi's fondness for sweets. Mikoto learned how to cook from his mother, and thought Kushina was fearless. Not exactly helpful info to give a good first impression, but he would try. He knew how to act as Uzumaki's heir in presence of other clansmen, but he was not going to Itachi's house as such but as Itachi's best friend and teammate. Poking his breakfast with his chopstick absent-mindedly, he wondered. How should one act in the presence of a friend's parents again? He had no clue whatsoever. Naruto-sama. We got a letter, and the academy replied to us already. Yuzuriha announced enthusiastically, and Naruto almost choked on his hot morning tea. Already? Didn't they just send the letter just yesterday? Yuzuriha did send the letter through Courier Ninja and marked it as emergency and overkill, and declared anything coming from their young master should be treated as emergency. After finishing his drink, he opened and scanned the letter. Naruto was not sure whether it was a good sign or not that the academy was welcoming them with open arms once again. He belatedly realized answering the academy's request would mean stepping inside the institution he desperately wanted to get out of once again. Damn, maybe I shouldn't speak too fast about going back there. Then again, he was not going back on his word even if he had to face the academy once again. No one is perfect on their own. That's why we gravitate towards each other to make up for what we lack. I think we start walking in the right direction only after we are together. Uchiha Itachi on his teammates. Never a building looked so menacing in his imagination, and it was not even an enemy's hideout or anything similar. In fact, Senju's old hideout infested by enemy Nin was more inviting in his opinion. It was not like he was scared of re-entering Shinobi Academy after the last errand that required him to come here and after his graduation too. More like he was not looking forward to dealing with troublesome former teachers and classmates if he was unfortunate enough to run into them. He let himself enjoy the luxury of having 10 seconds to stare at the several buildings of the academy, and ended his gaze on one that was adjoined to the Hokage Tower, while taking a leaf out of Naruto's book. Rather than hate or fear, his feeling towards the academy was more like Naruto to troublesome things. Never mind the fact that his experience in spending time with Naruto was limited to Iwa-san. It was so troublesome. What a pain. He didn't feel like coming here at all. Look! The swing was ever present and looking as depressing as ever. Whose bright idea was it to put up one single swing over there and nothing else? He had been fond of that swing before the revelation and avoided it since then. Sure, it was a petty reason, but mainly Kurama taunting him. You know what? I don't care. I refuse to see my vessel brooding in broad daylight. You make a very sorry picture of a depressed brat sitting on that swing. Apparently Kurama took him sitting on that swing dejectedly as a personal insult. Naruto since then had developed an unexplainable loathing towards the swing. Sure, it was a reminder of his darkest period, yet why the heck was he so tempted to plot its destruction? Naruto-sama? Shit, 10 seconds was over. Come on, we don't want to make them wait. He beckoned the rest of his entourage to follow. Then he realized he was feeling sluggish just making his way past the gate. He was turning to Nara here. Wonderful. In another part of Konoha. Maybe he was cut off by a stick of dango shoved to his open mouth. His cousin wiggled an eyebrow at him. Don't you dare, there is no way Naruto needs us in the academy. Seriously, Itachi, he will live. Of course he will, but. Chew that first, cousin? Itachi did so, chewing and swallowing the first ball of sweetness. And the dinner is tonight. Shisui rolled his eyes. What makes you think that the academy was going to give him a trauma recap and make him show up like a traumatized victim tonight in your house? He ignored Itachi's protest that no one was thinking about trauma. He is not traumatized by the academy, more like what all of us are thinking, why the heck had I been here for years? And yeah, for some of us it's a waste of time. He was not a pro-early graduate, and was not pushing meteoric rise in ninja rank. In fact, he thought that the academy was good for Sasuke. It taught the kid how to make friends, socialize outside of their clan, and so on. However, to him and Itachi, there was no such thing because their academy years were close to the tragic 10th of October, and no one wanted to be their friends. The teachers, while mostly unbiased to uchiha children, were all showering them with praises for academic achievement and cementing their status as teachers' pet. So there was no childhood, no making friends and socializing with anyone outside of their clan. So excuse Shisui and his cousin if they had graduated as early as they could the moment they saw how pointless it was to stay any longer. Which resulted in them being placed with complete strangers, and obviously no one liked being upstaged by younger kids. Shisui somehow managed his genin days by being an okay guy even to his genin teammates, yet there still existed a distance between them, and he preferred training with Itachi than with them. They were comrades, but if Shisui was being honest, it was hard to relate to his teammates. Itachi, on the other hand, developed a completely professional relationship with his teammates regardless of kunoichi and his instructor's effort to get the prodigy to open up. Naruto was the worst, considering he completely closed himself off from people outside his little circle of friends and subordinates, and got away because he was a former ward of Hokage-sama. Then again, Naruto could hardly trust people to treat him as a person. It was a completely sound concern that Naruto didn't believe Green Genin from the academy to treat him as a teammate. Shisui sighed. Rather than a team of prodigies, we're more like a team of socially retarded guys. Which explained why Sandaime was so relieved to put them together. Shisui was snapped out of his musing by Itachi, who was on his 10th stick of dango, and wondered where his cousin put all those sweets. Itachi was not a big eater, but he seemed to have a second stomach for sweets. The reason why he often called out that Itachi was like a girl? Because when Itachi was stressed, he ate sweets as his comfort food. Relax, at least Naruto is teaching Sasuke's class. That stopped Itachi from taking another bite. How do you know that? Because Sasuke's third-year class. He informed the Uchiha heir, not sure how it's a logical choice, but they're the main target of this seminar. Of course Naruto would want to go down there himself. Itachi blinked. Why do you make it sound like he is there to pick a fight? Then he added, as for why it's logical, children of Sasuke's age already have sufficient practice in writing and mathematics, and they're planned to graduate in 3 years. By the time they graduate, if they do well enough, they will already be a first Dan master for a while. Perfect for a first batch of proposed programs to start their in-field career. Itachi finished. Shisui frowned. I don't like how that sounds like they're guinea pigs. In the loosest sense of word, they are, but it's not like they get nothing in return. In fact, they would be lucky to have early guidance for specialization, unlike us who have to figure it out ourselves. And that was always the hardest turning point of their career, branching out or specializing. If you put it like that. Konoha Academy. Iruka couldn't help but freeze when he saw the Kyuubi of all the people in the hallway, and talking to Yuzuru-Hasan and other 2 older shinobi. All of them were wearing the standard uniform of the Sealing Division, which looked like a strange fusion of a kimono and a coat with a high collar and wide, short sleeves. Yuzuru wore it like a kimono top, tying the waist part with a pale yellow sash, while the rest wore it as a coat. It emphasized their perceived scholar image. He did a double take. The coat looked familiar, especially on the when he realized Yondain wore a similar coat. That explained a lot. Apparently, his coat was a stylized version of the Sealing Division's uniform. Does that mean Yondain was part of the Sealing Division? Yondain was one of most prominent combat seal masters ever known in history. Yes, he was. Ah, Yumino-san. Yuzuriha spotted him, thank you for. As one, all seal masters frowned at him, and he realized he was openly staring at the vessel of the QB. Much to his shock, he was quickly subjected to a wave of killing intent from them, and he froze on the spot. For a moment he wondered whether they were going to kill him. They seemed like they wanted to. Didn't I tell you to go to your assigned classes already? Came the stern query that cut through the killing intent like a knife. Well? Yuzuriha and the other two seal masters teased, young master, I am sorry. Oh, look at the time. The pointedly ignored the apology, staring at a nearby clock. Then he beamed at them, giving a smile so bright Irika had to blink repeatedly. The seal masters, however, melted at the sight. We don't want our future comrades to wait, do we? Say, come on, go to your assigned classes. He gave Yuzuriha a gentle pat on the shoulder. I am counting on you guys. Hi, the seal masters quickly left, all of them looking very happy for some reason. What just happened? Irika wondered inwardly. Though he tried his best, he couldn't help but tense when the Uzumaki turned to face him, and looked at him with sky-blue eyes as if to pierce through him. For a moment Irika considered apologizing, but for what? Staring too long? Looking like a mouse stared down by a snake? No matter how he phrased it, the apology wouldn't come out right. Yumino-sensei, right? He nodded stiffly, not expecting the other party to break the awkward silence first. Yes, I am Yumino Irika, Chunin, homeroom teacher of a third-year class. He introduced himself. Including one's rank in their introduction was not a matter of pride in their profession but was a confirmation as to how comrades should address each other. After all, Konoha was a military organization first and foremost. The boy smiled at him, a much weaker smile, just a slight curve in his lips. I am Uzumaki Naruto Chunin. He was in the same rank as Irika? 5th Dan Seal Master. At 15 years old, Takusa was 4th Dan rank? I will be in your care for today. Ah, same here, thank you for coming today. He replied awkwardly, over here please, my class is on the 3rd floor. He said, turning around and led the Uzumaki to the nearest stair. He tried as subtle as he could to observe the seal master that was just a few steps behind him. Irika had not mistaken for someone else it seemed. He was older, but pretty much the same and hard to be missed. Bright blonde and spiky hair, blue eyes and whisker-like marks on his cheeks, which was not too prominent because it was covered by long side bangs that framed his face. Irika only saw the boy once or twice wreaking havoc with his pranks, but he was sure the boy was not this well-groomed like a clan child back then. Wait. He felt a little silly, but he was pretty sure just yesterday he visited his parents' grave and noted they had passed away for 9 years? So, this boy was supposed to be a third-year academy student and Irika's students' age group. Ano Yumino-san. He called out. Irika stopped. Yes, Uzumaki-san? He called the 9-years-old kid with san, that was so. A calloused hand gestured to his left, where a very familiar door was embedded. You already passed your classroom. Uzumaki pointed out. Oh right. Get your shit together, Irika. A distracted shinobi is a dead shinobi. Trying to cover his slip-up, he forced a grin to his face and slid the door open with a slam. Oha, his instincts kicked in, and in an instant his hand shot up to catch the object that was traveling towards his face, but it only found empty air. Clink, clink, clink. A golden chain made of pure chakra with a comma-shaped blade on its tip wound itself around the chalk eraser faster than his hand. Frozen at the strange sight, Irika turned around slowly and saw Uzumaki Naruto following him into the class. The chakra chain was sprouting out of his sleeve and seemingly disappeared within as it shortened, and the chalk eraser was safely dropped to his hand. Classic projectile, but uncreative, he commented. Irika let the comment slide and glared at Kiba, who else, and his band of misfits, which consist of the brashest and loudest lot of his students. Didn't I tell you to behave? And you pull this prank on me? Kiba, however, only cowed a little, and Irika was sure in Kiba's head he was being compared to Tsum. Irika had to say he was not offended at all. Kiba thought he was nowhere as scary as Inuzuka Tsum. However, he was peeved that Kiba's attention wandered to their guest instead, who for some reason looked at the chalk eraser, as if it held the secret of the universe. "Who are you?" Kiba asked. The Uzumaki didn't answer and instead asked back, "You're the one who threw this?" He eyed the crude-looking contraption made of kunai and flexible shinobi wire. Kiba puffed his chest proudly. "Yeah. Me, Inuzuka Kiba." "This eraser is a bad choice of a projectile considering your objective is most likely a prank and not aiming to harm your target. The blunt end of this eraser will cause amusing injury rather than powdering people in chalk dust," Uzumaki pointed out loftily. Irika blinked, and realized it was the handle of the eraser that was flying towards him rather than the soft foam part. "Yumino-san, may I borrow some of your chalk?" Uzumaki asked, pointing at the box of chalk in various colors. He nodded numbly, and for some reason Kiba and the rest of the class was eyeing the warily. Which was perhaps because they were not used to mischief being responded to by advice and correction rather than scolding. The Uzumaki took a handful of chalk in different colors, pulled a stack of empty tags and began to draw a seal, then wrapped the tag around the chalks. All of this took less than a minute before the blonde opened the nearest window and, much to their shock, chucked the wrapped chalk out. It suddenly burst into a colorful smoke and was flying, leaving a colorful trail in the air forming a spiral in rainbow color. Irika could see the majority of male students in his class were gaping at the spectacle. Whoa! And that's how to use chalk as a classic but creative choice of projectile. The Uzumaki finished. Just now was a mundane combination of explosive and wind element seal. He was preparing another chalk wrapped in tag. This time it looked slightly different before tossing it up to the air. This time it formed a star-shaped cloud with colorful electric current. "Wow, wicked!" a civilian-born student of his commented in awe. Uzumaki clapped his hands together, and the whole class, including Irika himself who had been put in stupor, snapped back to attention. Impromptu lesson on how to make an emergency flare done. Shall we move on to the next lesson, any Yumino-sensei? In instance, the class broke to an uproar. "How did you do that? It's so cool. I want to make that too." Irika was quick to take control of his students. "Get back to your seats first." Naruto dealt with the academy instructor with ease, as he had practiced an unflappable persona like a pro. It was so easy to see the familiar look on Yumino Irika's eyes: pain, suspicion, and fear. Strangely, the hatred was not present in those eyes. So Naruto catalogued Irika as one of those people who saw him as an unpleasant reminder, in which the man simply disliked being reminded of personal tragedy by his mere presence alone. Naruto, to be honest, had nothing against this type of person, and it was not like he could help being a reminder. Still, he had to admire the man's effort in trying to act professionally around him. It was pretty amusing to see how awkward and forced the man was, trying to be in control of his emotions and his students. Yumino Irika also had a temper, it seemed, since with one shout and a glare all his students scrambled to their seats as if Kurama was on their tails. He cleared his throat. "Thank you, sensei." He kindly ignored the awkward stutter. "As for how you will learn how to do what I just did, the answer is we start now." Aside from a few exceptions, namely Abirame kid with bushy brown hair, and that sleepy-looking Nara boy, they seemed enthusiastic. Beside the Abirame, Naruto spotted a familiar-looking boy with dark hair and eyes, like a mini version of his teammate save the funny duck butt part. Now I know why Itachi let his hair grow that long. The young uchiha looked very attentive with his surroundings, a good trait for a shinobi. Another attentive kid was surprisingly the Nara, and unsurprisingly Harino Sakura, who undoubtedly will end up under Yuzuriha's tutelage one of these days. "My name is classified, but you can call me sensei since I am teaching you now," he told them, and it sounded more like for convenience rather than military discrepancy. "I am not sure you will be interested in my likes, and I dislike plenty of things." His eyes wandered to every crook and corner of their classroom. "My dream is an ambitious one, and I am working on it now with enlightening all of you about the wonders of Fuinjutsu. Here and now we're going to write our imagination to a formula, tearing the fabric of reality literally, and defy the laws of nature. All of that being just a part of the inner workings of Fuinjutsu. So keep your eyes, ears, and mind open." He had their attention, and this was another step towards their dream. Dango's shop. While they expected him to approach them sooner or later, they didn't expect Hitaki Kakashi, the master of subtlety, to just walk to their table, take a seat on the unoccupied spot of the tatama platform, and make his order to a passing waitress. "Shidango, please, and tea." "Hi, I will return shortly with your order," the waitress in a simple-looking kimono replied. Then he turned his attention to them, lone eye curved to something like a happy smile. "Yo!" Itachi and Shisui could never understand how their seniors could be very expressive with just one eye. "Yo, Kakashi-senpai," they returned. "You don't wait at all, and here I thought you would let us off for a few days." The ANBU captain smiled again, just his eyes curved to a happy curve. "I would have, but it seems you guys are one of those hard-to-find fellows, no known favorite training ground, haunt, or anyone closer than an acquaintance in regular force." Itachi and Shisui exchanged looks. "You found us, it doesn't seem so hard." "I am a very good tracker, Itachi-kun, Shisui-kun." Itachi exhaled softly. "Alright, Kakashi-senpai, you do know that what happens in there, namely ANBU, stays there, so let's cut this short." Shisui nodded. "Yes, he is our friend, our closest friend, and he knows your sensei." Kakashi tensed a little at that. "I see he can't be older than 4 when yandere." Itachi and Shisui held on to their stoic uchiha masks firmly. "Never dreamt that we will thank Naruto's premature aging." Though on the other hand, it was almost hilarious how people keep making the wrong guess on Naruto's age. Though to be fair, Naruto sometimes acts like an old man. "He hates me, huh?" Shisui couldn't help himself to let out an indignant scowl. "Where did you get the idea? He had never met you before the last mission, and couldn't be bothered." "Never met me, so what?" In his wording, it's hard to feel anything when you hardly interact with him. "He doesn't hate you, but he doesn't like you in particular either," Shisui told him, and the Hitaki looked like the Uchiha had just enlightened him about the truth of the universe. "So don't treat him any differently the next time you see him. From what I see, perhaps both of you are happier without having any mutual acquaintance, especially if it's a hazard to our teamwork." His order arrived, and the waitress placed a plate with 3 sticks of dango in green color, and the silence stretched long. There was always awkwardness when Hitaki Kakashi was in the company of Uchiha clan members, and even more so if the Uchiha in question were Shisui and Itachi. Because Kakashi never got over how he was the cause of their Obito and I never returning again. Especially since Kakashi would never forget the day he was faced by 2 pairs of onyx eyes asking where their favorite cousin was, and how he fumbled his way to tell the kids he was the idiot his cousin gave his life for. So yes, it was guilt on top of guilt. It always tired Shisui out, dealing with Hitaki Kakashi, because the guy never gets over the dead. At last Kakashi picked up a stick of dango, and for one moment of curiosity Shisui wondered if Hitaki was going to pull down that damned mask to eat. "So just act like yesterday never happened?" "Correction, Kakashi-san," Itachi interrupted. "Just act like a captain of our team, no more no less. As for what you have been told, it's up to you what to make out of it. None of us but you have the right to decide that." His lone eye looked at them searchingly, and for a moment they wondered if he saw a shadow of his dead teammate before he gave them a curt nod and his eye curved up. Shisui and Itachi belatedly realized 5 minutes after Kakashi left that their captain left them with his bill, and the Hitaki didn't take his mask off even once but managed to clean his dango somehow. "Na Itachi? What? Does that bastard know Obito and I always pays for our sweets? How ironic was it for him to make them pay for his food?" Itachi scoffed, chewing his dango before swallowing. "I doubt it. He was not interested in Obito and I's private life before that mission, and if he did he would know Obito and I never lied about his excuse." "Go figures, Hitaki can't even pull an imitation of Obito and I in his honor, right?" Shisui grumbled, resigned to pay Hitaki's share. Why did he even bother to try? Coping mechanism according to Naruto, that's he drew on, craning his head towards the fourth's face on the Hokage's mountain. His theory, and why he let Kakashi-san get away with it. Shisui rolled his eyes at that. Obito and I would be rolling in his grave now. Somewhere in AIM, a certain orange-masked Uchiha sneezed before hastily excusing himself from the meeting with the god of Amigakure. The unfortunate timing of his sneezing made the god and his angel wonder if the Uchiha was really immortal, if he still had a normal bodily mechanism like sneezing. Academy. In conclusion, Fuinjutsu is a shinobi art where you will spend copious amounts of time preparing outside of the field, but it's going to be a boon in the field. The Uzumaki finished. For example, Suryuden no Jutsu requires 48 hand seals and a nearby water source. Unless your name was Senju Tobarama. Any seal master worth their salt needs neither. As long as you have basic knowledge in elemental chakra and shape manipulation theory down, you can translate it into a seal formula and execute the technique with a seal and chakra alone. He inhaled softly, his voice lowered down to emphasize the importance of his next line. Fast execution and unpredictability are the main core of Fuinjutsu in combat. Your enemy can see your hand seal and predict what you're going to do and prepare, but whip out a seal, and most of them wouldn't be able to discern the seal formula in combat fast enough to counter you. Then he added, but of course, all ninja arts as your instructor has taught you have their plus and minus. Most ninjutsu only require hand seals and chakra, but do you understand the theory behind D-rank ninjutsu such as Henjin depth? Looking at the clueless looks of most of the students in class answered his question. While they could use Henjin no Jutsu, they don't really get the working theory. Fuinjutsu gives you no such leeway. If you don't understand the theory behind the inner workings of the seal formula, you can't create any seal. There is a difference of a whole world between creating and using. He tapped the diagram he created on the blackboard, nin, tai, gen, and in its own bubble. That is the cost of Fuinjutsu. One could argue it weighs more than what other more common ninja arts require. As for why Fuinjutsu until today is an obscure ninja art, do you think spending hours in a workshop, poring over numerous theories, going through trial and error in each experiment is worth more than training outside? You can run laps and other exercises, with which no doubt your stamina and endurance will increase. Experimenting in, on the other hand, whether it will bear results or not will be up to question until you go through it to the end. Wow, he could see disappointment in their eyes clearly. Naruto had no intention to sugarcoat his lesson that Fuinjutsu is an art where you can't always expect results. It was not about repeating until you get it right like in other ninja arts. It would always be trial and error, and you could still fail at it. Practice won't make it perfect, you could only get it right or wrong. There was no in between, and he who was hailed as a prodigy in sealing art could honestly confess he met failure more than he met success. The reason why Uzumaki was a clan with an affinity for sealing? Because their life force and vitality made them more capable than normal shinobi to survive trial and error to meet the end result. As simple as that. However, time to throw a bone here. I believe you have known that the greatest inventor Konoha ever produced is the Naidame Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and also Yandame Hokage, Namikaze Minato. It's not an exaggeration to say that their knowledge in Fuinjutsu assisted them in creating their original techniques. Naruto expected rapt attention at the information he had just thrown, but for the first time Uchiha Sasuke was raising his hand. Yes? Is that something to do with the level of understanding theory of formula behind the seal? He asked. He was pretty sharp. True, it's as simple as that, because when you're training as a seal master, we're not going to just teach you theory but also the right mindset. He inhaled softly. The mindset of a seal master is we see impossibility as a challenge. Limitation is merely an illusion not worth considering. So is it a wonder we're very imaginative and creative in creating? He asked them. Then a hand, almost reluctant, rose, but the owner's eyes shining with challenge surprised Naruto. Then is it possible to recreate my clan's signature with sealing art? The Nara kid? It seemed Naruto's words piqued his curiosity enough for it to triumph his laziness. Nara clan's Haiden? Naruto narrowed his eyes. This boy is too curious to the point he is wide awake, or his father put him up for this. Naruto knew a challenge when he saw one, and the political repercussions following how he answered this. I will tell you the same answer to any question on the line of can you do this or that with Fuinjutsu. I already lost count how many times people asked me that. He shook his head exasperatedly. It's possible in theory, with the right motivation, theory, and resources. After all, we have ripped fabric or reality with space-time ninjutsu that's based on Fuinjutsu, namely Hiraishin, ages ago. So, do you think base Biden is more impossible than that? Was unsaid but implied. I will proudly say studying Fuinjutsu opens multiple doors of possibilities for you. However, we're not without a boundary we set upon ourselves. Naruto Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. And what boundary are you speaking of, sensei? That even if you can bend the world to your whim with brush, ink and paper, ultimately you're still human. Naruto stated in a stern voice that left no room for argument. This is true for any shinobi. I suppose the moment you forget your humanity, you're a danger to yourselves and others, and the power you hold makes you a monster because it controls you instead of the other way around. He let the silence stretch long, filled with muffled whispers and nervous gulps. So once again I will tell you this, the door to sealing division is open for all of you. Whether you can endure it in mind and body is still up to question. He pointedly ignored a number of offended looks. Brats. That's all for today. I will see those who decide they can follow this thorny path soon in Sealing Tower, and have a nice day, future shinobi of Konoha. Yumino Irika, who had been in a daze but paying rapt attention for the last hour and a half, snapped back to reality. It was over? Just now it felt like he was a kid who just found the whole new world of ninjutsu back in academy days. He was entrapped by Uzumaki's lesson about the sealing arts. Thank you for the time you spared for us today, Yumino-sensei. He smiled at him and Irika returned it with his own, albeit an awkward one. As they walked out of the class, Irika asked Mizuki, who was not so subtly glaring at the Jinchuriki, to take charge of the class while he escorted Uzumaki to the other seal masters. Irika didn't know what possessed him to walk through the academy, because obviously the blonde had been here and was unlikely to get lost. Still, his unexplainable action aside, he was more frustrated by his incapability to act normal. He knew acting genial to Uzumaki was a lost cause, but he should be able to act professionally at least. He hated these illogical negative emotions in his chest in regards to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. However, it was hard not to be reminded of red chakra ablaze like flame, 9 tails swinging, and roar of calamity this blonde boy contained within. A 9-year-old boy who didn't ask for his responsibility and could do nothing about it. On second thought, he could in theory. It was a sombering thought. Uzumaki was a seal master, and undoubtedly a genius if at the age of 9 he was entrusted with the responsibility to teach. The boy himself said everything was possible in theory when it comes to this boy. Yumino-san. He jolted. If it's possible, would you mind not to stare too much when my fellow seal masters are around? Irika sputtered. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. A wan smile painted on his lips. This is the first time I got an apology for being stared at. You're not a bad person after all. He clamped his mouth shut, embarrassed by the damned redness that crawled up his cheeks. The blonde looked him straight in the eyes and said, I am Uzumaki Naruto, a seal master and shinobi of Konoha. What you believe me to be doesn't concern me at all, Yumino Irika-san. Young master, a feminine voice called out. Irika didn't miss the glare from Yuzuriha, who quickly dragged the blonde to her side. The other seal masters apparently had finished their own session and were glaring at him. Thankfully, there was no killing intent this time, but their glare sure looked like they would kill him if he did even as much as breathe the wrong way in the Uzumaki's vicinity. Yuzuriha, the Uzumaki started. This time Yuzuriha didn't back down. Do acknowledge your place, Yumino-san. After all, you're speaking to the heir of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki clan? The timing couldn't be worse when one of his co-workers who was in charge of a higher class sauntered over to his side, and sputtered at the sight of Kyuubi's, even worse than him. You! The effect was instant. Watch your mouth. One of the seal masters snarled at his co-worker. It was unnerving how in one moment they were so amiable and now they were so hostile. It began to dawn on Irika that perhaps Uzumaki was not a random surname chosen for the for some reason was looking at Irika's co-worker with a thoughtful look, before shrugging, and said, It's time to go back, don't make a scene more than what we already did. Yuzuriha, Mikumo, Kagari. At their name being called, the 3 seal masters tensed. We still have work to do, remember? The one with ash-colored hair and red-brown eyes looked like he wanted to argue, but young master. At the protest, the Uzumaki inclined his head and Irika's breath hitched at the sight. Those sky-like blue eyes looked so cold and condescending to them. Kagari, like I always said, it's not worth it, so don't waste our time. We have better things to do in our workshop. Something in his words pleased his subordinates. Now Irika didn't doubt who was in charge in their group, and they followed him eagerly, hanging on his every word as they conversed among themselves. Like they were convinced the hung the star and the moon on the sky. What the hell? His co-worker's indignant muttering snapped him back to reality. You know him? Know him? He sounded incredulous at Irika's query. Everyone knows that, he trailed off, but I had him in my class for a while before he got an early graduation pass somehow. Irika frowned. Somehow? If a prodigy graduated early, there was no somehow. They just did because there was nothing left in the academy that could be taught to them. Dead last of my class, no good in anything except a bit in history. Somehow Hokage-sama arranged some sort of test to sponsor him for something and he passed, and I am glad to see the back of him. Irika's eyes widened in shock. No good in anything you said, but he just didn't take a genius to put two and two together. The hostility and distaste of his co-worker, the talent and skill Uzumaki exhibited, and the resigned and condescending attitude from him. You sabotaged him when he was a student here? His co-worker sputtered. I know I didn't, I just ignored him a little. I am not an idiot looking for trouble with Hokage-sama. In short, no obvious sabotage could make Hokage revoke his teaching license. Irika was disgusted and quickly turned on his heel, ignoring the indignant sputter of his colleague. On the way back to tower, Naruto frowned, eyes narrowed as he struggled to recall a specific memory. Mikumo, who noticed his frown, turned towards him. Bespectacled eyes seemed to glint under the autumn sun. Naruto-sama? Is there something? Naruto shook his head, giving an assuring smile to Yuzuriha and Kagari, who looked equally worried after what happened in the academy. It's nothing, but you see, what does it mean if I feel seeing that teacher again is troublesome even before I step inside the academy? And after I did see him again, I realized. Realized, Yuzuriha echoed. I don't even remember his name, and in fact his face was pretty much forgotten until he opened his mouth and I made a guess from the familiar tone he said you to me. Naruto looked pretty bewildered by the revelation. In fact, now he was sure he couldn't even recall any face from his old class, at least until they showed their face and opened their mouths. Maybe not now. All he could recall was likening each of them to a vegetable, like one bully who liked to make fun of him. All he could recall was a sweet potato in the place of a head. Of course you don't, Naruto-sama. Kagari smiled pleasantly. They're not important. As you said, they're not worth it. Yuzuriha chimed in. Naruto sighed. You know, perhaps the way I deal with the people of Konoha is wrong. That caught their attention. Their body tensed. Not caring about their opinion is just my way to protect myself. Or more like, he honestly had no time to care. He barely interacted with anyone outside of his limited circle nowadays. In the end, to achieve my goal, I have to change their opinion about me and the tower. Their expression openly said they disagreed. Konoha is my home. Even if the whole village hates me, that will never change, and I love my home. I have people who died to protect her. His parents and Anbu protectors, those who love her enough to die for her, his closest friends. Konoha, however, is more than a place. The people living here are also a part of Konoha. If I stop caring for them because they hate me and see Konoha as a place or an ideal, I will be no different than that warhawk. You're nothing like him, Yuzuriha assured him as they felt the ripple of chakra caressing their skin, informing them that they had entered the tower's barrier. Danzo is a despicable man, Naruto-sama. Naruto smiled at her. But Yuzuriha, the moment I forget Konoha is also the people living in this village is when I am going down that man's path, someone who sees Konoha as an ideal rather than home. But... And that is Danzo in a shell, he told them with a smirk. A man who loves Konoha more than anything, and yet he has forgotten what Konoha is. Then who is Danzo then? Kagari asked. Aside from a power-hungry old man? Mikumo added, snickering. Naruto smirked. A very sad human being, and I would rather die than become someone like that. Nara clan's compound. It's troublesome, and I can't believe Kasan wants me to try it. Shikamaru complained to his father. Shikaka sighed, wondering why his wife made it her life mission to beat their lazy posterior up to shape. She should have known when it comes to Shikamaru, forcing the boy to do something would just prompt their son to find a way to ditch it. Though among her countless attempts, this took the cake. Fuinjutsu class, of all shinobi art outside the main Nin Taigen? There was a good reason why the art was in the bottom line in terms of the number of specialists in Konoha's force. The time and effort spent to hone this art, the risk and mostly fruitless result didn't make it very popular. He was not blind at the mouth-watering prospect this art could bring, but looked at Yuzushiogakure. As soon as Konoha's back was turned, their eternal ally was demolished in fear of their Fuinjutsu. So you really are not interested? Shikaka asked. I will try to talk with your mother to change her mind if that's the case. There was hesitation in Shikamaru's body language and Shikaka frowned. Well, it's troublesome. Shikamaru, the answer is whether you're interested or not in learning Fuinjutsu. You have made your opinion clear on the troublesome scale, Shikaka pointed out. At least 8 out of 10. Judging from the long drawl. His son scowled. I don't like troublesome things, but Fuinjutsu sounds like a troublesome puzzle that I can't leave alone. So he was interested. Shikaka had to applaud the seal master who managed to get his son's attention. But you're unsure because I still have to train in our family's technique, and learning Fuinjutsu seems to consume lots of time. I am not sure I have the dedication, and I don't want an interest which would eat up my time with my best friend. So Chuji was the main reason, though aside from that Shikamaru was unsure whether this was what he wanted to do, or just a passing fancy. Shikaka smirked. Okay, I get what bothers you so, but Shikamaru, this is the first time you show any interest in troublesome things. Shikamaru scowled. And it's not a bad thing, but you seem to have expectations you've not confirmed with the expert yet. So why don't you tell me who taught you about rudimentary theory today in your class? Not to mention, he was also curious about the seal master who got his son interested in a troublesome field. And I will contact the tower to get this seal master to come to our place to discuss it? His son nodded. All right, but if I think it's not worth it, you have to help me with Oka-san. Shikaka grimaced at the prospect. Deal? So the name? He didn't give us a name for some reason, but I think he is pretty high up in the sealing division and very young. If his father went to look, it was unlikely he would get the wrong person. The Jounin frowned. A paranoid type. Why do you think he is high-ranked? He knows how to teach, which means he has been teaching before, and that says he has a large repertoire as a seal master to be given such privilege. Academy instructors were the same, and I saw him together with other seal masters when they walked in and out of the academy's gate. They fell a few steps behind him like he was their leader. Shikaka raised an eyebrow. How does he look then? His son narrowed his eyes, recalling the person in mind. He seems to be in his early teenage years, around 12 perhaps. He has blonde hair, but in a vivid shade unlike Yamanaka's pale one. I was sitting behind, but I am sure his eyes are blue strangely for a person who claims to spend his time outdoors. His skin has a healthy-looking tan. It almost didn't take more than a second for Shikaku to conclude who the mystery teacher was. He is also good-looking enough to make fangirls in my class squeal so hard as soon as he was out of the class. It's pretty impressive how he could keep them quiet throughout his lesson. Then again, he kinda has this air that gave no room for us to butt in unless he allows it. That reminded him a lot of another blonde who, when ranting about Fuinjutsu, couldn't be stopped, and they could do nothing but listen. Well, Shikamaru, I think I know who the boy is, though. Why? Shikamaru was under the impression that the boy who was supposed to be a few months younger than him was older by a few years. He had no clue. Konoha General Library. Like any place reserved for shinobi, the library was open for 24 hours because one never knew when ninja would come knocking at the dead of the night in need of reference. So Irika took his sweet time to do his research, or so he thought, because apparently the clan he was looking for was not unknown from some backwater country. Uzumaki clan was a prominent clan in Yuzushiogakure, also known as the sister village of Konohagakure, that was destroyed in the Second War in fear of their expertise in Fuinjutsu. Not much was known about Uzumaki after the destruction of Yuzushiogakure, but they were widely known as the clan of longevity and life force, and their village gained the epithet the village of longevity. The Uzumaki shared distant blood relations with the Senju clan, which explained their alliance with Konohagakure. Through the years, the Uzumaki and Senju kept close ties, with members at times marrying between clans. The prime example was Hashirama himself. Their Shodai Hokage married an Uzumaki named Mido. Shodame's wife was an Uzumaki? That meant there was a relative to their Hokage? But then why was Yuzushiogakure not mentioned in their history curriculum anymore? Simple to keep the origin of their Jinchuriki a secret. But if he is a seal master, then he was a good candidate considering he understood his burden and the seal work. However, that also meant if he wanted to, he could. By Shodai, what had they done to that child? The Uzumaki seemed to take all negative treatment in stride, and downright condescending to some, but he mostly ignored them. Because to him, they were fools who see him as a reminder of tragedy rather than someone who bore a heavy burden for their sake. He was right, they were not worth it. Uchiha main house. Sasuke pondered over what he had learned today. that his age group was offered the opportunity for early specialization. His brother said they were lucky because aside from a few genin with obvious interest in some field, a lot of genin didn't know what to do with their career until they reached chunin. By that time it was usually too late to take interest in some field, like or. Not because after chunin it was impossible to learn those, you would have no time to start from scratch by the time you were chunin. Then you will have a harder time to pass the exam with no specialty to back you up, while all-rounder was a preferable trait, as being a jack of all trades was not. So Sasuke had given it a lot of thought. His brother was an all-rounder shinobi with proficient ninjutsu and, while he was good at genjutsu, that was Shisui's forte. Then what about Sasuke? He got an A for main nin taijin, but he was unsure which he liked more, taijutsu perhaps because he liked to move his body still. Getting proficient in any three was what he had been trying to do since he entered the academy, and it felt like he was getting nowhere to reach his brother through it. Which was no wonder because every step he took forward, Itachi had leapt away before Sasuke got anywhere closer. So if he wanted to surpass his brother he had to branch out, and take this opportunity because his brother didn't get it when he was in academy. That seemed to be a logical conclusion to his dilemma, but in what? Kenjutsu? There was no division teaching it, and his brother was good at it. Iriujitsu? Not a bad choice, but there were too many girls interested in that because of their naturally small reserves and better control, and Sasuke didn't think he would enjoy being a medic nin. Other divisions that had been coming lately were cryptology, TNI, tracking, and fuinjutsu. While he could solve riddles and codes just fine, he was not that interested in making it his specialty. TNI was a good specialty, and he could help in KMPF if he did. Still, he couldn't imagine himself learning how to interrogate people or gathering information. He liked to be in action, not in a sense like that obnoxious Inuzuka, of course. So tracking was not it either. That would put him in the same field of interest as Shino and Kiba. And let's face the fact that the uchiha were no natural trackers even with their Sharingan. That left fuinjutsu? He didn't want to go with the last choice because he had nothing else left. Not to mention, fuinjutsu is one field of study where your bloodline limit gives you no edge, said the seal master. Which meant Sharingan won't help him to learn it, but on the other hand that would mean his brother's proficiency with Sharingan didn't mean anything in fuinjutsu. Sure, there was a lot of theory and experimenting, but it seemed in the fuinjutsu age it didn't matter. What was needed was basically good hand coordination and sealing theory. Combat-oriented seal masters like Yuzuru Hassan were pretty strong, which meant fuinjutsu didn't stop anyone from training their body. So perhaps. Sasuke? Why are you sitting on the porch when it's so chilly here? You didn't even wear a scarf and socks to keep you warm. His mother's voice snapped him back to reality. Sasuke pouted, "It's not that cold, Ka-san." Then he sneezed, blushing a deep red. Mikoto grinned before wrapping a dark blue scarf around his neck. "What did I say, Sasuke? It's already fall, of course it's pretty cold now. Not as bad as winter, but it was no season for wearing one layer of clothes even in Hai no Kuni." Sasuke sniffed, "Hi, Ka-san." Mikoto smiled at him. "What do you have in mind, Sasuke? You seem to be deep in thought." Her youngest son hesitated. Ni-sen said the early specialization program we got is an opportunity, and he didn't get that when he was a student. So I have been wondering if there is anything I would like to learn now from Shinobi Division, and I think perhaps fuinjutsu isn't bad. Ma. Mikoto clasped her hands together. "Of course you may try it, but you have to be firm in your decision. Two good friends of mine were wonderful seal masters, and they worked really hard to get there." Sasuke frowned. "I don't mind working hard, but..." Mikoto giggled. "No, Sasuke, you're not going to be stuck in a library all day even if you decide to pursue fuinjutsu. One of the seal masters I know was a very restless girl, and sitting all day would drive her up the wall." Although Uzumaki were wired for fuinjutsu like Uchiha was for genjutsu, perhaps Kushina was not the best example. "Do you think Ota-san will approve?" Sasuke asked. The Uchiha matriarch resisted her urge to sigh. Why was Sasuke's priority whether her husband approved for him or not for what he wanted? Though lately with Naruto's influence, Itachi was doing a wonderful job with being independent and carefree. So if Sasuke was looking at Itachi as an example of a dutiful son, he was sorely mistaken. In fact, Mikoto suspected Itachi had sneakily acted rebellious since he was forced to participate individually in the Chunin exam. "Sasuke, just do what you want to do," Sasuke frowned at her words. But I don't think your father will disapprove if you want to be a seal master. It's a difficult art that requires discipline and perseverance, after all. Her youngest son beamed, and Mikoto had to cover her giggle when Sasuke's stomach growled. He blushed adorably. What's for dinner, Ka-san? It's nabe, perfect for the chilly weather tonight, but you see Itachi hasn't returned yet with the groceries and dinner is still 1 hour away. Sasuke deflated. But I do have a tomato in the fridge for you to snack on while waiting for dinner. He brightened up at the prospect. Thank you, Oka-san. Mikoto laughed softly. Your WL. She paused, head craned towards their front garden. She was a pretty good censor, so he could tell who was coming. It's Itachi. It seems he brings shisui and... Sasuke didn't need to be told twice as he rushed towards the front garden, yelling, Ni-san, welcome home, and proceeded to hug his brother, tackling the older Uchiha's midsection. It took a while for Sasuke to realize they weren't alone. There was Shisui-san, his cousin, who was looking at him with a grin. However, there was someone he didn't know, looking at him with a slightly surprised look. The stranger had the most vivid hair color, resembling a yellowing leaf in the season, and eyes so blue like it mirrored the sky. He looked so contrasting, standing between his brother and cousin with their pale complexion and dark hair. It took a moment for Sasuke to realize the stranger was not completely unknown. The only difference was that the white shirt with a kimono-like collar was covered by a white coat this morning, and he was not as intimidating when Shisui was hanging all over his shoulders like a sloth and holding a basket full of vegetables. Sasuke? The youngest Uchiha blushed a deep red, realizing he was showing un-Uchiha-like behavior in front of a stranger, and quickly let go of his brother. Itachi just chuckled before responding, I am home, Sasuke. Yo, Sasuke-chan. Shisui greeted him, and Sasuke bristled at the childish suffix. Ignoring Shisui's snicker, Sasuke focused his attention on the blonde between them. He smiled at Sasuke in a way that was almost alien to the Uchiha, with how open and bright the smile was. So unlike a shinobi, but just this morning this person looked pretty imposing to the point that not even Kiba dared to interrupt, and held their attention in an ironclad grip. Hello there, I saw you this morning in class, didn't I? Uchiha Sasuke-kun? Shisui chortled. And since he is not keeping a facade of a mysterious teacher with a classified name anymore, he really should introduce himself properly this time. He sighed. To be fair, I am not asking for their name either. Do you have any idea how hard it is to grab the attention of over 39-year-olds? Sasuke felt like he should feel offended that his attention span was questioned, but Sasuke had to admit because they didn't know him at all other than he was a seal master they became so curious of the guy. Heck, Shikamaru was wide awake. Nara, that was a praiseworthy strategy. Itachi chuckled, and Sasuke was surprised again with the fond look and smile Itachi wore on his face. I am sure you have seen him this morning, Sasuke. Let me introduce you to him. This is Uzumaki Naruto, our teammate. Nisan's teammate? He didn't seem to mind Shisui weighing his shoulders, shrugging. Sasuke-kun, he called, inclining his head slightly. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. It's a pleasure to meet you again. Mikoto didn't even notice her hands were trembling slightly when she heard an unfamiliar young voice from the front door of their house. She still resolved to act normal, playing the role of a good host instead of an aunt longing to see the nephew she could only see from afar. There he was, taking off his geto while chatting with her oldest son. At the first sight he was strikingly alike his father, but now that she could get a better look she could see Kushina in the shape of his eyes and face. When he noticed her presence, she could tell he was hesitating and hide it well enough for untrained eyes but not hers. He looked nervous but also determined. At the same time, she could see Kushina in him. He gave her a deep respectful bow, from a clan heir to another clan's matriarch. Good afternoon, Uchiha-san. Thank you for your kind invitation. However, unlike Kushina, his voice even when nervous came as even. She was almost tempted to laugh when she saw Minato's smile on his lips, the smile he claimed could smooth out even the trickiest situation. Apparently their son was not below using his bright smile and pretty face to charm people, just like Minato. He was really their son through and through. She smiled at him. Welcome to our home, Naruto-kun, it's our pleasure to have you with us. She returned his polite greeting graciously. Trying to ease the tension, she added. Though I am sure I asked my son to buy groceries for dinner before our honored guest for tonight comes, here is my Itachi bringing our guest with him and carrying my groceries to boot. Itachi looked slightly sheepish, but she was sure her son was also unrepentant about it. Well, today we got a good deal with vegetables we harvested from the tower's garden, so we thought we might as well pick up our guests early. Shisui, her favorite nephew, quickly added, we also bring you a cook assistant, aren't we great? Huh! Uchiha family's kitchen. Naruto understood this was their way to ease the tension and smoothly get him to know her mother's best friend better. Even in their best day, Itachi and Shisui failed subtlety when he was concerned. Which was the downside of being best friends. Subtlety was one of the first things thrown out of the window. Tuck, tuck, tuck. The sound of the knife against the wooden cutting board was still pretty soothing. Although, Ma, you're very good at that, Naruto-kun. Itachi's mother gave him a warm smile as she paused from cutting spring onions. He was used to the respectful eyes of his vassals, fond look of the Hokage, and the accepting gaze of his friends. However, the adoring gaze of a mother was very foreign to him. Ah, thank you, Mikoto Basin. He had wanted to call her with a more formal honorific, but she didn't let him. He supposed that a familiar way of addressing was the least of his worries. So, what's your favorite ingredient for nade, Naruto-kun? I am impartial to daikon and skin tofu pouch with mochi, he answered as he helped her to prepare the soup stock. Adding grated daikon makes it sweeter. She giggled. Ma, it sure does. Itachi especially loves it sweet. Though not so much in Sasuke's case. We can even taste it with butter, he added before he could stop himself. Or soy milk. That sounds healthy and nice, indeed. And more than anything, he didn't want to send the wrong message by sounding like a housewife, but it seemed it was already too late. Especially when the words sweet and healthy were mentioned in a short span of time. Gradually, their topic devolved to Itachi's and Shisui's eating habits. Living room. So the guest Oka-san was waiting for his Naruto-san? At first he wanted to call his brother's teammate Uzumaki-san, but since his mother jumped to Naruto-kun, it would sound weird if he did. He wondered if his father was going to call him familiar too, but that would be weird for his formal father. His brother nodded. Yes, we have been working together pretty often for a long time, but we're only slotted as an official team just 2 weeks ago. Sasuke didn't know the details, but he knew his brother hadn't been in a permanent team in a while. No one talked about it out loud, but there were clansmen whispering about Itachi leaving his teammates in dust and that they couldn't catch up, which caused the team to break apart. He also heard Shisui-san was in the same position as Itachi, drifting from one team to another, and the only reason why they had not been teamed yet was because there was no two-man team in Konoha. So his brother and cousin at last found their third teammate. And as expected of them, Naruto-san seemed to be a capable shinobi and fit in like a piece of a puzzle with them. But why is he cooking in our house with Oka-san? He couldn't help but wonder, and she sounds like she is having fun. It was not said out loud, but it was obvious Sasuke was confused by the instant liking their mother had for Uzumaki Naruto. Itachi smiled weakly at that, while Shisui looked left and right before leaning in. It's a secret, but you can keep a secret, right, Sasuke? Sasuke nodded eagerly. Yes. Of course. Itachi sighed, then again telling Sasuke part of it was safer than not telling at all, rather than having his brother poking his nose into where it doesn't belong. You see, Uzumaki is a prominent clan and they have a lot of enemies currently. Naruto is the only Uzumaki in Konoha. It dawned on Sasuke that apparently Uzumaki Naruto was an orphan like Shisui, and even worse, he didn't have his clan with him. Shisui continued, and a relative with classified identity of his was Mikoto Bazin's friend. That sounded like a pretty simple circumstance by shinobi standards, the standard clan children's protection policy, so it didn't surprise them that Sasuke just nodded and ate it up. 1 hour later. Shisui-kun, Naruto-kun. Eat your fill, don't be shy, we even have ramen noodles for extra if we finish other ingredients. When Shisui nodded and dug in right away, Naruto hesitated before picking up his bowl and chopsticks. Inwardly he noted Shisui acted more subdued in presence of the Uchiha clan head. Apparently Shisui was Uchiha enough to act refined in front of Uchiha Fugaku. You know, my clan head Itachi's dad, so I gotta be on my best behavior. He had been introduced to Uchiha Fugaku before dinner, and the stern man, while not as friendly and warm as his wife, was not unpleasant, just pretty stiff with him. He tried to call Naruto Uzumaki-kun, but a look from his wife made him switch to Naruto-kun. Which was weird. Naruto never understood Itachi's parents' relationship with him, especially his father and Uchiha Fugaku. There were not many memories of them that he had seen. In fact, most of the time they were just repetitions. They weren't overly close, but his father was quite fond of Itachi's father for some reason and got exasperated fondness in return. Naruto, talk please. You shouldn't keep your mouth shut. Shisui's glare conveyed what he wanted to say enough. The Uchiha wanted Naruto to begin a conversation, but for the life of him Naruto couldn't find a topic to start with. Naruto-kun. In the end, a conversation did start by Mikoto Bazin, who if Naruto didn't know was his mother's friend, he would suspect was interrogating him thoroughly with a motherly tone. She asked about his hobby, which he answered with gardening and designing seals. Which got him a fond sigh, remarking how he and Itachi were both workaholics and anything work-related couldn't be their hobby. The question then moved on to what he planted in his garden, which ranged from a bush of clover to exotic orchid from the moon country, which was nothing compared to the well-sculpted garden of Uchiha's main house. Naruto liked gardening, yet he didn't do landscaping and let his plants grow however they liked. So the dinner ended, and with Mikoto washing dishes and refusing Naruto to help again, he was left sitting in the Uchiha family's living room with his team, Fugaku and Sasuke. Shisui, it seemed, was still fixated on him starting a conversation with either Fugaku or Sasuke for some reason he couldn't comprehend. Seriously, since when he was a good conversationalist in casual talk? He and Itachi were similar in that regard. They were good at talking about work, politics, and history, but outside of that, he was even worse than Itachi, simply because the pool of people they could talk casually with was embarrassingly small. Shisui should have known and helped to start one, since this awkward silence made him reconsider excusing himself already. Naruto-san. Unexpectedly, it was Sasuke who started one. Perhaps not. The kid tried to act refined like an Uchiha should, but he was still a kid and a curious one according to Shisui. Yes? Yuzuriha-sensei, who came before in my class, said Fuinjutsu is divided into many different branches, and most seal masters chose to specialize only in one or two. So in what branch of Fuinjutsu you're specialized in? He asked. And here Naruto thought he won't talk much with a new person. My specialization? That was an unusual question to be asked to him, to be honest. I guess I don't focus on any particular branch of study and practice though. Security and enhancement seals are the most common. He began to explain. In research, however, I study whatever interests me, as I have basic theory in all the branches covered. Sasuke's eyes widened. So, you're a generalist then? Yuzuriha told them such things too, I have been classified as one, I suppose. In short, a seal master who had mastery in more than a few branches in Fuinjutsu is a generalist. It said nothing about his talent actually, more like being practical in what he needed rather than personal interest. The first time I heard such classification in regards to you. Shisui couldn't help but comment, but since you're good in security seals, shouldn't you be a specialist in that? He shrugged, taking a sip of his green tea, and noted that the Uchiha had a good taste for their tea. It's just that the most common use of seal is for security purposes. Most seal masters in my division are adequate at it. If we likened it to general shinobi arts, it's like 3 basic ninjutsu from the academy. Is storage scroll a basic seal too? Sasuke pressed on. He is more interested in Fuinjutsu than expected. What a surprise. Naruto couldn't help but think it was unusual for an Uchiha. Perhaps because Sasuke had not awakened his Sharingan yet? The reason Fuinjutsu was unpopular with Dojutsu clan Hyuga's birdcage seal didn't count was simply because to their eyes, Fuinjutsu didn't become more understandable, unlike other shinobi arts, as if it was written with different language, but with the same letter. They could read it to an extent but couldn't comprehend the meaning. Naruto shook his head. It does seem like a basic seal, but a storage seal is actually under the category of time-space seal. It's one of the more complicated branches of Fuinjutsu, and the storage seal is the fundamental seal formula of this branch. It's rank C, which means anyone can make a storage seal following standard design, but tweaking it takes a master. Shisui nodded sagely, which explains so well why it's expensive. Naruto's sweat dropped. I designed yours myself. You have no right to complain as you get them for free. Then he turned his attention back to Sasuke. Are you interested to learn, Sasuke? Itachi asked. If you do, I am sure Naruto won't mind answering your questions. The youngest uchiha in the room tensed at that, hesitating. I am curious and. Naruto didn't miss how Sasuke's ebony orbs darted from his father to Itachi. His sweat dropped. So there was a drama about a neglected spare heir in this house, and when the heir was Itachi, well. Fuinjutsu is not a field fit for passing interest, Sasuke Fugaku spoke for the first time, startling them. Sasuke fidgeted, I am just wondering. It's a high-risk field of study to learn. Fugaku added, learning foundation alone could be done as long as you have discipline, but taking it further than that is entirely a different matter altogether. If he was not a seal master, Naruto would have thought Uchiha Fugaku was underestimating his son even before the boy was trying, but he was one, so he knew his field was one where a half-baked apprentice died a fool's death in a workshop instead of on a battlefield. It was no place for a child to prove himself to his parents. Sasuke shrank. Yes, father? A shame. Regardless of his reason to turn to Fuinjutsu, the boy was quite eager. Then for some reason the Uchiha clan had sent the boy to his room, saying it was getting late and he had school tomorrow. Naruto was pretty sure it was not that late, and merely an excuse to get the only minor in the house out of the room. At any rate, Naruto-kun. He didn't get why there was a tint of hesitation in the way his name rolled off of Fugaku's mouth, which can be readily blamed on his demented social skills. As we Uchiha in the police force work closely with the inner defense of our village, aside from our duty to manage the security of our civilian population, we're considering recruiting members of the Sealing Division to our ranks to operate better with base security in Konoha. Ah, work in alliance. Another familiar ground he couldn't help but pounce onto. I am sure Master Hakurai can arrange something. In fact, he had been waiting for this, and with Itachi's and Shisui's suggestion, he already had some suitable candidate in mind. I also believe Master Hakurai would arrange formal meetings to discuss our schedule and updating security details. Fugaku frowned thoughtfully. Updating? And how does this concern us from KMPF? You see, Fugaku-sa. He was interjected by a smooth, my, Naruto-kun, there is no need to be so formal even if it's about work. Ma. Naruto's sweat dropped. Is it just me, or do I sense a hint of threat? He laughed nervously, glancing at Fugaku, who didn't seem to be fazed by the interruption. Ah yes, of course, Mikoto Bazin. Why was he scared of defying Itachi's mother more than he did Hokage or Imitsuji? Naruto wondered. So it's like this, Fugaku-san, there is a plan to update the security seal system of our village with an unspecified timeline in the future. More like overhauling the whole old system and replacing it with a new one, which had been delayed for years due to a certain smiling bastard called Aizen. However, like any seal on a gargantuan scale, it was covering the whole village after all. The seal components are scattered all over the village, and over 40% located in the civilian sector. Because spies and infiltrators more often than not are disguised as civilians rather than ninja. Which is a great concern to us because we don't have experience in crowd control, and some maintenance and tests have to be done during the daytime. Daytime? Why not at night when no civilians would crowd around you? Shisui asked. The seal system used currently is ancient, so feng shui is also involved. To be honest, Naruto disliked this kind of delicate seal, because you couldn't wrap logic around it. It concerns the balance of yin-yang chakra of the seal, it's a matter of precaution, and when dealing with a delicate system like this we can't be too careful. Fugaku frowned. You seem to be under the impression that it will take a long time. Naruto looked sheepish in his response, which is why I said an unspecified timeline. At the fastest it would be 1 year, but it could be double of that if we can't debug the system quick enough. The more complicated the seal is, the more unexpected glitches we could run into. But why now? If the old system is still working, the tower doesn't have to rush it, Itachi added, curious since this was the first time he heard about it. This side, it's another problem we would like to discuss as soon as possible, but I think it's for the best to warn KMPF now. There is a problem with the current system. Apparently, the barrier division claims there are disturbances with the seal, but we can't find anything wrong with our seal. They're not malfunctioning or anything. Them huh? Barrier Division, a group that at the first glance was part of the Sealing Division, but was completely different, like Root from Umbu. They were a group of shinobi formed to run the barrier system, Kami no Mi Uzumaki Mito, created in the founding era of Konoha. In simple terms, they were the operators to the Sealing Division's technicians. Naruto himself only visited them a couple of times while accompanying Hakurai, and their relationship with the Barrier Division could be summarized in one word: Horrible. 3 groups of shinobi in charge of Konoha's inner defense, discounting regular force, never had an amiable relationship with each other. The Sealing Division felt like foreign workers and Sea Barrier Division as a group created to decrease their role and failed short because while they could run the system, they couldn't maintain the system, a sentiment returned equally by the Barrier Division, all the while KMPF kept to themselves as if they had nothing to do with each other. To be honest, Naruto was surprised Konoha was still standing with such a poor dynamic between them. It was getting better between the tower and KMPF but not so much with the Barrier Division. Fugaku frowned. Should we tighten our security then? We would love you to, considering we're still uncertain of the current condition of the barrier, but we would like to keep it as quiet as possible rather than rousing panic in our civilian populace. The increasing number of patrolling police force was bound to make civilians restless. He nodded, knowing very well that to the village's defense there was nothing worse than a restless population. Then I shall tell my subordinates to be more vigilant. Well, it didn't go as well as whatever Shisui had in mind, considering this supposedly light-hearted talk devolved to their work. Naruto, however, never had a high expectation of himself when it came to being sociable, so he counted the dinner as smashing success, no matter what Shisui said. Seriously, his older friend was getting ridiculous these days for some reason he couldn't comprehend. It was late and Naruto had gone home in a pretty good mood. So he had no idea what a tight spot he had left his friends behind with simply being himself. So, dear son of mine, and you too, my beloved nephew, care to explain yourself? Mikoto, don't be so harsh on them, I am sure they have their reasons. It was odd to see Fugaku being the one who had to pacify his wife. And I am not sure I will like their reasons, hiding this from me. He is my best friend's son, and even if this is the first time I met him. Because of that Hokage and his meddling counsel. He is already like a son to me, and your precious teammate. Mikoto sighed. I am not surprised to meet a very mature child, considering his hard life, and I have met my share of children forced to mature before their time. Her son was the prime example. However, Naruto-kun seems to be not even aware of his age. He had been in Sasuke's class to teach, so he should have known Sasuke was his age, and yet there was no awkwardness or slightest hint of self-doubt when faced by a normal child his age. He didn't question how different he was, and naturally acted as an older figure to Sasuke. That was not normal, as even Itachi, from what Mikoto observed, feels different and awkward when faced by a less mature child his age, uncomfortable by the reminder of his much older mental age. Shisui sighed. Well, we suspect you will not react well to this revelation, Mikoto Bazin. It can't be helped though, since explaining Naruto's mental state is just going to be confusing if you never met him in person. So you're not denying you're stalling to explain it to me? Mikoto narrowed her eyes and the two flailed to explain. Itachi shook his head. But rest assured he is fine. Hakuri Idano requested the Yamanaka clan head himself to evaluate his mentality, which was a discreet affair, and calling in a clan debt, the Yamanaka clan head agreed to keep the result a secret. Aside from being mentally older, there is nothing unusual from Naruto by shinobi standard. Through his evaluation, they found out Naruto was very good at compartmentalizing his memory and thoughts, which was why he was able to keep his mind clear in spite of the unhealthy environment he grew up with. Basically, Naruto pushed all negative thoughts and memories to the very back of his mind, which was why he had such a bright and sunny worldview prior to his incident. It was a kind way to phrase that was so positive to the point of borderline delusional. Though Shisui and Itachi weren't going to inform his parents about it. Especially the part where Yamanaka and Noichi cried in front of them after his session with Naruto. Though because of that, they got a reliable ally on Yamanaka and Noichi, not just because he owed them after the fiasco with Danzu. Itachi Fugaku started. Being older mentally than your physical age, like your mother said, is not uncommon, especially for shinobi. However, how he interacted with Sasuke, who is his age, is not normal. So don't make him sound fine when he is not. Mentally older children wouldn't treat their peers as a child, and tend to look down on their childishness. Naruto, however, genuinely treated Sasuke as a much younger child, but interacted with Itachi and Shisui as their equal in spite of the considerable age gap. Shisui shifted in his seat. We will confess, we screwed up big time. He resisted his urge to flinch at Mikoto's narrowed eyes. At first Naruto was pretty normal for a kid. It's pretty funny how we met him and getting to know him afterward. Our late ANBU captain pretty much set us up as his playdate. It was an amusing idea at that time. When I first met him, Naruto was not so different from Sasuke, mental age-wise. Though because of his unique position he was more open-minded and skeptical than most children, Itachi added, recalling the skittish child who reluctantly shared his private space with Itachi. Shisui scoffed at that. At least back then I still can think Naruto was a kid and he was Sasuke's age. I could totally relate Naruto and Sasuke from time to time as adorable brats with a lot of things to prove. Shisui drawled on. It was a very gradual change back then, and we waved it off as stress. He was under a lot of pressure from his former teacher, the tower, and himself to get his foundation study finished as soon as possible. They weren't as close with Naruto back then, so it was hard to see the change. Then a simple issue came up. He had a hard time making time for physical training. His teacher back then was teaching him intensively, and it really frustrated him. So without thinking twice I taught him cage bunshin. Mikoto's eyes widened in shock. That was one of Kushina's favorite, but even the redhead avoided overusing the technique for one reason. She didn't want to age mentally too quickly, which was why she used it sparingly outside of battle. It sounded like a great idea back then. Shisui flailed. Besides, he couldn't use more than 10 at a time. Then he was getting better at using cage bunshin. Naruto perhaps already surpassed Naidame himself in the mastery of cage bunshin. Itachi added. By now he even barely feels the mental strain. Which is also why he didn't notice, and we didn't either. We forget Naruto is much younger than us. The age gap just shrunk as time passed, and by now it's odd to remember he is Sasuke's age. Shisui trailed off. It just happened. Then that incident with Aizen happened. Our captain and the rest of Team 2 were killed in action. It was the shock of his life, to find loyal shadows who had been protecting him for so long were gone, killed by his former teacher. Naruto might have never trusted Aizen. The man reeked of distrust since their first meeting. However, it would be a lie to say Naruto didn't look up to Aizen even slightest as a seal master and disciple. In spite of everything, Aizen was the first teacher who was seriously devoted in teaching Naruto fairly, and to some extent Aizen did love Naruto as his student. It was proven in their confrontation that in spite of many chances to kill Naruto, Aizen never tried to kill Naruto with all his power. Naruto was well aware of this, and until today some part of him wished Aizen didn't choose revenge that brought nothing but pain and destruction. That was perhaps when Naruto decided to quit being a child, Itachi murmured softly. Though even before that Naruto already felt he couldn't stay a child, he didn't have that luxury and perhaps never had. The death of Team 2 and Aizen's sealing was the last straw. But Ka-san, I would like to think, in spite of everything, he is truly happy with his current self. Shisui nodded, well, happier than when he was a child. He didn't deceive himself that the world was always a bright and sunny place to keep his mind sane anymore. And I would like to think that for Naruto to be content with being himself, normal or not, is more important. He was fine with being weird. Itachi inclined his neck towards the general direction of Sasuke's room. True, perhaps to Naruto, Sasuke would never be more than my brother or classmate, against what you and Kushina-san hoped them to be. Sometimes I even feel guilty that I took that position away from Sasuke. Naruto was a loyal and caring friend, and it was hard to find someone like that in your lifetime. Itachi was lucky enough to find Naruto and Shisui. But more than anything, I am glad I am his friend, Itachi admitted. He is perhaps one of the few I couldn't help but be selfish about. Even from Sasuke to me, no one is perfect on their own. Even he was hailed as a perfect prodigy. That's why we gravitate towards each other to make up for what we lack. I think we started walking in the right direction only after we were together. Shisui grinned at him, and that's what we are to each other, he finished. Mikoto smiled. In the end our sons became as good friends as we hoped. Kushina, I can't complain. Shisui grinned. Not that we will stop Sasuke from befriending Naruto, he assured Mikoto, whose eyes softened at her oldest son. Though Naruto has this interesting view about kids from his tutoring experience. There were children in the tower, and Naruto tutored them from time to time. At the eager look Mikoto shot at them, Shisui answered. He is idolized by kids in the tower, and they trail after him whenever they get his attention, so he thinks they are kinda like puppies that are eager to please and learn with a short attention span, so he has to be creative with them. Which explained why Naruto inserted some drama this morning when teaching Sasuke's class, even though Naruto hated drama, but he said some drama and mystery always kept kids curious. Huh. That's what happens when people in the tower want to ensure their future generation's loyalty to Naruto, and think getting him to babysit them is a wonderful idea. Shisui rolled his eyes. Apparently it was a long-standing Yuzushi's tradition for Uzumaki clansmen to babysit their vassals' children. They had to admit that was one brilliant and manipulative idea to ensure loyalty of the future generation. Itachi glanced to the side, recalling. He is good with children, but his incapability to relate to them makes him think they are some sort of alien yet fascinating existence, though he liked them fair enough, judging from how eager he was to pamper little Atla and Mu whenever he could. Mikoto didn't know what to think about their wish. Kushina's and hers wouldn't go like they imagined them to be. Well, from what I see, he seems to like Sasuke fair enough. Sasuke was Itachi's joy, but from what Shisui saw, the younger Uchiha's interest in Fuinjutsu played a part to get Naruto's attention. He and Itachi had a rather lackluster interest in Naruto's art in spite of being his teammate, though Naruto did teach them some fundamental trick to not be completely hopeless at it. At any rate, Sasuke seems to develop some interest in Fuinjutsu. Do you think Naruto-kun would mind helping your brother, Itachi? Mikoto pressed on. Sasuke was going to learn Fuinjutsu for real? The brat would have a long way ahead of him, Shisui thought. Mikoto, you know that Fuinjutsu is a dangerous art, Fugaku interjected. Hush, dear husband, have some faith in our son. Sasuke is a hard worker, don't you see the burn mark on his hands? She reminded him, he is working hard to master Gakaki no Jutsu, and he keeps up with his academy lessons too. He is a determined boy. I am sure Kushina would approve of Sasuke learning her family arts if he wants to try, let him. If Kushina was alive, she was sure the Uzumaki would rope her sons to learn with Naruto. Fugaku's eyes softened, if you say so. Itachi's eyes widened. He was so focused on work lately he didn't know the injury on Sasuke's hands was from practicing their signature katan. He felt guilty. Heaving a sigh, Itachi drawled on. I agree with you, Okasan. Let Sasuke try. I am sure Naruto wouldn't mind lending a couple of basic materials for him to start with. Mikoto beamed. Oh, will Naruto teach Sasuke if he joins this Fuinjutsu Foundation class? Itachi smiled at her hopeful expression. On occasion, perhaps their program consists of giving various teachers to teach the class. Because there were a lot of subjects to cover. But I think Naruto would be one of the less frequent ones, or not at all. He is an active researcher and also a combat seal master. He is more in demand in the field than in class. The Uchiha matriarch frowned at that. I am glad to hear he is doing very well as a seal master. His parents would be very proud of him. It was a shame Kushina couldn't teach her son personally. Mikoto knew Kushina wanted to bequeath her clan's legacy to her son herself. But I am worried, he is already a chunin, isn't he? Getting too busy can't be good for him. It was so obvious she wanted to mother their teammate, Itachi and Shisui thought. Her eyes narrowed at them. Oh, Naruto-kun is one of those workaholics, isn't he? Someone who, when given a complete day off with no training, would find themselves with nothing to do. Mikoto eyed Itachi pointedly. He has hobbies, Shisui offered, ignoring Itachi's glare because he made it sound like Itachi didn't have any. Is any of it unrelated to Fuinjutsu? Mikoto asked in a genial tone. Shisui paused at that. All his hobbies, from gardening, cooking and reading to some extent, involve Fuinjutsu. Unfortunately, Naruto had this habit to incorporate seals to anything he did, like the latest elemental seal to cook meat with specific heat he made. No. She sighed wearily. This was what happened when Minato had a son with Kushina indeed. Kushina had this strict rule to not bring work, which meant including Fuinjutsu, to her kitchen. Minato, on the other hand, had no such restraint. In short, hobbies to Naruto one way or another would be work to him, which made their son just slightly better than her Itachi. I thought so. She harumphed. Bring him over for dinner again as soon as you can, Itachi. Shisui dear, Mikoto said in a motherly tone. A warm smile caressed her lips. That was not a suggestion, but an order. It seemed from now on dinner with their family was going to be a routine for Naruto, whether the Uzumaki liked it or not. When they brought it up the next day, Naruto responded with a flat what, and then he asked what Mikoto-san would like to cook next. Apparently within one single night his mother managed to put the fear of mother's love in Naruto. The Uzumaki didn't even think to run and resigned himself to dine with them as a part of his routine. Few days later. I came to pick you up for joint team training, Shisui announced before he dodged the incoming projectile called Taro, courtesy of Atla. Well, Atla-kun, watch where you throw that thing. The Shiomitsu child glared at him, which was the farthest thing from scary because of his doe-like eyes and puffed cheeks. He looked as intimidating as a hamster. Humph. It reminded him of Sasuke whenever the younger Uchiha was upset with him for borrowing itachi. Atla was the second youngest Shiomitsu child, with lilac hair and green eyes that Shisui noted was second dominant coloring in the clan. If Uzushio is still standing now, the village must be full of people with brightly colored hair. Konoha had their fair share of bright colored hair, but most still have dark coloring native to Hai no Kuni. We're digging sweet potatoes today, and we're planning to have lunch together afterward, Atla told him with a pout. And you come to take Naruto-sama away for training of all things. He said it in a tone that suggested Shisui had committed a crime against humanity, and for Atla, it probably was. Shisui rubbed the back of his head guiltily. Well, Atla-ku and I am preparing for my Jounin's exam after all. And he had been delaying it for so long. And it's good for Naruto too, after all he wants to get his promotion sooner or later. Atla didn't seem convinced, and continued glaring adorably. It was as effective as a lamb's glare. Crap, if he glares at me any longer I will lose it, Shisui thought inwardly, shoulders shaking with mirth. Naruto came just in time, falling in slow motion courtesy of Hikken no Fuin not far from him, and Atla. Not far behind him, Yuzuriha appeared beside him with a crane-like grace. Oh hail, I am ready to go now, he told Shisui before turning towards Atla, whose expression had morphed to wide-eyed innocent look like a harmless bear cub. Ah, Atla, you are sending me off? Naruto-sama. Atla cheered as he hugged the Uzumaki's waist. Have a safe trip. Naruto smiled at the Shiomitsu child, and ruffled his short lilac hair fondly. Thank you, and have fun today with the others. Hi! Atla chimed as he reluctantly let go of Naruto. Naruto turned to Yuzuriha. Well, then I am counting on you then, Yuzuriha. Uchiha main house. The training ground was closer to Uchiha compound than to the tower, which was why Shisui opted to pick Naruto up first. He was greeted by the same scene, in which Sasuke was hugging his brother's neck and begging for Itachi to spend time with him, while Itachi continued putting his shoes on. But Nisan, I want you to teach me Shuriken Jutsu, Sasuke whined. You promised. I am sorry, Sasuke, next time alright? I have training with my team today. Itachi twisted his body a little so he could poke his brother on the forehead. Ah, Sasuke whimpered, holding his forehead. Shisui grinned sheepishly when Sasuke glared at him, and Naruto, sorry, Sasuke-kun. He raised his hand in greeting. I am borrowing your brother for today. Humph. His cheeks puffed like a chipmunk and Shisui struggled to not laugh at the cuteness. Not fair, Shisui-san. You keep stealing Nisan. I steal? Shisui choked out, covering his smiling lips. Oh my god, twice the dose is too much. He already got this in the tower and now again? Naruto was not helping Shisui. If you laugh now he will hate you. The blonde sang, just loud enough for Shisui who was standing beside him to hear but low enough Sasuke didn't. Shisui quickly clamped his mouth shut, as Itachi made his way to them but Naruto approached Sasuke closer. The youngest Uchiha looked wary when approached but then Naruto whispered something to him, and Sasuke's face lit up in an instant. Nuh? Shisui couldn't see Naruto's face from where he was standing, but he was sure as hell Naruto winked just now. Sasuke waved his hand enthusiastically at them. Have a safe trip. Ni-san, Naruto-san. Oh, and Shisui-san too. Why am I an afterthought? Shisui protested. On the way to Training Ground 37. So what did you say to Sasuke? Itachi asked curiously. Naruto smirked. To make up for today, his Ni-san is going to bring him to the first Fuinjutsu class in a few days. You will also give him a tour. Itachi stared at him long and hard. Really? I don't remember having permission to wander around the tower without you around. It was a rule in the Sealing Division, even his teammates weren't excused from it. Students like Sasuke-kun will only be allowed on the first floor where their class is. Fortunately they had plenty of rooms to be turned into proper classrooms. And on the first day we will just be covering some rules and giving them an idea of what to expect in class, so afterward you can borrow our training ground to teach him those Shuriken Jutsu. I don't know how long you have promised to teach him. Itachi looked sheepish at the last part. I understand, but... Naruto frowned at him. You think we didn't notice? Eh? Shisui rolled his eyes. That you always try to avoid teaching Sasuke-kun advanced stuff. And seriously, what gives you the idea if you do, you're turning Sasuke-kun into second you? Itachi blushed red at that, embarrassed he was caught by his friends. I am just. And did you forget who was teaching you all those advanced stuff for academy students? He pointed at himself. And I did because you wanted to get stronger. Shisui added, scoffing. Sasuke-kun is not you, and not turning to you just because you teach him some techniques. Naruto chuckled softly. That's so adorable of you though, protecting your brother from the expectations of your clan. Itachi frowned at him. But I think you shouldn't ignore what Sasuke-kun wants even if you think what he wants is not good for him. Perhaps, maybe what I am doing is not helping Sasuke after all. Shisui nodded. I am glad you reconsider. Just start on helping Sasuke to achieve his dream. It's a great start, don't you think? Itachi smiled at Shisui. Yes, and Shisui, I think you will make a great. Shisui beamed. Is that so? Naruto smiled indulgently at the Shushin expert. I agree, you have been delaying your exam for a long while even though you've earned recommendation. Still, is it true some of these joint exercises are hidden joint exams? It's just a rumor, but unlike the Chunin exam that is a spectacle, our Jounin exam is more discreet. Shisui explained. The Chunin tested wouldn't know it's a test. The seal master hummed. I suppose that it makes sense to be discreet. Jounin are highly experienced shinobi with great individual skill who serve as military captains after all. In general, a Jounin is also expected to be able to use at least 2 types of elemental chakra, proficient in, and decent taijutsu skills. Itachi listed on. Shisui frowned. By right, Itachi will be qualified soon. You just don't have enough missions recorded in regular force yet to be recommended. As for Naruto, he trailed off. What about me? While I took on more missions than most courtesy of being a seal master on high demand and not minding taking a lion's share of outside jobs, I am not in a hurry for another promotion. Besides, my mastery of Suiton is still SOSO. My proficiency ends in dispelling them with help, and to get to level of taijutsu I am still too young. That was the downside of taijutsu. No matter how talented your body, it still had to mature to master it. No, I mean, haven't you passed the requirement for Tokubetsu Jounin in Fuinjutsu a long time ago? Shisui pointed out. I mean with the wide use of your seals nowadays in our forces. I suppose. Naruto shrugged. But there is no point for another promotion, if all I get is more privilege in my division. I mean, I am an Uzumaki. He already had plenty of privileges as a seal master. Never mind about me, there we go. Training Ground 37. Training Ground 37. It was one of the training grounds that was far different than typical forested one or meadow available in Konohagakure, a swamp forest with trees up to 200 feet but thinner trunk, shrubs and moss. That meant the tree was not for perching, and hopping on them would need more chakra control to not break the trunk, or the tree would launch you like a catapult. There were few areas like this in Hai no Kuni, making this training ground an unpopular choice. Shisui whistled. Plenty of hiding places, but mobility is severely limited. Hiding your tracks is also difficult. Because one careless step on soft soil you would leave a nice footprint to be admired behind. Itachi agreed. Not to mention there is plenty of moss on trees that also would give away our track. And the water is full of crocodiles too. Naruto pointed at the river where a bird that landed on a floating log found the log was very much alive with a set of deadly teeth. Ah, sometimes I wonder why we never get complaints from civilians about these dangerous guys wandering to their bathtub. Shisui beamed. Naruto rolled his eyes. Thanks Mito-sama for that. She and her sealing squad guarded all the training grounds containing dangerous animals so they didn't get out of their habitat by accident. Naruto. What? Your division is underappreciated, aren't they? Considering the general population thought they were scholars rather than shinobi most of the time, most of their role in Konoha was overlooked. And overworked. Between their routine job for their village, their own research and commercial mission outside. It was no wonder the sealing division drank coffee like water. What gives you that impression? Naruto wondered sarcastically. Beside. Their conversation was halted when they sensed more shinobi coming to the training ground. From the number, it was 2 more 3-man cells. Unlike Shisui's team who came early, they arrived just right on time. Yo! Shisui raised his hand in greeting when a red-eyed Chunin appeared with Shushin before them, followed by her teammates. Kurenai Aoba, Haze. The kunoichi named Kurenai zeroed in on Naruto in an instant. This joint exercise is exclusively for Chunin, right? Shisui rolled his eyes. My teammates are all Chunin including the chibi number 2 oof. That comment earned him 2 elbows on his side, courtesy of his chibi teammates. The chibi part is unneeded. Naruto grumbled before he inclined his head slightly in greeting. Oh hail, I am Uzumaki Naruto, nice to meet you. He didn't sense any negative feeling coming from them, aside from bewilderment perhaps. They also most likely were mentally counting how many years had passed since Kyuubi's attack and came up with a single-digit number 9. Nice to meet you too, Naruto-kun. I am Yahi Kurenai. Her teammates followed her example. They tried to be subtle but they looked bewildered at the sight of him and Itachi. The next team arrived via Shushin, and Naruto recognized one of them, Iwashi, who was also part of Yandame's guards. He was also a seal master in study, and well on his way to get his certification together with other members of Hokage guards. The other 2 were regular Chunin he saw on occasion guarding the west gate. Kotatsu or Kosatsu something? He remembered the other had the same name as a member of Hanma though, Izumo or Yada? Naruto-kun. He inclined his head in greeting. You're joining us too, huh? Ah yes, since Shisui is my teammate. He craned his neck at a beaming Shisui. It's my first time in joint training, please take care of me. Iwashi nodded, while inwardly he was sighing. He had joined one training session with the Sealing Division, so he already had a taste of standing on the opposite side of this team of prodigies. Shisui's team was a nightmare. He fervently hoped whatever this training or exam he didn't care which entailed it was not a straight combat or shinobi version of hide and seek. Well, Naruto. Only to find the spot the Uzumaki occupied seconds ago was empty, and he was already inspecting the ward seal surrounding the training ground for who knows since when. Then he realized the rest of Shisui's team was already by Naruto's side. Kurenai's left eye twitched. Well, if we doubt he is not a genin or academy student before, when did he? No, when did they move? Iwashi didn't know about Itachi and Shisui, but for Naruto? He blames Yandame Hokage. By 9 years old the kid was already so damn fast, it must be genetic. Then again the old team too was chasing the kid since he was old enough to walk. Go figures. Thanks for watching. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out.